confession in 1998.
April 28th, 1998.
So that does bring up a question because he said, I called you last week and you hung up on me.
No, I hung up on you.
Or I hung up on you. I'm sorry, flipping around. Which then I could never find the dates. I had a real difficult time finding the dates of the broadcast. But that to me makes me feel like the confession call should be slid back in time into 1997 in the second or third week of September. If he says, I called last week and I hung up on you, I'm presuming he meant I hung up on you when I was doing my wacky, crazy character, and at the end of my crazy character call, I hung up the line.
It would seem that way, but I listened to the April 28th, 1998 episode of Coast to Coast AM, and that is when he called from the east of the Rockies line and said, I hung up on you last week. I want to confess I am the Area 51 caller.
It might have been that he was just frustrated about not being on hold for hours or something like that.
I mean, I think that he says he at one point mentions that he's called a fair number of times to do, the wacky characters or whatever.
That's
but
true.
he says for the last year it's been crazy, and he says I called you last week and I hung up on you because I was nervous, basically. So I don't know.
Okay, that solves the time frame question
For you.
me.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely, yeah.
Because that was one of the things is I always presumed, incorrectly obviously, that the
he was admitting that
confession
he had hung up.
was a week or so later.
No, and he maintains throughout the entire thing, he maintains that he has no idea what caused
the shutdown.
The shutdown.
Yeah.
And as far as I read it, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if the phone line stayed up through the entire thing, or if
his entire performance, if it was a performance.
Yeah, or if they shut down with whatever was going on or what was happening. Again, because I can't find anything from Art or any of the producers or anything like that. Any firsthand accounts, it's all just kind of conjecture of what happened during those 30 minutes of that. So.
Okay.
But he does, he says some weird things when he calls back. Things like, he does say, I'm all better now. And he says, I don't know what you wanted from me. And that has led some people to think that Art was even coaching him on
It could be.
this
Some of this
character.
stuff could actually be just setups. He actually has people call in and do
Absolutely,
something
yeah.
sensationalist.
Again.
But I don't, to be fair, the fans of Coast to Coast AM were perfectly capable and willing and did do that stuff all on their own. There was no need for Art Bell to fabricate any of that stuff.
True enough.
But he might have picked out a few who seemed rather talented at it.
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, let's be honest. I don't know. I think you two have listened to podcasts. I mean, let's just look at podcasts. There are podcasts that take phone calls either live or they record them. And I've listened to some of them, and after a while it's become obvious that the people that are calling in are their friends.
Yeah.
Who they have coached about what to say. Now let's take this to a broader scale of a guy who's actually got a nationwide show, and you find somebody who's pretty good at this. Let's work with them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Let's see what we
Yeah.
can get out of this.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So actually, on the This Is a Hoax side, his name is Brian Cook. He's a comedian. He's a stand-up comedian.
Oh, is he?
And he
I know
has
this.
since claimed, I'm the Brian who was the Area
Is
51.
it Brian J.L. Cook?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't really look very much into him, I'll be honest with you.
I did a little bit of looking, and
I
I
just
couldn't find a whole lot on him.
I didn't bother.
Well, you know what the thing is, though? I was really peeved, is that this guy, amongst all the other things that he does, evidently he's involved through Image Comics, making several different comics, and I was trying to get to a store that had one of these, so that I could read it to see how good he was at creating a story and to see what his role was.
Right.
If he's the inker, because if he's the inker, his story creating ability doesn't count.
Right,
But
absolutely.
if he's a writer or anything like that, then that would give him some credit. Unfortunately, we had some weird weather here, and it kind of stuck me in my house, and I couldn't get to a store. I got to some stores, but they didn't have it, and I couldn't comb the city.
Yeah.
But the point is, that was what really made me curious, is because I see two reasons that this guy would claim it. Either A, he is a good creative, and he did it, or B, he's a good enough creative to realize when you need to latch on to a really good story to give yourself a little more cred.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is his story that he told to Art, at least before that he got cut off, was not particularly creative or original. He worked at extra-dimensional beings, and we're in extreme peril. The government could save us. This is all
No. My story capability is like him realizing after the fact he can capitalize on it and build it. I mean, I could call into shows like this all the time and crank them once a week if I wanted to. But I think the genius, if it is a hoax, is admitting it's a hoax.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because nothing gives a hoax more legs than saying, oh no, it was really just totally a hoax.
Yeah.
Sorry folks, wasn't real. I swear it's real.
I know. I swear they've got a gun to my head and all that stuff.
Yeah. So that's where I was trying to find out. But I
you.
couldn't his information on him is kind of shoddy and obviously self-written.
Yeah. So yeah, the only other thing I'll mention, I guess, on the hoax, I don't know, we're kind of blurring the lines between was it a hoax, was it not a hoax. He mentions they're going to triangulate this call real soon.
Mm-hmm.
But by the late 90s, cell phones were definitely a thing, and prepaid cell phones or burner cell phones were absolutely a thing. And he essentially claimed to have been a technician at Area 51, which would mean that he would be up on the latest technology, which one would assume if you were going to call into a show like this, he would grab a burner and just toss it.
He also, but
that would make sense.
That's also, again, let's talk about this as if it's totally real. Okay, this guy is in an utter state of panic and sounds like he's in some kind of psychotic break.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say what caused it or what it is, but he's in some kind of break. Now, people that are in those situations don't think clearly. And then we've also got to, can't believe I'm doing this, but we've also got to bring into that, well, if the government really does have the ability to knock Art Bell's satellite off course, well then they're so technologically advanced than the rest of us that of course they've got a way to track a cell phone regardless of if it's a burner or not.
Yeah.
Duh, dude. They're that good.
If you have a phone number, you can triangulate the call.
Yeah.
According to CSI. No matter what, in 30 seconds flat.
But getting resources to that spot to grab the guy and haul him off to somewhere to be brainwashed, well, that's a different story.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I guess the theory could be that they had been tracking him across the country the entire time, and they just needed his exact location, and the call was just long enough that they found his exact location. I mean, you can go on this for hours, really.
Oh, this is the proverbial rabbit hole.
It is.
Well,
it is. It absolutely is.
Here's the dealio. I don't think
it's time for Joe's Dealio corner.
Yeah, it's time for the Dealio, man.
I really want to put theme music to this.
Yeah, no, I mean, if the government actually did take the guy and either murder him or maybe grab him and brainwash him or threaten him and make him call back and claim it was a hoax.
Or put him on his medication.
Yeah, they called far more attention to the whole thing. The thing about it is people are talking about Area 51 all the time. Nobody takes it seriously. Nobody would have taken this seriously if not for the signal interruption. So this whole idea that the government shut down their signal is I don't really have a huge amount of respect for the government. I think they're kind of dumb and inefficient in most ways.
We know, yeah.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is somebody in charge at Area51coverup.com would probably be smart enough to not call this kind of attention to their cause.
Yeah.
The other reason I think it's a hoax, this happened more than 18 years ago. And according to the call-in frantic caller, the Earth was under imminent threat from extra-dimensional beings. Well, so far, we're all still alive, and the extra-dimensional beings haven't slaughtered billions of us, have they?
There's been no culling.
Yeah, none that I can see. Last of all, it doesn't make any sense, because this whole idea that we'll slaughter almost everybody, and our elites will like that a lot better because fewer people are easier to control. Well, yeah, but fewer people means like if you do away with 90% of the population, that means you don't have this thing called an economy anymore. It means that
So this is the
Yeah.
New World Order.
Oh, is that
Yeah.
what it is?
It's actually interesting. One of the websites I read, was so fascinating. It was about how apparently 10% of the population is easily hypnotized.
Oh God, yeah, I saw that.
And then the other 90% could be hypnotized by using a drug, a mind-controlling drug like fluoride in the water that the general population has to consume, and then they are more susceptible to hypnotism, and that we are all going to be culled so that we're all just in these major places where we can all be hypnotized and do the biddings of the New World Order.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So obviously that's a real thing that's happening right now, and if you would just wake up, sheeple,
I know.
you would know.
I'm opposed to fluoride in the water supply simply because I think people should just brush their friggin' teeth themselves.
Well, yeah, I mean, the good news
you know?
is that Portland is immune to being hypnotized because we don't have fluoride in our water.
And
Yeah.
I've been to a hypnotist, and they're junk.
Yeah, I know you think that, Rosebud.
Yeah.
But arf, 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 arf.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess that's the whole story. There's, pros and cons. Was it a hoax?
So
Was it
where's
not a hoax?
okay? But where's the it's not a hoax side? I mean, is that where you're going?
Well, I mean, we've kind of been talking about it. We've just been debating it, really.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't skip
Oh,
over
there's
and declare
there's no solid argument for it's not a hoax.
Okay, I was pretty sure of that, but I
Yeah.
just want to make sure.
No, I mean, the most solid argument you can come up with is that it's a different guy that calls in the second time, and that the first guy was taken care of, and they just found a guy who sounded kind of like him. And
And then the
trained
third
him.
guy,
Yeah,
17
possible.
years later, was.
I don't know, maybe the original guy with I don't know.
Because I don't think. Have we clarified here? Is that the 17 years later.
Oh, yeah, I guess we didn't. 17 years later, he calls back on, and he was
Fade
crazy.
to Black.
Yeah, Fade to Black. We'll post a link to that one. I didn't want to play the audio, but
Yeah, that's a
sounds
long bit audio.
crazy. Like, actually, like, yelling. The dude, you're yelling, and he's like, I'm not yelling! And you're like, oh my God, what is going on right now? It was scary. It was startling to listen to that audio.
Until it
so.
finishes, and then you realize what it is,
Yeah.
and it turns into an interview.
Yeah.
With this guy who is the comic book dude.
Yeah.
What is it again?
Brian somebody.
Brian Cook.
Yeah, JL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's that's the interesting bit of 17 years later, I guess.
And that's the part where I was getting at, where I'm saying he could be a really brilliant creative
Could.
in terms of, let me drag up this thing from so long ago that people have said, dude, you sound like that guy. And let me go ahead and use that.
Absolutely.
Because he he writes a comic, and you see him at comic book conventions. There's so many videos of him at comic book conventions. You know he's using that to drum up
I don't
business.
know why you wouldn't.
So that's why I say he possibly.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. So I just think it's a really big coincidence. I know, Steve and I were kind of talking about before we started recording. I believe it was a hoax, this call, and I believe that the satellite just happened to lose its Earth track at that particular moment, but I do think it is one heck of a coincidence
It is.
that
It's
it
a good one.
happened to happen at the same time. I mean, it is true. It could have gone off 5 minutes before and nobody would really care. And it's just so crazy that this happened at this time. But in fairness, it happened to 50 other channels, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because they were talking
They were talking about dumb
Martha Stewart's duck soup recipe.
Or like the thing that was in the news that year was that the estate of Princess Diana was going to sue the hotel that the driver had been drinking at.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was what was in the news at that point. So they were maybe talking about that. I don't know. Maybe. Oh my God. Maybe it was actually the British royal family because they didn't want everybody else talking about it.
What happened with that lawsuit, by the way?
I don't know.
The
Do you know what this is also not a show
it.
about? Is Princess Diana.
We
did that
covered
one
We
already.
covered
We
that
done
one
did that.
already.
We done did that.
Yeah.
So
I never want to do it again.
I don't know. Do you guys disagree? Do you agree? Do you think it was a hoax? What's up?
Yeah, no, I think the call was a hoax, and it was just a coincidence. Yeah, that's what I think. Because again, this guy had really nothing to say. He calls in pretending to be in hysterics, and he says some vague crap about extra dimensional beings, and there's a huge threat, and yada yada yada. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
If you were really at Area 51, you would actually have some good, juicy, original information for us instead of just this derivative
Well, I guess
bilge.
I will just point out that this is in your frame of reference of in 2016
Yeah.
versus in 1997 less was out there about 2000 or about Area 51.
Yeah.
But
Well, but out there doesn't matter. If he worked at Area 51, the logic is he would be privy to
right,
some
but
of
what
the
I'm
stuff.
just saying is that out there means like that it could have seemed like the stuff he was saying it was revelations, right?
Okay, I got you.
in
I gotcha.
97 versus now. But
still,
I agree. I totally agree.
He should, yeah. If he actually knew something about what was going on,
Yeah.
he should have said so.
Yeah.
He would have said so.
He would have.
He said nothing but vague BS.
Yeah.
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 And so there you go.
Yeah. Steve?
No, I totally think that it's a coincidence. I mean, if this guy
Yeah.
had been, if it had been a different caller 5 minutes later talking about the reptilians in the flat world, we'd be talking today about the Art Bell flat world broadcast interruption.
Yeah, we would.
Or if it had happened during a commercial break,
We
nobody would have
wouldn't be
given
talking about it
a damn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it does, and there are outages. You know, I mean, TV stations and radio stations get knocked off the air temporarily for all kinds of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a first. It's a consensus.
Oh, it's not a first.
It's not a first. It's a rarity.
I'd say it's a
Yeah.
rarity.
Yeah. So I think the lizard people did it, and that's our show.
Right
So
on.
if you want
Flat
to
Earth.
see some of the links, if you'd like to listen to the 17 years later, quote unquote, broadcast, if you want to leave us a comment, if you want to listen to the show, you can do all those things at our website. That website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can also find swag type stuff there. We're calling it swag type stuff, and a link to our Patreon and our PayPal there if you would like. You can find us on social media. We are on Facebook. We've got a group and a page, so find the group and like the page. Do not friend us, please. We are on Twitter. We're Thinking Sideways there. We have a subreddit. It's just Thinking Sideways. We are on iTunes, which is probably
Yeah.
probably where you're listening to us. If you are, feel free to leave us a comment and a rating. That's how people find us. So if you like us, rate us so that other people can find us and you can share the love. We are also, as I mentioned, on Patreon. You can find the link on our website, but you can also just go to patreon.com/thinkingsideways to find that. And then we also have an email address. That email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. You can send us feedback, suggestions, chat with us. I've had a lengthy conversation about Fallout 4 with some people.
Huh.
A girl emailed me about her alien encounter, which was pretty interesting discussion.
And the email, by the way, folks, is the best way to talk to us just about anything. If you've got a
Anything.
grievance,
Talk
that's
to
the
us on
way
email,
to get a hold
please.
of us, because we've had a couple of people that have kind of gone off on some sources, and we can't have a conversation that way.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
email us.
Yeah, email us instead of the whole doing it in the comments section on our Facebook page.
Yeah.
That's
Or an iTunes review. iTunes review, we literally have no way to
yeah,
contact you.
we're
Yeah.
so baked on that.
Yeah. So yeah, send us an email. Also, if you want to be an expert like Freemason Jonathan, feel free to send us an email and we'll add you to the list. Just let us know what you know a lot about. And all of that having been said, we're gonna This episode of Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by A Vault Full of Garys. Instead, it is brought to you by Dark Matter. From the author of the Wayward Pines trilogy, Blake Crouch, comes a new sci-fi thriller called Dark Matter, which tells the story of Jason Desson, a brilliant physicist who is abducted and knocked unconscious by a masked man. When Jason wakes up, his life is radically different from the one he knew, and he's achieved something he never dreamed possible. But how did he get there? What happened to his old life? Jason's search for answers leads him on a strange journey and puts him in the crosshairs of a seemingly unbeatable foe. So pick up a copy of Dark Matter by Blake Crouch, now in paperback, and available everywhere books are sold. And by CrimeCon! Indianapolis, Indiana, June 9th to the 11th. Pet dogs, meet us. Get tickets. Don't forget, it's crimecon.com, and promo code is Sideways20 for 20% off your tickets.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it. I brought the aliens.
You must unlearn what you have learned.
I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined this week, as always, by
Devin.
and
Steve.
And we're here to solve another cool mystery. This is one that's bedeviled the world for almost 3 decades now.
It's made me look like an idiot.
Yeah, no, I've tried to break this mystery and had no luck.
Not me.
No,
I
you've
try
not
to
even
admit
tried?
my ignorance and things like
You know
this.
better.
So,
You didn't
yeah,
even-
I
you
know
didn't-
better.
Yeah,
Didn't even try.
yeah, no, that's okay. By the end of the episode, we will have solved it, so don't
Uh-huh.
worry about that. This has been around for 26 and a half years right now, and it holds supposedly that maybe possibly a secret to a hidden treasure. Well, we really don't know.
Or maybe something.
Or something.
Or
yeah.
maybe nothing.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe just a note or something like that. I don't know. We'll find out at the
Yep.
end. So first of all, let me say what we're talking about here. We're talking about none other than Kryptos. And you probably heard about that. That's a sculpture at the CIA in Langley, Virginia.
Yep.
Yeah, Kryptos. And
Big thing.
if you haven't heard about it, well, you've heard about it now. And also a little shout out to a few of our listeners. Actually, several have suggested this. I think Rona and Sean, Linda, Alex.
And that's how far we got before we started saying,
Yeah, and
Dude,
everybody
that's
else.
such an old request.
Yeah. So thanks, guys. We really appreciate the suggestion. And I, for my part, I've been doing a little too much murder and mayhem lately, so I thought I'd take a break and do something different. And next time I'll go back to some grisly murders. But yeah, let's do cryptography. For
Yeah.
a little bit. Yeah. Why
Gonna
not?
fall off the wagon.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the beginning. In the late 1980s, the brass at the CIA decided the agency was missing something, like, operational security, or maybe better intel, or employees who weren't Russian moles, maybe. Oh, no, that
none
wasn't
of
it.
those.
No,
Mm-mm.
they didn't have any publicly funded art installations. And so they decided, they commissioned one, and they hired a sculptor named Jim Sanborn to create this sculpture. And actually, I think the government in this case got pretty good bang for its buck.
oh, yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
Better than DIA for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Or that one that's just a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's that one downtown outside Pioneer Place, which is several rocks in a row. It's like, well, how do I get that job? Yeah, you give me the money, the $100,000. I will give you the sculpture.
Oh my God, he just
Rocks.
did an accent that wasn't German.
No, it's the French accent.
It was a German-French accent.
Anyway, sorry.
Apologies to our French listeners.
And our German listeners.
Yeah, well, at the time this was commissioned, this was toward the end of the Cold War, although we didn't really know it at the time. The Berlin Wall was still standing, and as far as any of us knew, because I was alive back then, we all thought it was going to stay standing for a lot longer. I mean, we all figured it would come down sooner or later, but when it came down, it was kind of a surprise for all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really was. It was all of a sudden. So something commissioned today by the CIA might be a little more cynical. If it were me, I would create a giant, shifty-looking bronze mole with a file folder in his mouth. They probably would show me the door. Yeah.
Yeah, they'd look at your concept, and you'd go into a deep, dark room in the bottom and never come out.
Yeah, go to our waiting room. Yeah, stay there for about 5 years. Jim Sanborn created something more serious, and like I said, the public got good bang for its buck with this one, and it's kept a lot of cryptography nerds busy, and a lot of people are still racking their brains over it, and I mean a lot of people, and some very smart people. And of course, journalists have managed to get lots of good news stories out of it over the years. So it's been a win all the way around, I think. And it's still unsolved, or at least part of it is.
So I know what Kryptos looks like.
Uh-huh.
We all in this room, but I think a lot of people probably don't. So
Yeah, if
if you're driving,
of it. Yeah, if you're
apparently
driving,
there's lots of people who drive and listen.
Yeah.
I do it
Yeah.
all the time, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're driving, just close your eyes and try to bring this.
Don't listen to Joe. Please
don't.
open your eyes
I mean,
immediately.
listen to Joe, but don't close your eyes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. If there's no rest area nearby, keep your eyes open. So let me describe it here. If you're standing, and most of the pictures that are taken from one side of it, and that's the side where you can look at the writing and it's correct. It's a bunch of
Read from
characters.
left to right.
Yeah, it's a bunch of and so when you're looking at it from that side, side there is a large petrified log standing upright on its end, on one end, on the right side.
It's what, 10 feet tall?
Something like that. Yeah.
It's pretty good size.
Yeah, nice log. I wouldn't mind having that log. Yeah. And then there's a tall copper plate that sort of scrolls out like a sheet of paper, as if it were like a scroll.
And I want to point out, it's real copper, so it's actually green now.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just, you know.
Yeah. And
so everybody knows.
Yeah. So yeah, don't go to Google and look at the picture and say they lied to me.
Yeah.
No,
It's green.
It is really copper, and it scrolls out like so. If you're standing on this side, it scrolls away from you, and then it goes in a semicircle back towards you. And then it curves away around the other way, so it scrolls around and away from you again. On the one side, facing towards you, is just marble, it's just like a marble ground there. And on the other side of it, of the semicircle loop, whatever, there's a little round pool
in the arc of the S shape that the copper makes.
In the arc of the copper, yeah.
The tail in the bottom.
Yeah, end that actually is kind of like the other end of the scroll that it's wrapping around, if you can imagine that. And it was obvious to me the first time I looked at it that the symbolism symbolizes, I think, the division of our world into smoking and non-smoking areas. Because and really, when you think about it, it makes sense. Because when you're standing on the right side, which is the part that doesn't have the pool in it, you can actually stand inside the sculpture. But if you go on the other side, the smoking side, you can't stand inside it. You have to stand outside, just like smokers do. Yeah, and
it's a good theory, Joe.
And the little pool in the center makes a great place to throw your butts. Yeah.
That is not what it's intended for.
Pretty sure it is.
I like it. Yeah, let's get back to our more description. There are letters cut into this copper sheet, about 1,700 or so letters. Yeah. And they're actually, like some people have said, stamped out. I don't know if they were cut out with a torch or stamped or what, but they go all the way through. So they're not just stamped.
They were probably, knowing the time that it was made, it was probably done with like a water jet or something like that.
Whereas today,
some kind of computer-controlled device to be able to cut them with the precision that they are done.
Yeah, and today it would probably be a laser. But
Laser,
yeah.
Yeah, you're mispronouncing that word, Joe. Jeez.
I'm sorry.
The Z
is
laser.
Laser. Okay. Of course, you can find drawings of the text part of the sculpture online, and I'll describe that real briefly. It's shaped like a rectangle, which is divided into 4 smaller rectangles. The 2 right rectangles show the English alphabet, that's A through Z, repeated over and over again with the word Kryptos inserted into the text, which is a big hint, because that actually turns out to be one of the keys for the encryption cipher of the first 2 messages in there.
Because this whole thing is one giant cipher. We haven't said that yet.
No.
Yeah.
The whole sculpture is a giant message. Cipher.
Well, yeah, the left half is the message, and the right half is the key.
Okay.
So the 2 rectangles on the left-hand side. The top half of, or either the upper left-hand rectangle is encoded with what's called a Vigenère cipher, which is named after a French cryptographer called Blaise de Vigenère. He was a 16th century dude, and actually he apparently did not invent this method. It was invented by some guy named what was his name? Giovan Battista Beloso, who invented it also in the 16th century, and then Vigenère modified it several decades later, and then centuries after that, it was misattributed to him, but actually he didn't really invent the concept.
So it's kind of like the light bulb?
Yeah, kind of like that, yeah. But we don't care. It's called the Vigenère. Yeah. And here's let me give you a real quick rundown of how it works. And now everybody knows what a Caesar cipher is, right?
No.
You don't know what a Caesar cipher is?
I mean, I do, but not everybody
does. Okay. Yeah, Caesar shift is one where it's the easiest and dumbest cipher out there. One where you basically pick a key. The key might be, let's say your key is 1. If I were to say, and you're going to shift everything over 1, and of course if your key is 3, you shift everything over 3 in the alphabet. But let's say it's 1, so I'm encrypting, say, Devin. So Devin, D-E-V-I-N, becomes E-F-W-J-O.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Well, that's it. And
easy.
But those are ridiculously easy to break, and so the Vigenère cipher is in its simplest form, like a Caesar shift, but you pick a key. Let's pick a word like, say, bacon, and that we make that our key, and so we shift the first character by 2 because B is 2, And then the next one is A, so we shift the next one by 1. The next one is C, so we shift the next one after that by 3, which is for C, and on. And then we start it over again, shifting from 2, 1, 3, blah, blah, and then shift over 2, 1, 3. But of course, again, that leaves a big pattern. But that's in its simplest form, that's a Vigenère cipher. Now, what they did here is a little craftier one. This is one where, to do this one, here's what you do. You sit down and write down the whole alphabet, A through Z. And in this one, they use the word cryptos for the first key, for the top key. So write the word cryptos to the left of your alphabet, and then go through your alphabet and take out every letter that's in the word cryptos, so starting with K. So you'll notice that if you go through the alphabet, those letters are missing. And then, so that's it. Cryptos, A through Z, missing those letters. What you do is you're going to repeat this alphabet underneath that as many times as the length of your key. So the first part of the message used the key palimpsest, which is 10 characters, so 10 rows. But what you do is the first row starts at P. So that's how they're all shifted around. So palimpsest, P. So it starts with the P in cryptos and goes all the way through, and at the end, KRY from cryptos is addended to the end of it. The next one is A, so it just starts right at A, and then cryptos. Next one is L, so it starts L through Z, and then it says cryptos, and then A through J.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question that I think I know the answer to, but I want to make sure. So you said the key to this is cryptos, but
Palimpsest is the second key.
Oh, so it's a 2-key cipher.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the part you didn't say, and I was making sure that I wasn't missing. Okay.
Yeah, and so essentially what you do is let's say I want to encrypt. No, we don't want to encrypt Devin. That's too many letters. We'll encrypt Joe. I like that one. So yeah, so the first line in this one, J is N, and then you go to the top line, you pick out your letters, and then go down. So the first one is the first line, J. Second letter, O, is the second line. So I go to O, and that goes down to the second row, which is F. And then, and this is going to be incomprehensible to you people who are just listening, then I go over to the E, and I go down to the third line, and that is Y. So that is how my name is encrypted. And then what I do is when I want to decrypt the message, I come back through, and since this is and I know that since I'm decrypting it, and I'm not a cryptographer, I'm actually the intended recipient, I know the 2 keys. That's the beauty of this system, is that since you know, it's easy to remember 2 words.
Yeah.
And so the guy that gets this message, he doesn't have to carry a code book around him. He can just sit down and write the whole thing out because he knows those keys. And then when he's done deciphering the message, he could just burn his key that he's created. And
so for everybody listening, I know that this can be kind of tough to understand. There's a great book out there, and Joe, help me with this.
Was it the Code Book?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that the actual title of it?
Yeah, it was called the Code Book, and I can't remember who wrote it. Who was it?
We talked about it about 3 years ago when we did the last Cipher episode. The Code Book is a great book to at least go through. He does a much better job of making this kind of stuff palatable to the layman, and that would be a book I'd recommend to look through.
Yeah, it really is kind of hard to make this totally understandable because it's a very visual thing. I mean, I've got this table right in front of me, and it's very easy for me. You guys would have it too. So.
I have it in front of me, and it's not easy.
I was going to say I have it in front of me, and I do not understand it at all. But the good news is I don't try to decipher messages like this. So.
Yeah. No, but here's the beauty part of it. So now we know that my name as encrypted here is NFY, right? NFY. So I go back and I do my name. I do my name out. I go to the first line, and I go over to the N, and then I go up to that's not the first line. But the first line, the top line is the decryption line. So it'd actually be the second line, but it's the first keyed line. So. And have I confused you yet? You bet I have. But I go over to the N, and then I go up to the top line, and yep, there's a J. Then I go down for the second letter. I go down to the second line down here, and I go to the F, and I go up to the top line. Whoop, it says O. And then I go down to the third line, and I go over to the Y, and go up to the first line, and there it is, an E. And so I know my message says Joe. So that's how you decrypt
I don't know why he bothers to put things in code to us when he writes emails, because I know that if I spend the time to decode it, it just says Joe is awesome over and over and over.
I know that's all
in different kinds of ciphers.
Yeah.
that's
so that's how the first
That's how
cipher.
the first cipher. And there were. Yeah.
Sorry, how?
How
do
did
we know
somebody
that?
decrypt?
Yeah.
How what?
How do we know that?
How do we know that that's what it is? Well, actually,
Yeah.
because some people broke the cipher.
The first one?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
And actually, there were two messages, and so two different ciphers. I mean, they were both Vigenère ciphers, but with different keys.
Okay.
And so that whole part of it, and then it gets a little trickier when you get to the second rectangle down the lower left. But the top part of the message is two messages. As I said, the first one says, between subtle shading and the absence of light lies the nuance of occlusion. And there were intentional, apparently, misspellings in the text. So occlusion.
I question how intentional that
Agree.
is.
It's always entirely
Based
possible.
on things that we discovered later on, I think in the third one, or maybe it's the second one, but I really feel like maybe that wasn't intentional.
Well, there was at least one intentional boo-boo or unintentional boo-boo that was in there that caused the second part of the text to be misinterpreted for
Which
quite
is
a
why
while.
I questioned his statement of, I did that on purpose.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you would hope that you wouldn't have typos in something and a very expensive thing that you're carving, so you would hope you wouldn't screw up. I think it's possible he did. He said that he intentionally misspelled a couple of words and also that he left a letter or two out.
See, this is too soon to talk about this.
Yeah.
we'll
Let's keep
talk about
talking
this
about
later.
the cipher.
One, which the key for that one was, by the way, abscissa, which is one of those obscure little words. The first element of an ordered pair. Now, like for example, palimpsest. The palimpsest is supposedly hinted at by the shape of the sculpture itself. It's shaped like a scroll. Mm-hmm. And a palimpsest is that which has been recorded over or written over. And so the earliest scrolls, because writing materials were kind of scarce back in the day, often the scroll that was no longer used for much of anything would be scraped off. It had the characters to be scraped off of it, and then people could write over it again, and that's what a palimpsest is. Mm-hmm. So a palimpsest, in its earliest form, was a scroll. And so apparently, so that's the whole thing. It's like, well, don't you see the hint there, the big hint? It's a scroll, therefore a palimpsest. For me, it was like, yeah, right. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can see it now in retrospect, of course, but how somebody was expected to guess that, before decoding it, well, for Christ's sakes, give me a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of little hints like this, at least in supposedly, well, people say that the word abscissa, the second key, was hinted at in the first message. Well, I'm not seeing that, and I've read the decoded first message, and I'm not seeing it in there, but, whatever. I mean, these people must be a lot smarter than me, I guess. Let's look at this second message. Here's what it is. It says, it was totally invisible. How's that possible? They used the Earth's magnetic field. The information was gathered and transmitted underground misspelled, to an unknown location. Does Langley know about this? They should. It's buried out there somewhere. Who knows the exact location? Only WW. By the way, this WW was William Webster.
He was in charge at the time.
Director of the CIA at the time. This was his last message. Here the message gives some coordinates, which turn out to map to a spot about 150 feet southeast of the sculpture. And then that's followed at that point by two more words, which are layer 2. And nobody knows what the significance of layer 2 is yet. Maybe it'll all become clear someday. And so, yeah, it's unfortunate when you decode the messages. They're really not all that helpful.
A little vague.
Yeah, a little vague. Yeah, a little yeah. And then we go to the lower rectangle, and there's I think 866 characters. No, in there, something like that. No, actually, 866 is the entire left-handed sculpture, so about half of that.
You counted?
So about 433 right in there, yeah. These, at least the first part of it, the first maybe three-quarters of it was encrypted with a totally different system. It was something called columnar transposition. And
this is mind-boggling.
Yeah, and especially how somebody could figure it out and decrypt it. Yeah, it really is. It took me a little while to actually understand this, and I actually was eventually able to figure it out. But, yeah, it's tricky. And so imagine this. So if you want to encrypt a message, you take your text, take all the punctuation and spaces out, put it in a Word document, so it's at least 3 or 4 lines, and you want to use a font like Courier.
Mono-spaced.
Exactly. Nothing with proportional spacing. You want every character to occupy the same amount of space, right? Mm-hmm. And then you print it onto a sheet of paper, and then you cut the text. You cut the text out into columns. So you got, like, say, 4 lines. So you got all these little snippets of paper that have 4 vertical letters on them, right?
And all of the columns are the same width.
Yeah.
So four letters wide.
No. They're 1 letter wide, 1 letter wide, and 4 letters high.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was into group. The columns were grouped. Okay, I took it wrong.
No.
Got it.
Yeah, and you don't. So you cut out all these columns, and then in this particular case, what you do is you step through backwards. In this particular case, they chose to have 86 character lines. They step through backwards 7 characters at a time. So starting at the beginning with the first character, they step backwards 7, which took them to column 81, and then so you pull that snippet of paper out, set it next to the first one. And then go back 7 more, which is column 74. You pull that one out, set it next to the first one, and just keep doing that over, keep going around and around and around through the message until you've essentially rearranged all the columns in this pattern, right? Then take all your little snippets of paper and rotate them 90 degrees clockwise and glue them all together end to end.
Oh, my God.
Right? And then at the end of all that, then cut it somewhere in the middle. And in this particular case, this text actually ended with a question mark. And when it was done rearranging everything, the question mark was about halfway through, a little more than halfway. So that's where they cut it. So this question mark wound up at the end of the encrypted text again. So they cut it right after the question mark, and they swapped the front and the back halves. And there you have it. That's your encrypted text. So,
so I see the look on Devin's face. So I'm going to put this in simpler terms. Yeah. You take a can of alphabet soup.
Yeah.
And you pour it on the ground and you read it. That's how this works.
About
it. Okay.
That's about it. Well, yeah. So the contrast between the two systems is in the first half, the letters are all in the right place, but they don't mean the same thing. It's the wrong letter, right? Whereas in this case, none of the letters have actually been encrypted; they've just been rearranged, and so the letters are all in clear text. But good luck figuring it out.
Technically, in clear text.
Technically, well, yeah.
Can I? This might be a dumb question, but here we are. Who made these ciphers? Did the artist make the cipher?
No, actually, he got. There was a guy who was the chief of the cryptography department at the CIA at the time.
So he made them.
Yeah, well, essentially, he and the artist sat down. I think that Jim Sanborn wanted to create these riddles because and then encrypt them. And so there was a collaborative project between the two of them as how to encrypt these things.
Got it.
So
I was thinking this was a kind of big undertaking for somebody who's an artist.
Well,
I mean, not that artists can't be, smart, but
yeah. Well, you never know. Sometimes people have hobbies too. There are people out there who do one thing, and cryptography is their hobby. So but he had a little help with this.
So what did that cipher end up being? Was it broken?
Yeah, this one was broken, and again, this is up through character 768 out of 866.
Okay.
So, and this is what's called K1 through K3. So the first 2 messages are in the top left rectangle, and then about 3/4 of the bottom left are K3. And then below that is what's called K4.
Okay.
That's what hasn't been broken yet.
Okay, but what did K3 say?
This last one, and nobody knows why quite yet, but it was taken from the diary of Howard Carter, who was an archaeologist who opened King Tut's tomb in 1922. And so he had this thing where he described, the opening of the tomb. So here it is, as deciphered by various people. Slowly, desperately slowly, the remains of passage debris that encumbered the lower part of the doorway was removed with trembling hands. I made a tiny breach in the upper left-hand corner, and then, widening the hole a little, I inserted the candle and peered in the hot air escaping from the chamber, caused the flame to flicker. But presently, details of the room within emerged from the mist. X. Can you see anything? Q. Question mark. Some little random characters thrown in there for some strange reason.
Well, like you will see in the translations of this text, in random places there are X's in the text, and those appear to be used as periods.
Sort of.
Or breaks.
They sort of mark breaks between sentences, but they're not consistently used.
You're right, and I was wondering what the heck was going on with that when I noticed that.
Well, a lot of people have wondered about that too. I mean, again, we rely on Sanborn to tell us the truth.
Right.
And if like you say, he screwed up and he doesn't want to admit it, well, hopefully he'd be truthful enough and honest enough, because he actually did make one error that he's admitted to, and he claims the rest were deliberate.
I guess part of me thinks that maybe he doesn't actually know. If he's not the one who actually, I mean, he worked in conjunction with somebody to create the cipher, but
and that person did.
It's totally possible that person was like, all right, this says what you wanted it to say, and he doesn't know.
Well, yeah, I think what happened is Sandberg was required to actually give them the contents of the messages along with the encryption techniques that he used. So I think what happened is he got trained up. They picked out a few really good cipher techniques, and then he got trained up in it, and then he encrypted the messages himself. And then he had to hand those over to the CIA, because essentially what they wanted to do was they wanted to know that he wasn't putting something in there kind of like,
CIA is a bunch of jerks.
Yeah, or and so they wanted to know what the contents were, so they wouldn't be embarrassed when.
So he did all of the.
As far as I know, he did the encryption himself.
Okay.
Yeah, and so, and so what I'm wondering, what other people have wondered this too, is that given these strange little glitches, the weird things with the X's, moving characters around and stuff, if perhaps there isn't another cipher within that cipher.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, the deciphered message might itself contain some other enciphered message.
And I presume that people, since, K4 isn't solved yet, I presume that people have tried to get some kind of cipher code from the other 3 that might decode the 4th.
Oh, yeah.
And that hasn't worked, obviously.
Obviously, no, it hasn't. Supposedly, there are hints to the solution of K4 in the previous 3, but he hasn't said what exactly these hints are.
But the problem, if I understand correctly, with K4 is that it is so short.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the problems.
Well, so I mean, K4 is what? It's
97 characters.
Yeah, it's
long.
less than 100 characters long, which the longer a cipher is, the more clues you can gather by patterns that are generated.
Patterns. Yeah, exactly.
But when it's such a short thing, without the key, you're pretty hosed.
Yeah, you kind of are. It does lend itself a little bit better to what they call brute force attacks. Mm-hmm. But where you just basically throw everything at it, and this only really works well if you have a computer to do it with.
Yeah.
Do it by yourself, you'll go insane. But with a computer, you can actually do a brute force attack pretty easily.
Which people have now done.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And as computers get faster, our brute force attacks get faster, too.
Yeah, Watson hasn't taken this on yet, or?
That's a good question. Why not?
I don't know.
This does seem like a good job for an AI, doesn't it?
Yeah. Because it's the rise of the machines. They don't want him to know the answer.
Good point. Yeah, we don't want him to know how to code stuff, because then he could do stuff in secret and then swap it with other AIs.
Yeah, because I'm sure Watson doesn't know how to do that already.
Yeah, he hasn't figured that out.
Definitely not.
He's so dumb.
Yeah. Jeez.
I sure hope with all the AIs that we're creating, I sure hope they've just got some guy standing there 24/7.
They have a kill switch.
Yeah, no, you don't want a kill switch. You just want a power. You want an outlet in the wall, and you want the guy to just jerk the cord.
That's
out.
what I mean.
Yeah,
just flip the fuse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Supercomputers, ultra intelligent, artificial intelligence runs the entire world plugged into a 110-volt plug in the wall.
Yeah. Some dude could accidentally trip over it
and just destroy all of our infrastructure.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It sounds like that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So K4 totally unsolved. Totally unsolved.
It is unsolved. Yeah. Let me go back for a second to the first 3 were cracked in 1999 by a computer scientist named Jim Galagly, who used a computer. He was a California computer scientist.
What?
I know. And but then the CIA rained all over his parade by announcing that one of their employees had solved the first 3 pieces in 1998, the year before. His name was Dave Stein. And also they made clear that even though they had employees that had been working on this, they weren't using company time. They just did it on their own time.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
So he said he just did it over the course of about 400 lunch hours working on this sculpture. And then the NSA announces that, hey, 3 of their guys had totally solved the whole first 3 messages in 1995. Mm-hmm. That's what they said.
Sure.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That was
oh, by the way, actually, I solved it in 1988.
Yeah, I did too. No, I solved it in 1990, the day after they put it up. But
and the funny thing is that if you read some of the stuff from the CIA and the NSA, they're really kind of poking at Jim Galogly, is that how you say it? Because, we did it all by hand. And you just don't get the same joy and blah, blah, blah. It was really funny, the writing that just took a total dig at this guy using a computer to do it.
I think the computer is the smart way to go myself. The rest
It didn't take 400 lunch hours.
No, exactly. The thing about doing it by hand is cryptography, there's a lot of bean counting going on. All that stuff that's just rote stuff. Like, say, if you're just doing a Caesar cipher, the simplest thing possible, and you just have to add, say, 3 to every alpha letter in your clear text to encrypt it. Well, you got to go dun 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 dun
Yep.
through the entire message. And isn't it better for that kind of grunt work to have a computer do that?
I agree.
mean, that's mindless. I mean,
Totally.
there's a lot of that in cryptography in both directions, and so I'm not.
Unless you have a little orphan Annie decryptor ring.
That
helps.
Yeah, I had a Johnny Quest decryptor. Was it Johnny Quest or G.I. Joe? Or I don't remember what it was, but I had a pretty cool decoder ring when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It was handy.
Yeah. Just remember to drink your Ovaltine.
Oh, yeah. I don't know where I got that Cracker Jack box or what, but yeah, that's cool stuff. Although I'm sure it's illegal now because if any kid had that today, he would immediately shove it down his throat and choke on it and die.
Yeah.
We were different. We were a different breed of kids in my day. We didn't choke on stuff because we were that
eat everything.
stupid. Yeah.
It's hard when there are dinosaurs threatening your life. You tend to not shove things in your mouth.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so
where are we at?
Okay, where?
So CIA and NSA had kept their discoveries secret. Maybe they didn't want to let people know how smart they are and how brilliant they are at decrypting, or it could actually be that, and it does seem to be documented. They actually, in 2014, the NSA did declassify some documents because apparently their employees, there were 3 of them, wrote up reports on how they did the whole thing, and but they were classified up until 2014, and but now they're available online, so you can read it. So apparently it is documented that their employees did indeed break those first 3 ciphers in 1995.
But why were they classified?
Yeah, why did they keep it quiet?
Because they work for a certain organization where almost everything is classified.
There is a tendency to overclassify things, and it might have been just sheer sportsmanship. They might have just felt like, hey, we're going to rain on a lot of people's parades if we say, hey, we cracked it, here it is,
Yeah, that hasn't stopped them before.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Especially as weird as this one is.
Yeah.
There's more cracking to be done.
It is a weird one. I mean, you'd think they could have said something like, hey, we cracked it, but we're still not going to tell you what it is. You're going to have to figure that out yourselves, bitches. But... all right, so we're going to talk about our first little mystery here, but first, let's take a break.
Because I think I see a man in dark sunglasses and a suit at the door.
Uh-oh. The town of Beaumont had a problem. The city council had barred dancing and rock and roll. You couldn't do it. It just wasn't allowed. Supposedly, the rules put in place after the Reverend's son died in a car accident on the way home from a dance. But that wasn't the real reason. The real reason was that the Reverend was wearing conventional socks that didn't fit right and gave him blisters, and dancing only made it worse, and he didn't want to be the only one not dancing. Being the pillar of the community, he decided that it had to be that way for everyone, so the ban was put in place. Luckily, a spirited teenager named Ren McCormick came to town and showed everyone the error of their ways. Socks, a vital article of clothing that often gets overlooked. Thankfully, 4 years ago, 2 guys set out to rethink it. Neither of them was Ren. And after spending 2 years fixing all the things they didn't like about conventional socks, Bombas was born. Bombas offers premium socks equipped with 7 substantial improvements to the ordinary sock, which you can find online. In fact, Bombas socks are such game changers that customers overwhelmingly claim that they are the most comfortable socks they have ever worn. But best of all, every pair of socks Bombas sells, they donate a pair to those in need. They've already donated over 2 million pairs so far. Go to bombas.com/sideways to get 20% off your first order. You'll love Bombas socks or your money back, guaranteed. That's bombas.com/sideways. Now that I think about it, maybe Randy Goldberg and David Heath are like Ren McCormick. They did buck the sock system.
And we're back.
Turns out that guy was just selling books.
Yeah.
Door to door.
My neighbor wanted
That's
to
what he
buy a
said.
screwdriver. Yeah, that's dangerous. I got a good serial killer story for you guys about that one. But
For another time, maybe.
another time, yeah.
So mystery number 1.
Yeah, let's talk about our first mystery, what is exactly the true purpose of Kryptos? Was it just art, or was it something else?
Do.
I sort of wondered if maybe it's not kind of a recruiting device to try to, find some really talented cryptographers to hire.
Yes. Yes. No, I mean, I don't, there's not a question in my mind that this is similar to, the idea behind Cicada 3301, where it's like, obviously, a lot of these puzzles get put out there simply because they're recruiting tools, and and
Bletchley
obviously
Park did it back in the 40s or late 30s.
Yeah.
I mean, Google does the same thing. They hire people who hack into their system. They say, if you can get into our system, we will hire you.
I know. When I heard about that, I got in my car and drove through the front wall. And they said, no, that doesn't count.
No, that's not the same.
Yeah,
You were like, well, it's all right. I had an accident in this car already, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Fine.
But I mean, for me, there's no question. But I know I'm more prone to believe stuff like that than you guys are. So.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is, it's actually kind of a nice-looking piece of sculpture too. So it could be a dual-purpose kind of thing.
Yeah.
It
I mean, for sure.
Purposes pretty nicely.
I mean, not that any old schmo can just wander up to it, but
well, that is the thing. Yeah, it is on CIA grounds, so it's not everybody gets to go look at it. But there's lots of pictures and information about it. There's just tons of information out there, and we'll have some good links for you all, by the way. There's one person, Ilanka Dunnan, who's considered one of the foremost experts on the whole thing, and she has a page which we'll give you a link to that has in itself, I don't know what, 100, 200 links itself.
Oh my God, I
to
don't
articles
know.
and all kinds of stuff. And so pretty much almost everything you need to know about cryptos you'll find on her page. Well, anyway, let's go back to our story for just a little bit. As you know, nobody has yet deciphered K4. So the last time it was deciphered was 1999, and what is 2017? That's almost 20 years.
Yeah.
And people are still hammering their brains out over that one. Yeah, and as I said earlier, because it's so short, that's one of the things that's made it kind of tough to break. Although it turns out, K1 was actually kind of short too, and people managed to break that. And it turns out that it's actually shorter than 97 letters, because in 2013, Jim Sandwood revealed that actually that last 97 characters is 2 messages, not just one. And they're encrypted with different systems. So.
Making it even harder.
Yeah, he does make it harder. And he also said that you need to solve K4 in order to solve K5. So, and in 2010, again, it had been 11 years since the last time there had been any progress in this, so he decided it was time to drop a hint.
Officially, sorry.
Yeah, officially, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's a good point. So he said that 6 characters in K4 translate to the word Berlin, as in the city in Germany. The characters are the 64th through 69th. The letters are NYPVTT. Write that down. Yeah. And again, now remember, of course, at this time in 2010, nobody but Sandborn knew that there was actually 2 messages in there. So my question, of course, when I first heard that is, well, is Berlin in K4 or is Berlin in K5?
I guess there is. I just have a hard time. I'm so green with ciphers. I don't understand ciphers at all. So for me, it's so hard to imagine a cipher where Berlin would translate to something that has 2 T's at the end of it. Mm-hmm.
I paused at
That's
the same
really hard
thing.
for me. But also, knowing that there's this other kind of cipher where actually all of the letters are correct. It's
not a one-to-one
it's crazy,
relationship.
But
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's not a substitution cipher.
No.
Right. Yeah. It's not a substitution cipher. Can't be.
Right. Obviously, it can't be.
Obviously, it can't be simple. It can't be a Caesar shift.
Yeah.
Obviously, the columnar transposition technique is not being used here because all 6 letters are side by side. They're not scattered all throughout the text.
Right.
So it could be that we're back to the old Vigenère cipher. Maybe. I don't know. But presumably, a lot of people have already tried to decrypt it using the Vigenère cipher.
Yeah,
so
if you know that it's used once, you might as well give it a shot and see if it was used more than once.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, but if they've gone back to the Vigenère cipher, it appears that they probably took out the keyword cryptos. They're probably using a different. There's probably 2 different keys this time.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It was So, and that's about all we know about it so far. There were only 23 characters after
the word Berlin.
Yeah, after the word Berlin. Well, and that's not actually true. There's 28. But in 2014, Jim Sandward said that because still nobody had broken the cipher, he said, okay, the word after Berlin is clock. So Berlin clock, and that word would be spelled MZFPK.
That's how I spell clock.
Exactly. So after clock, there are only 23 characters after that. I'm assuming that Berlin clock is in K4 and not K5.
That would make sense if you have to have K4 to fix
if
or
he's
to
trying
solve it.
Yeah, otherwise Sanborn is a real jerk.
Yeah,
right?
he's jerking
he's a
you
total
around.
jerk. Yeah. So,
I guess I just keep thinking, 97 characters, that's a small enough set that you could have, if you have two different encryption, and you're really smart about it, right? It could literally be the same letters with two different encryption codes with two separate messages that are all 97 letters. I think that's possible.
So you're saying
That's not easy, but
it's not easy. It would be really tricky, but I'm saying that it could just be two different cipher sets, right? And that would also, for me, I'm sorry, this may be like jumping ahead a little bit, but for me, when I look at all of the errors that are included in all of the other ones, that's kind of what it looks like to me, is that the shift would be different. And so a different message in like K1, for instance, right? That like if there were a separate message included in there, those X's would go away and suddenly they become A's, and it's a totally different set of, whatever. And so I guess for me, I don't think it's likely that is the case, but it's a possibility that I keep coming back to.
That would be genius level encryption to me.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're saying essentially that...
but there are a lot of errors in this, so he could have done it wrong. He could have thought he did it perfectly great.
True.
Yeah, but
and it turned out no.
But
and they're both decipherable now.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, but I saw if when I'm reading it correctly, you're saying essentially the same piece, the same message can mean two entirely different things.
I'm saying that the same set of letters given two different encryption codes could be two separate messages.
Could be two different things, yeah. And that's entirely, and that would explain a lot of things, like you say, the stray weird characters and the spellings and stuff, where they had to sort of shoehorn these things together.
Right.
And so that's entirely possible. A lot of people have pondered that exact question.
Well,
but that's just a little too fiendish, on the other hand.
I'll stay at that for now.
Yeah. Okay, so
we've got Berlin clock.
Oh yeah, we're at Berlin clock. Okay, and again, we got two messages. Presumably, there's at least 23 characters in K5. And by the way, Berlin clock, do Google on that. And if you haven't heard of it, it's a famous clock. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's one of those clocks that you have to sit down and figure out how to use it and how to tell time by it. And then you never use it again because it's a pain in the butt. You got to kind of do some math in order to tell what the time is.
Right, because it uses.
Can you give me like a high level
colored shapes? So I think there's a red circle. Then there's a bar below that is divided into three pieces, and each piece lights up in yellow. It's basically this weird semi-binary clock.
Yeah.
You would have to be really, really versed in that kind of stuff and use it all the time in order to understand the combination of lights. This means 6:30, but this means 6:42.
Yeah.
It
is. So it's like I think there's like three red ones up near the top, three red rectangles, and those denote 15 minutes each. Yeah, and then so if like three of them are lit up, let's say.
It's four, right? It's at
the four at the top, and so those are four increments of like 15 minutes each. And so if those little guys, three of them are lit up, then it's okay, 45 minutes after the hour, and then you go down further to find out what the hour is and stuff. And you got to do it.
It's super complex.
Yeah, it's a little it's not conceptually difficult, but it's kind of a nuisance if you just want to know what the time is real fast.
But people dig that stuff. You see watches like that all the time. There's, the binary watches. I've already said binary, but there's a couple of different ones. I don't know if you never saw this, Devin, but Joe, I don't know. You remember that watch that I had that had the hollow center and the light? That thing was cool, but a giant pain in the butt to use. Again, it's just kind of a cool factor kind of thing.
Absolutely. Okay, I want to invent a timepiece that just whenever you want to know the time, you press a button and it just drops out gold bars and a certain number of gold bars for the hour. And then wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. I think you're gonna have to go into alchemy for that.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, no. So one gold bar for each hour, and then a bunch of Krugerrands for the minutes. Does that work? Okay,
that works.
I like that. Yeah. So the big question is will K4 and K5 be decoded? Well, probably sooner or later they will. But does it solve everything? And not quite, because Sanborn said this in 1991, and I'm quoting him here. Once the plate is deciphered, I'm not convinced the true meaning will be clear even then. There's another deeper mystery. Yeah, what a jerk.
Yeah. Really.
Okay, so let's stop here, because I know we're about to go into mystery number 2. So my concern with this whole thing is we talked about it before, the mistakes and him saying they were intentional.
Mm-hmm.
I work in an area where you take artistic license to things, and I work with some people who will seriously manipulate things to make them look right. And the problem is that then very dramatically changes them and changes their meaning, whether it be in text or imagery or illustrations or whatever, or in this case, a series of letters.
Well, that's
that's why I really worry that this thing is completely screwed up, because he's quote unquote massaged the letters around and blown the whole thing apart.
Honestly, I feel like that quote from him of like, once it's deciphered, I'm not sure, is totally him just covering his butt, because he like realized 10 years later, he was like, oh crap, I totally messed that up.
And
it's not going to mean anything. On the other hand, maybe not.
I tend to think he probably did some proofreading before he put the whole thing up.
But he didn't, because it was 10 years later that he was rereading the plain text.
And he found that one error.
What was the one error?
That dramatically changed it.
Well, it didn't dramatically change it. It changed 2 words at the end.
Are we going to talk about that?
Yeah.
Okay,
originally, at the end of the second message, it looked like it said by the code and everything. It decided, and this is just entirely coincidental, serendipitous, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It decrypted to the last three words: ID by Rose. Yeah. So ID by Rose. But it turns out that what he had intended to do is he had intended to put another X in there as a delimiter to the previous sentence, and then had the 2 words layer 2 appear after that. And so when he left that out,
he removed the X to make it look proportionate.
Yeah, exactly. So when he left that out, and it went from saying layer 2 to just saying ID by Rose, and that's just a pure coincidence that it actually translated to something coherent.
See,
it's
that's
just as likely that it could have translated to something just gibberish.
That's why have such
you're
questions
wondering if
about
maybe
this.
the same message with 2 different keys could translate to 2 different
because
things.
It totally could.
And that would totally explain.
There's
some
no
of the
spaces.
Things.
There's no nothing, right? So
that would explain some of the things like the X's and the misspellings.
Yeah.
I know.
Exactly.
Or
and
also, imagine this. Imagine that you're reading left to right, line after line. What if it's you're reading columns?
Well, or I mean, the
that.
other thing even is like maybe you're reading right to left, because you can go all the way around these things, right? I mean, they are intentionally punched all the way through.
Yeah, you could step around to the other side of it and
then it's a totally different message.
You could read it backwards. Yeah, I know.
You read left to right from the other side, and suddenly it's a totally different, so I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff here that...
Yeah, well, one of the reasons I have wondered about the top to bottom thing, the columnar thing, is that some of the words and the misspellings and stuff, like the last word in the first message was illusion. But it's spelled with a Q instead of an L, so it's IQLU, so occlusion. And I seriously wondered, because he said he's left letters out too, deliberately, and I wondered if actually the word he's actually misspelled wasn't illusion after all.
Inclusion?
Occlusion.
Occlusion
is the word I'm thinking, occlusion, because it makes sense. I mean, he's talking about shadow and darkness and all that stuff. So he says, between subtle shading and the absence of light lies the nuance of illusion. But occlusion fits that a lot better when you think about it. Because
kind of.
Occlusion is like the absence of light. Essentially, when you occlude something, you block the light and you shade it and stuff.
Or
and so to me,
blood vessels, or
yeah, or that kind of thing too. But occlusion. So I wondered if occlusion. So in other words, he put a Q in there because he needed to. Otherwise, he would have had to put 2 C's in there, an O and a C and a C, and so he needed to toss out one of those C's, and so he put the Q in there instead to do the same job. So IQ instead of OCC, which would explain, and again, this is all tendentious. It's like I am not actually going to spend a huge amount of time trying to crack this one because I've just got too much to do. I don't have 400
There's a lot of people
hours.
with bigger brains who have not managed to do it. Then probably it's not worth the time for you or I to do.
It's one of those dealios where I just thought, okay, I'll give it like half an hour, just because it'd be so cool if all these people had been beating their brains out over it, and if I was able to sit down and just crack it,
I just entered it into text editor and figured it out.
Yeah. You know, has anybody ever thought to put this into Microsoft Word and then switch over to Wingdings?
I mean, really though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to try that. Actually, I'm not going to try that.
Or just do detect language on like Google Translate.
Yeah.
You know?
Try that too. Yeah, that's
try to
let
it, see if there's another language in there. Because Google's pretty good at like trying to decipher. Google's like your sober friend. Like you can type some like really messed up words in there, and it's like, oh, did you mean this? Because it understands somehow.
I get a feeling if you type this, Google probably knows this very well, and probably if you type it in there, Google's going to say like, "Nice try, dude."
Yeah.
Yeah.
We solved this 20 years ago.
Nice try, dude. Back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but back to our thing. So there apparently, according to him, there are riddles to be solved, and that will lead you, as I said, he made reference to something being hidden somewhere, probably in the grounds of the CIA in Langley.
On level 2.
He actually gave on level 2, whatever that means, layer 2. Actually, he said layer 2.
Mm-hmm. That's another one, right? Where it's like, he's obviously telling us like, there's another layer to this code.
Yeah,
and maybe it is. And maybe he's just playing this mind game, right? Where every time somebody says, hey, is it this? He's like, no. Like ID by Rose.
ID by Rose.
Like that could be, I'm sure that people have experienced this or explored this already, right? But ID by Rose could be another part of the cipher that exposes the second layer.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be, right?
Yeah.
Rose could be the other part.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And by the way, there is a discussion forum for these cryptos nerds out there. If you really want to get intensely involved in this, I'll definitely put the link out there too. You have to, I think, send them an email and ask for membership. You have to be admitted to the group. And
you have to prove that you're not like a spy,
a bot, or a Russian. Actually, you probably get extra points for being a Russian, but. So they've been discussing it. They still are, as far as I know.
So is that mystery one? Okay.
Yeah, and then of course there's other elements to the sculpture also. There's some pieces of marble that are sort of set around it, and you don't know if those have significance or they're flat places for people to sit down and eat their lunch. You don't really know.
Did I read somewhere somebody thought that maybe they were Braille or something? Does this sound familiar?
There's a Morse code.
That's okay.
There's some actually in the whole thing. There's not just a sculpture, but there's other various rocks and things around, and there's this message in Morse code.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm thinking.
Conceivably be Braille, maybe.
It was the Morse code, not Braille.
Yeah.
I'm totally wrong.
Yeah, but it's more. Well, if it's Morse code though, it doesn't really translate that well because there's a lot of dots in there, which translates to just E's. So maybe it's something else. I don't know.
No,
what.
The message is wee.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
But where did that come from? Was that part of the same?
It's part of the same sculpture. Yeah.
Jeez.
But it does make you wonder if maybe people are too fixed, and that's why he keeps saying, "Look at the other stuff."
Oh yeah, there's aerial images available out there, and people have tried to make any sense out of it from there. And of course, somebody has actually marked the spot that's marked by those coordinates that are in K2. So you can find an aerial where that's marked.
And is it on Langley property? Or
it is. It's actually quite close.
It's on CIE
to
property.
Yeah, they have a Berlin Wall memorial there where they actually brought over several chunks of the Berlin Wall after it got torn down, and they created a monument to that, and it's right about very close to that.
Well, maybe there's some significance with Berlin.
Berlin clock and all that stuff. And of course, when this was commissioned and he was doing his work, it was commissioned, I think, before the fall of the wall. But then I believe it was completed after the fall of the wall. So I could totally picture him going back with this momentous thing happening and inserting some reference to, obviously the Berlin clock, but maybe something about the wall, and, the fall of communism and the Soviet Union and all that stuff. I mean, maybe. But we don't know.
Yeah.
And so there's riddles. He said he's hinted that the solutions to the riddles lead you essentially to another riddle, and that's the riddle. Apparently, to solve these last riddles, you have to actually have access to the CIA. You actually have to solve them on the ground in the CIA. So good luck with that. Yeah. And so there's where it's at. And so any of our listeners out there, if if you go out there and you solve this, then just tell them we sent you. we'd appreciate that, and I'll owe you a Coke.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's get into our mysteries here. These are more mysteries than theories. Which
Well,
is,
yeah, we've been on Mystery 1 for a good little bit here.
Yeah. Mystery 2. Are the CIA and the NSA telling the truth? Which is to say, they say they haven't cracked K4 and K5 yet.
That seems suspicious.
It kind of does. These guys are, actually it kind of makes me mad because we're paying them a lot of money to be able to do this kind of crap. And
Yeah.
They can't, and I kind of...
Well, also
maybe
they literally do have the I mean, I don't know.
They may have other things that they consider higher priority than solving the art installation.
That sounds wrong.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it really could be. But I don't know. You would think that with all those supercomputers and everything, and I know they've said, at least for public consumption, they have said that they're not devoting any public resource to this at all.
Yeah, people would freak out if they heard that.
Yeah.
I would.
Well, I would. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think if NSA employees have a spare minute or two between decrypting ISIS communications and everything, if they've got a few minutes of downtime and they want to play with this on their supercomputers, I wouldn't.
Yeah, fine.
I don't see a problem. I don't have a problem with that, really. I mean, whatever. It's like it actually. For them, it would be kind of cool to have a nice little break from your day-to-day routine to be able to do something a little different, keep the mind sharp. But yeah, I think they're probably lying. I kind of think that probably at least NSA has broken it.
Well, they're supposed to. I mean, the answer was given to the CIA.
Yeah.
So you imagine that what's the head guy, William
Webster.
Webster,
Yeah.
thank you. He probably put it in the safe, and it is probably something that is transferred from director to director, so they know the friggin' answer.
Yeah.
They have to have the answer, so it's not as if they...
Well, somebody, yeah, I mean, somebody at the CIA, I mean, maybe those guys are such honorable fellows that they've actually left it sealed in the envelope in the safe for all these years, and they haven't actually pulled it out and looked at it, but
if
I've
I've watched X-Files enough, the answer to that is no.
It would be kind of tough to not pull that envelope out and have a look at it.
It'd be almost impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, at least.
It
Yeah.
really kind of would be, yeah.
So how many more mysteries do we have here?
We got a few more. Mystery number 3, what are the encryption algorithms for K4, K5? And we've already kind of talked about that, so I don't, again, I could very well
Alphabet
be.
soup.
Yeah, it's alphabet soup. But I've already told you what it can't be. It's not rearrangement. It's not just a simple substitution cipher or Caesar shift or anything like that. But there's a lot of other ciphers out there. So anyway,
why does it on here say Pig Latin?
Oh yeah, I tried Pig Latin. That doesn't work.
Okay.
Yeah. So no Pig Latin. Our next message is, well, what do the messages say? Well, hell if I know. I mean, I've seen the stuff that's been decrypted, and I don't even know what that means.
Still don't totally understand that. Yeah.
Not really. No, I don't get it at all. But again, this is going to be kind of one of those Da Vinci Code kind of things, where to the ordinary person, it's gibberish. But then, Tom Hanks comes along and says, well, you see,
why have we not sent Tom Hanks to Langley?
Oh yeah.
He would figure this out in like 2 days.
Oh no, you figure it out in like 30 seconds.
He'd just glance at it and be like, "Oh, I know."
But I always loved that in the Da Vinci Code. That's the only one of the series that I've read, and I haven't seen the movie, but I just love it. He goes into the Louvre, and there's a dead body, but before he died, he arranged himself so he's pointing towards this painting, but his left leg is pointing towards that painting. So obviously, Tom Hanks is the guy to figure this one out.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and Ellen, by the way, Dan Brown is apparently a fan of cryptos.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Yeah, he is, and he actually mentions it apparently in the Da Vinci Code, and he wrote some other book that also mentions it quite heavily too. So
Angels and Demons, probably.
No, it wasn't that one. I can't remember the name of it, but just go out to danbrown.com or something like that, or I don't know.
Google it.
Yeah, you'll find something about that. So our next, and here's the thing. I mean, obviously, there's something hidden.
Theoretically.
I don't know if they're okay.
Yeah, so if there is something hidden, well, what is it? And I can see some different possibilities. One of which is treasure.
Nah.
I don't think so.
A little reward, or something kind of humorous, like maybe a secret decoder ring. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it?
It would.
Hitler's body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another encrypted message. It's like, so you get all the way down there, and there's yet another message that you got to figure out. I mean, it could be. I mean, why not?
There is talk about because of the coordinates and the memorial for the Berlin Wall, or the monument, there is talk that initially it was supposed to go in a place that lined up with those coordinates. This is supposition, of course, but that after he made Kryptos, they changed their mind and moved it to a different location and screwed the whole thing up.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
You know, some peon said, "Oh no, it's got to go over here because the contractor will charge us more over there." I don't know why they didn't put it there,
but I don't know why you would have a cipher that directed you to the exact coordinates that you were already standing at.
No, it's according to what I read, the coordinates were not exactly where Kryptos was, but it's near it, and at that near location, that's where the Berlin Wall remnants were supposed to be put, because then that would give you the idea of, oh wait, the word Berlin Wall. Oh look, I found the word Berlin in the text. That must mean something. Like, I don't know if that's real or not, but I've seen that out there.
Yeah, no, there's other suppositions or theories or that he actually screwed up and he actually was using the wrong map and was off by a little bit, you know, in his coordinates. So there's always that possibility.
Could have been.
I would say though, if the coordinates are the Berlin Wall monument, what I would be doing is I'd be looking for a little piece of faux wall. In other words, go out there to the Berlin Monument and it's like, you know, find the one piece of it that looks a little newer and maybe the graffiti's in English. You know, instead of German, and say, okay, that's what it is. Pull it out of there, take a sledge to it, see what's inside there.
Yeah,
but
they will so let you do that.
Oh yeah, I know.
Well, also, you know, the other thing is that like maybe the treasure is employment at the CIA.
It could be. It could be. It's an employment application. Yeah, that would be funny.
And it really could be. You know, to me that you know, K4 and 5 have been solved, and it literally just says like, hey, contact this person if you can read this.
And the code is Berlin clock.
Yeah, and that could be it. You know? Yeah, and they get a job, you know, and they're sworn to secrecy.
Right.
And maybe that's what it is. That's a good one. I like that one. My favorite, this is my personal favorite, is that it's a tampon. They've got a box with a tampon in it, and that's just my sense of humor. But
I doubt it.
I don't think so. Yeah,
I would just love that. There's a big ceremony. They've unearthed a hermetically sealed box, and the TV news crews are there. And they open it up.
A single tampon. Yeah. Why not?
In a velvet-lined box.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: is that it actually kind of makes sense. I mean, from in a metaphorical kind of way, because cryptography is about keeping meaning hidden. And if you look at tampons, when you buy a tampon in the store, it's hidden. It's in the box. And when you take it out of the box, well, it's hidden somewhere else. And so
you have done a lot of philosophizing in this episode today.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Oh no, just my usual. I'm the philosopher king. But anyway, that's why I kind of like the tampon idea. But we'll see.
So aside from the philosopher's stone,
or it could just be an uplifting message, like peace on earth or something like that. I hope it's not, but. You know, it's always possible that there's something like that.
Yeah, it would be pretty anticlimactic, though.
Yeah, it really would be. That'd be kind of a jerk thing to do. So I'm kind of thinking not. But yeah, I like your theory, Devin, about an employment application. I think that's a good one.
I agree.
Yeah. Contact us.
We have one more mystery.
Well, yeah, mystery number 6. Well, is the mysterious hidden object even still there? Because we've talked about like the Berlin Wall monument and everything being moved to a different place. And what if they did a little re-landscaping? They accidentally dug up the box that's got the tampon in it or whatever it's got.
Or mowed over the peace lilies.
Yeah.
Oops, nobody will notice. I'll just throw some grass seed on top of it.
I mean, really, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or they're putting in a new sprinkler system, you know. I mean, obviously this is classified where this thing is hidden. So if the guy out there just doing the work doesn't know about it.
Clink, clink.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Quick, bury it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. There's always a possibility too that it's actually not even buried. I mean, it might actually be one of those hidden in plain sight kind of things. So you know, maybe some CIA employee stole it, you know, and has it for a souvenir. Maybe Aldrich Ames actually, because he was still working there when Kryptos went up. Remember Aldrich Ames, the famous mole. Maybe he stole it and gave it to the Russians, whatever it was.
And currently it's in Putin's office.
Yeah, or maybe
on his desk.
Yeah, and or maybe maybe the cleaning staff just accidentally threw it out. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Yeah,
it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's something kind of secure, so that can't happen. You would hope so, anyway.
You would hope so.
Makes me think of who was it? Was it Einstein that stayed up for a day and a night and had everything on the chalkboard and passed out from exhaustion? And the cleaning lady cleaned the chalkboard for him and took it all away. That may not be a real story, but it may not have been Einstein, but I swear I've heard that before.
I can imagine that. That's why they put "please don't erase" or on those things. But yeah, I could. You would think that somebody would ask before they would erase all those equations. You would think.
You would think, but
yeah. So it appears our mystery is at an end.
It does.
So I lied at the beginning. I said we were going to solve it. No, I totally lied.
Oh no!
Always lying.
Yeah.
No, I can tell you what the answer is.
What's that? Exactly. It's a bunch of gobbledygook.
There it is.
When you read it, that's what it says. If you don't unscramble it.
Yeah.
Try and make that perfect.
Yeah. And hopefully by the time this goes to press, somebody won't have solved it. If they did, well, damn it. But if you have any thoughts on this, you can contact us, as always, via email. We are at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Of course, we like to get email, fan mail especially, because, we have so many fans out there. We also have a website, believe it or not, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can find our episodes. We've got an episode list out there, so you can see the entire list.
True.
Entire catalog, yep.
It's
in
all
one place.
Yeah, you can download and listen to our stuff. Or can you download from there, or just listen straight up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but also
the list takes you into the post, and in the post player, you can do the downloading if you want to do it directly from the website.
Yeah, and of course we have merch there also, so you can order cool things like mugs and T-shirts and all kinds of nifty stuff. Daggers. Do we have any daggers yet?
No.
One of these days.
No.
Other places you can find us: iTunes, where you can subscribe. You can give us a rating and a review, preferably a 5-star rating and a really glowing review. We like those. And you can stream us from everywhere, including Stitcher, Google Play, and a lot of other places.
Mm-hmm. All the places you can stream, we are there.
Pretty much, yeah. We're on social media. So there's the Facebook, where we have a group and a page. So you like the page, join the group. Be sure to like the page and join the group. Lots of fun stuff happening in our group, actually.
Yeah.
Good bunch of people out there. We're also on Twitter, where we are Thinking Sideways without the G, and we have a subreddit, Thinking Sideways. We have any action on that lately, Devin?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, okay. And that's about it. Until next week, goodbye, gay. He said in code.
He said in Pig Latin. I know that code.
Wow. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by the jealous rival of steel wool, which is the lesser appreciated dish scrubbing tool, sheep's wool. Instead, it's supported by the generous contributions of people like you, our listeners, on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/Thinking Sideways to learn more.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways.
The podcast.
The podcast. I am Steve, as always, joined by...
Devin.
Joe.
You didn't sing that, Joe.
I thought we were
supposed to
singing
sing it?
today.
Okay.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong episode.
Oh, crap. You're right. Next time.
Hand me my guitar.
No. So today's story, actually, before we get into today's story, today's episode is part of our summer series where we're taking some of the smaller mysteries and going over those. So that gives us some time off during the summer, and it allows us some time to research the bigger mysteries.
Yeah.
Yeah, like D.B. Cooper.
And stuff.
Dan Cooper.
And things.
Just Dan Cooper.
Okay.
Just the entire summer full of Dan Cooper.
Yeah.
The summer of Dan.
That's right.
500 Dans of summer.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry.
You are so proud of yourself.
I'm really proud of myself. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning. I've been awake for a very long time.
Okay.
I'm
That's
sorry.
a long time.
Okay, let's talk about these man-eaters. Sorry.
Okay. Today's story is the Tsavo man-eaters. And this is a listener suggestion. This was suggested by David.
Hey, thanks, David.
Yeah. No, this is a fun one. I had forgotten about this until I came across it on the
Well,
list.
it's fun except for the people that got eaten. But
Shush.
yeah.
Jeez,
Spoilers.
spoilers.
Yeah.
We got to stop doing
We
this
really
show.
do.
Yeah.
So, The Tsavo man-eaters are two African lions who, in 1898, who were named locally the Ghost and the Darkness, killed workers on the East Africa Railroad at the Tsavo River, which is today modern-day Tsavo National Park in Kenya.
Oh, and if you go to do a Google on Tsavo, it's spelled Tsavo.
Yes, it is. Now, those lions, because of what they were doing to the people who were there, they actually stopped the railroad project that was going on. And it wasn't until they were eventually killed by British Army Colonel John Patterson that the project could move forward and complete, at least the part that he was responsible for. But our mystery here, we're going to have to tell the story, but our mystery here is, why did they do it?
Why did the lions kill the humans?
Yes, not why did the British build a railroad?
I think it's because they were hungry.
Well, what motivated them, since lions aren't typically known to hunt humans. And they were taking out, according to the story, great swaths of people.
Well, they are cats, and cats are jerks. So maybe that.
You just alienated all of our feline listeners.
Sorry, kitties.
Since Devin doesn't have a comeback for that, we'll go ahead and just start the story. In 1896, the British had decided to build a railroad in their East African colony, and that was going to run from the port city of Mombasa, which is in modern-day Kenya. And then that rail line was going to run all the way to Lake Victoria and then go on to Uganda. And officially it was named the Uganda Railroad, but unofficially it was called the Lunatic Line, and that's because there was a lot of people in Parliament who didn't think that it was worth it and they shouldn't be doing it. They described it as the railroad that ran from nowhere to nowhere.
It's kind of like that high-speed rail project in California.
Yeah.
Something like that. Officially, what the British were hoping was that it would encourage people to move into the interior of Africa and provide a method for transporting trade products between Africa and Europe. And by people, I mean British citizens, because it was a colony, and they wanted to get citizens in there, because that's how they were going to tame the, what did they call it? It was the Darkest Africa.
Oh, Darkest Africa?
Yeah, I think that was what they called it. They considered it a land of savages at the time, is the way that you see it described.
It was, again, it was like the late 1800s.
Yes, yeah. So this is based on writings at that time.
Before the turn of the century.
That was their description of it.
Yeah, I don't know that the term was actually based on the complexions of the people who lived there. I think it was more like sort of the, kind of heart of darkness kind of thing.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah.
It was a hard place to get to. Unofficially, this railroad was also intended to provide an alternative method to what the standard method of getting things from the interior of Africa to the coast was, which was on foot, which is a long, long walk. It's a long hike.
And you got to have a lot of people to carry all that stuff.
You do, and porters aren't cheap. And because cheap labor is kind of important when you're trading, there was a blossoming slave trade.
Of course.
So there was tons of slaves that were being picked up in that entire region, and then they would be walking in and out until eventually they die.
Oh, so we're talking cheap as free, not like underpaid.
Well, not quite free.
Well, you got to buy the slave. So it's not technically free.
You're not paying wages.
Correct.
No.
So therefore, you're not gonna spend a bunch of money on people. You just get your product, you hoof it into town. If somebody dies on the way, whoops, you're out. Whatever you paid for them, then is on back down the road. Now,
I wonder how many slaves it took to carry a car.
That's the weirdest question you've asked me in a while. Now, it did eventually help bring the slave trade down. It wasn't the reason that the slave trade would eventually collapse.
The train line helps the train
line. Yeah. Because if you can throw things on a train, it's
cheaper.
It's
easier.
way cheaper and easier.
And less morally wrong.
Oh, there's that too.
Yeah, for the people who cared. I mean, people who were buying and selling slaves typically probably don't have a compunction to worry about that.
Yeah, a lot of people still, back in those days, thought it was okay.
Yeah, it was standard fare.
Yeah.
So they're going to build this railroad, and thousands of laborers are brought in, and they are Indian and Chinese. So
Chinese?
yeah, it was Indians and there was Chinese brought in. They were all as a group. The British referred to them as coolies. They were their laborers.
Did the Lions have a preference for one group or the other?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
So the railroad itself was going to be a total of 580 miles long, and when it was done, it crossed valleys and rivers. Crazy though, it took 30 years to complete. It started in 1896. It reached Nairobi in 1899, Lake Victoria in 1901, and then it took almost 27 more years for it to eventually get to Kampala, Uganda.
That's a long time.
I think that there was some political tensions going on. I think that mostly it was, and I don't mean political tensions in the area. I mean political tensions in Britain, in the Parliament, of why are we dumping more money into this? So that's why it didn't get very well funded at that point.
Okay.
So we're going to go to 1898. This is 2 years after the construction has begun.
Okay.
The rail line has reached the Savo River in Kenya, which is about 130 miles away from Mombasa.
That's actually pretty good progress.
It actually is pretty good progress for a rail line that's being built by hand. And what they have to do is they have to cross a river, so they build a temporary bridge so that they can keep working on the rail line. And then in place of that temporary bridge, they pull it down and they're going to start putting in the actual bridge.
Like they did with the Selwood Bridge.
Right. So, because why do you want to wait all this time for the bridge to be done when you can keep making forward progress? Makes total sense. So what they do is in March of that year, they bring in British Army Colonel John Patterson, and he's brought in from India because he was great with bridges, and that was his thing.
Nerd alert.
Yeah.
During the construction of the bridge, like I said, they're going to be building the bridge, and the rail line itself is going to keep moving forward, the leading edge of the line as they're constructing it. And what'll happen is that the camps, because the men who are working on the line have to sleep at night, so they set up temporary camps, and their camps from the bridge forward over time start to spread out about over a 20-mile area.
Okay.
So it's a pretty big swath of area.
Yeah.
Well, it's not, but I think it's within a couple of days to a week of Patterson arriving that men start disappearing.
Meaning he's a serial killer?
I was going to say, no one immediately was like, oh, crap.
No, because all of the workers come to him and say they're being dragged out of their tents at night by a lion. And he's like, no, that's not really happening. And eventually he does go with them. They find a body, and I've read the accounting of it. And from the description of it, it was pretty obvious that it was a big cat that must have been doing it. So at that point, he's on board, and eventually the workers would figure out that there wasn't just one, but there was actually two lions.
Not to be racist, but how could they tell it was two different lions?
Oh, wait, okay, so you made a joke, but you actually have a real
phrased
question.
it like a joke, but it's an actual question.
When you see two lions at the same time, there's more than one.
Okay, I mean, I guess. I just thought that male lions hunted alone.
Apparently, these two sort of had an alliance.
They were brothers?
It was later determined that they were brothers. But the thing is, and we're going to talk a little bit more about these kind of lions in just a moment, but males will be with a pride of females, and if a male doesn't have a pride, then he's just going to rove. Sometimes males will work together to hunt because it's mutually beneficial, at least for a certain amount of time. So it's not completely unheard of to have a couple of males just kicking around at the same time together.
Okay.
So actually, it'd be really handy for hunting because, I mean, you just, like go spook some gazelles and drive them towards your bro,
Well, I mean, that's why, wolves hunt in packs. And a lot of animals hunt in packs because it's
Big
easier.
cats do it all the time.
Yeah, except for usually not two males.
No, but and so let's go ahead and talk about this because the lions that are in question here are Savo lions, and they're different than the lions that I think most people think of or are familiar with, which is the lions of the Serengeti. So there's some physical differences and there's some behavioral differences.
They're a lot bigger for one thing.
They are much bigger, and they also don't have manes. So a normal, the Serengeti lion has that big giant mane that's so iconic, but these lions don't, and it's not 100% understood why. There's some ideas that maybe it's because of the fact that that region is hotter than the Serengeti.
Yeah, I think that probably is the reason.
Well, that's a good reason. Or there's also the idea that because the landscape in that area is very scrubby, it's scrub brush and it's very thorny scrub. So if an animal is squeezing through brush, either the mane is going to get caught or you're going to get all kinds of stuff caught in the mane.
They have a little bit of a mane.
So they do have scruff occasionally if they have a mane. I loved it. I was looking at a drawing and they show just in front of the ears. They literally call it the sideburn and the beard, because it's almost never fully encompassing or going all the way around the neck like you see traditionally.
Right. But I guess these two, I was just looking at pictures, they had a little tiny
very
little bit of mane.
Well, and that's the hard part, though, is that if you look at the pictures of these particular lions in the, I can't remember what museum they're in right now, that those are the skins of those lions after they were rugs for about 20 years.
Yeah.
So they weren't in great condition when they were brought in. If you look at the photos from after they were shot, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot there then.
No, it looks like
but
it's about
it's
the
also
same
not,
amount.
they're old images. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, but apparently they were skillfully restored, and now they're stuffed and look like the real thing.
They do, except they're smaller.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. It's a good.
They're
point.
much smaller than they would be normally because of the fact that they were skinned to make into rugs and not to make into replicas.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
And then-
mannequins
yeah.
or whatever you want to call it.
So
I can't think of the right word.
Yeah, they had trimmed away parts of the skins. But aren't they in Chicago?
The Field Museum in Chicago,
Oh,
okay.
Illinois.
Oh, thanks for looking that up.
I knew it was Field something. I can't remember what it was. Let's talk a little bit more about Tsavo lions, though. There's a couple of things more to talk about here. We talked about the fact that they're larger than the Serengeti lions, and it's believed that might be that they're actually a more primitive version of the lion, because if you look at the drawings from like the Egyptians, because there was lions running around 2,000 years ago in that region, they look the same. They don't have a mane and they're very large in the illustrations. So that's one of the reasons. The other thing is that these lions are, the males especially, are notably super aggressive because they have really high levels of testosterone. So they are prone to, their automatic reaction is to attack, just because they're always they're dudes. They're totally worked up all the time.
Okay.
That's all I got.
I know some dudes like that.
Yeah.
We all do.
So we'll go back to the story, though. As I said, the workers were spread over a large area, again, about 10, 20 miles. And the lions started to attack, and they were attack primarily at night. They didn't show up every night. So it wasn't as if it was every single night they were there.
A half a human is a lot of meal.
I would say a human would make a couple of days good eating.
The other thing, though, is that when they showed up, they were much more likely to attack the livestock as they were the people, because you got to remember it's a camp of workers who have to have work animals or draft animals, and they've also got to feed themselves. So there's tons of livestock around. So it's whatever seemed most convenient. So
whatever's easy pickings.
Whatever was easy pickings.
That
you
makes
got
sense.
Yes, I think if I was putting up my tent, if I was one of them workers, I would like stake goats and cows all around it.
it. So that they would get it and you wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that they did, everybody was trying to keep the lions out. So what the coolies would do is they would build fences. They were called boma fences, and they would use the local acacia, which is a super thorny tree and bush, and they'd build fences out of that. So it's a barbed wire fence of nature at this point. And they would also light big campfires and keep those fires going all night long in the hopes that the sound and the light would keep the lions from coming in. It didn't work so well because the lions kept getting through the fences and
they
kept
were pretty
causing
smart.
havoc. Yeah, they were.
They were damn smart.
There's a really interesting account where a lion actually got into a tent where a guy was sleeping, and in the scuffle and panic, ended up grabbing the mattress, the sleeping mattress the guy had, and running away with that. And so the guy got away, and the lion got a couple of yards, realized it didn't have its prey, and dropped it and continued on.
I feel like that might say something bad about the state of the workers, that they were easily mistaken for a mattress.
Well, I think it's in the dark, in a tent, in the scuffle with the smells are your primary. It's
true.
a sleeping pad that you sleep on, or a mattress thing.
It's true.
You're sweating on it all the time.
Well, maybe it is. I don't know.
It's gonna be
You're right. Okay, you're right. A mattress and a human are interchangeable.
They are.
Of course, yeah.
That's why I have one sitting in my cube right now at the office. Everybody thinks I'm working diligently.
Yep.
Wait till they realize it's Serta. All right. So April of that year, at this point, Patterson's been there for about a month or so, and now the rail line is extended 40 miles away from the Savo. And there's only a couple hundred workers left at the camp who are building the bridge. And because this is where, the bulk of the humans have moved on and the camp is around the bridge, that's where the lions start to focus their attacks.
That's where the goodies are.
Exactly. And so Patterson, he was brought in from India, where he had done a whole bunch of tiger hunting. And so he considered himself a hunter of big cats. What he would do is he would climb a tree at night, and he would sit in the tree all night long, hoping that he could spot and then shoot one of the lions. Obviously, he didn't have a whole lot of luck with it. He's in a tree one night, the lions show up, they get into the hospital tent, and they take somebody away. So he says, move the hospital tent. So they do. The lion goes to the new location of the hospital tent and takes somebody else away. I think it was the water boy, takes him away. So then they do it a third time. They move the tent a third time. And I'm like, why is he doing it? Does he not realize that lions can smell? Why are you moving it?
Yeah, they're not stupid.
They're not stupid. But
these ones particularly.
And what he did this time, when he moved the hospital tent the third time, is he put up this rail car contraption that he had designed, and it had cattle in it. And the idea, I think, was that to get the lion in, shut the door so the lion couldn't get out, and then you could, shooting fish in a barrel, lions in a car. Yeah. Kind of the same thing for him, except it didn't work out. The lion got the cow, got it out of the car, but then couldn't figure out how to get it through the fence, and eventually took off through the fence. So I guess what happened though is that Patterson and the camp doctor, because it was near where the hospital site was, were out there at night, and the lion at that point, instead of trying to continue to drag the cow out of the fence, turned around and started stalking these two guys.
Yeah, they might be more fittable under the fence, huh?
Yeah. So obviously it's very aggressive when, hey, I've just killed something, I can't get it. I'll go kill something else.
I'm still hungry.
I'm totally still hungry. So it did eventually attempt to attack them, and this is where Patterson shot at it, and he said he managed to wound it by shooting one of its teeth, and that scared it away enough. And the whole tooth thing is supported with the actual jaw of one of the lions. There is a broken tooth. Now, whether that tooth was shot by him or broken in some other manner,
there is some contention about that.
That's in dispute. But
it seems weird.
It seems like a hell of a lucky shot.
Well,
it seems like it would kill the lion. You shoot him in the head, basically.
Well, not if you shoot it from the side or from.
And it grazes it,
or or if it goes out. Think of if it went through the cheek.
Yeah.
I suppose it could have been deflected.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of ways that this could happen.
Yeah.
Either way, like I said, I think that mostly it was right there and he shot and it scared the holy crap out of him and it took off. But that's just my opinion. So, of course, okay, so we've got the whole, he shot it in the mouth. The lions then take off for a while and they leave the camp for several weeks. And I'm sure Patterson is just relieved and thinking, well, I got rid of them.
Scared him off. I did it.
Yeah, unbeknownst to...
That's what British accents sound like, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfectly,
yeah, absolutely. Unbeknownst to him, what the lions had been doing during that couple of weeks was actually stalking some of the other construction camps that were farther away. And they do eventually return to the bridge site. This is several weeks later. one of the cats enters and drags a worker away, and both of them show up to the body of this worker. And this is how brazen they get after a while. They only drag the body 30 yards away from the camp, and then begin to have their meal. So they're obviously not intimidated by people, which change.
Yeah, me too. I wouldn't be staying there.
No, not at all. And so this continues for months. These lions can keep coming back, and they keep making a kill and taking something, whether it be human or a four-legged critter, away as a meal. We get to the 1st of December, and at this point, most of the workers board the train and they leave. They've kind of had enough. This is not worth it, and they're gone. There's some people, yeah, it makes total sense. There's some people left. There's some workers who are going to try and stay on. On the 9th of December, one of the lions manages to kill a donkey that's in camp, and Patterson sees this as his opportunity, and what he does is he has a bunch of guys go around behind it and then come at it making as much noise as they can to startle it, to scare it out into the open so that he can, shoot it. Well, he does manage to hit it. He does manage to wound the lion, but it gets away. But he's pretty sure that it's going to come back because it wants to get the meal, the donkey.
Yeah,
so
I would.
What does he do? He builds a platform that he can sit on and be in a perch. He waits. Lo and behold, the lion comes back. But this time, it doesn't come back for the donkey. It instead it approaches Patterson on his perch instead of going to the donkey. Yeah?
Are we doing that thing that we do when we listen to Steve stories where we do, like, the grandiose storytelling of the night and then go back and, like, talk about stuff?
So here's the thing, is that from what I can tell, the majority of the story comes from Patterson himself. So the details, the accounts of how it happened, this was something that happened a lot of guys would do, is you would be off somewhere and you'd write a bit of an adventure that had happened. You'd sell it to newspapers. And it seems that that's what Patterson was doing. And then eventually he collected those and he put those into a book that he wrote. And that's where almost all of this story is sourced from. So, now the lions are real. And it is the fact that they were killing people is real. Now,
they were stalking me, and they came after me, and I shot its canine tooth off.
That's all Patterson.
Okay.
That's all Patterson. We only have one source of this.
And there's no reason not to believe him. But.
No, I mean
there are some reasons to not believe
there
him.
is. Okay, so let's talk about this briefly.
Yeah.
Let me finish what happens to this lion, and then I want to talk about something to follow up on that. What happens with this lion is that it's circling underneath him while he's in his perch, and he goes ahead and takes more shots at it. He does manage to hit it. He hits it 2 more times and manages to kill it. So he took a total of 3 bullets to put this creature down. Now, I want to talk real briefly about his writings and his book. Did either of you get a chance it's all available online to skim through any of that?
Yeah, actually I did not.
Okay, so it's not the greatest read in the world. But what's very funny is that about the first third to half of the book is dedicated to this story. And then after that, it's all his accounts of hunting big cats. So he becomes the man-eater killer. So he goes hunting after lions. He starts hunting tigers again.
So he's like a dentist's son.
Something like that, except that like when you get into his stories, it's I shot the beast and it leapt back up and charged back at me. Like he always describes these things as if they are just amazingly resilient and impervious to bullets. The bullet went right through it, but it didn't phase it, and it kept running at me.
That stuff does happen, actually.
That does happen, but when you read one after the next that has the same kind of descriptions of the events, that's when I worry a little bit about it. So some of this may have, I don't know how much he, I don't want to say inflated,
embellished?
but embellished the story.
Bedazzled.
The dazzle factor.
Yeah.
So.
Actually, tiger hunting especially is dangerous. I saw this incredible video. It was like a first-person shot kind of thing. Somebody was holding a camera and riding on the back of an elephant, I assume in India. and there's
Is
an
that
elephant in front.
it runs up on the elephant?
Yeah, suddenly it just comes charging out of the grass, and man, just like bam, he's on the elephant, come up the side of the elephant, and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
And so I assume whoever was holding the camera died.
I think I remember that one, and I don't think that person died. I think that's just where the video broke.
We should just make clear, if it's not abundantly clear already, we are not advocating
No.
the
Oh,
no.
hunting of game like this.
No.
It's horrible.
Well, unless they're
But-
if they're actually killing people, then I can sort of
Sure,
see,
if
you
it's
know.
like I have to put this animal down for safety,
Yeah.
fine.
I
That's
mean,
a totally different thing.
And we're talking about a late 19th century event. This was commonplace at the time.
Yeah.
It was everybody believed that this was okay. There's tons of these animals. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just mean that as we're starting to talk about, it's really dangerous. It's
Well,
tiger hunting.
it is dangerous.
Tiger
Well,
hunting is
that's-
dangerous, so don't
Well,
do
that's
it.
that story
Yeah.
Joe's talking about. I don't think that's an actual tiger hunt. That is just somebody on the back of an
Yeah.
elephant.
No,
It could have been that too.
And
I
a
don't know.
tiger
I
came
just want to make
bolting
sure
out.
that everyone knows that we are not killing things.
I
Oh, no.
appreciate and I
of
agree
course.
with you there.
No, I don't want.
Okay,
I
so
don't
what
want
happened to
shoot a
the
lion.
second lion?
Okay, so at this point we've only got one lion, and a couple of nights later it comes back to camp and it attacks two goats. And so Patterson decides, well, you know what? I evidently it's got a taste for goats. I'm going to put a couple of more goats out. And he ties 3 goats out to a railroad tie, or at least a partial railroad tie. And if anybody's picked up a railroad tie,
They're pretty heavy.
they're friggin' heavy. Well, this lion shows up, kills one of the goats, and then drags it and the railroad tie away.
Well, presumably also the other 2 goats.
As I reread this, I'm wondering if maybe it was 3 goats tied to 3 individual railroad ties.
That would make more sense. Yeah.
Probably. So they, of course, they go ahead and they, he takes shots at it because he's such a good shot. He puts like 3, 4, 5 shots at it, but he'd never managed to hit it.
Well,
It was dark.
It was dark.
It was dark. I'm being a little bit of a jerk to Patterson. It was dark at night. There wasn't a whole lot of light. But the next day, he and several workers follow the trail and they find the lion. It ran off. So at this point, he goes ahead and he builds himself another platform.
Because the other one was bad?
Well, they were both hunting people in the
different
camps.
place. Got it.
It wasn't like Billy Lion always stays at camp and Timmy Lion always goes and hunts the people. They were both doing it.
Okay.
So he builds himself another perch. He's sitting on the perch that night, and the lion returns, and he does manage to shoot it twice. Evidently, he had a double-barrel gun, and the lion walked directly underneath his perch, and he, simply enough, pointed down and pulled both triggers and shot it.
That must have been quite a kick.
It had to have been a
2
hell of
barrels
a
at
kick.
once. Well, because those guns, those big game guns in Africa, there's those double-barreled ones.
They're
chambered,
huge.
They're chambered for enormous rounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he shoots it, but he doesn't actually kill it, and it takes off.
That's one tough little kitty.
They are. And this lion stays away for another 10 days. At this point, they're thinking, well, it must have died from its wounds, except that then on the 29th of December, it returns and it tries to pull a worker who's sleeping in a tree out of the tree. The guy manages to not be taken. So Patterson says, okay, well, it likes this tree. You go sleep somewhere else. I'm going to climb up into the tree. And it does comes back to that tree, and he manages to get another 2 shots into it, at which point it runs away again. In the morning, they follow the trail of blood, and they do find the lion, and apparently when they got to it, I'm guessing they must have found it kind of cornered because it charged them. And he dumped so many bullets into it. He said he shot it 5 or 6 times. So he put in like...
Was he a fast reloader, or did he have people...
He had multiple guns.
Oh, okay.
He had guys
So
who
somebody
were
just
carrying
handed him
loaded
a-
weapons. Yeah.
Okay.
And so he managed to put 5 or 6 shots into it. So a total of like 9 bullets.
Maybe 10.
I just like the idea of a guy being like, yeah, you 7 people carry my guns. No, don't shoot them. Don't help me. Just hand them to me.
Mm-hmm.
You are the worker. I'm
the hero.
I'm the hero.
Yeah.
I'm the protagonist of this
Yes.
story, damn it.
Yeah, and
It might be that those people, none of them had any experience shooting those. So
I mean,
probably maybe
absolutely,
that was
and
the
yes,
rationale.
it is like taking that story a little far, but I just like the image of him saying like, no, don't help me.
Yeah,
Well,
I know.
and can you see him taking 2 shots as the lion is running at him? He's like, bang, bang, holds the gun back,
Right.
and is waiting for somebody to take it, and
That's
then
why I
hands
mean-
him
and they
another
run
one.
away.
Yeah. Why, like, a lion is charging you. I don't know why your initial reaction wouldn't be, I have a gun that's loaded. I will aim and pull. Yeah, there's a lot of kick, blah, blah, blah. But if,
I
if
don't-
7 guns are going off with double barrels at once, the chances of hitting that animal are pretty dang good.
Instead, what a lot of the accounts were, what the primary method of getting away from an attacking lion was?
Run.
Back up.
Climb a tree. It was so funny. This is another thing I picked up from his book is and then I turned around and so who had my gun had lost his nerve and I saw him 10 feet up the nearest tree. They would do that. So to be able to stand there and hand this guy gun after gun, that actually takes a lot of willpower to expect not to be just obliterated by this angry cat that's running
Well,
at you.
it might be that there wasn't any tree nearby to climb up either, so
Yes.
they kind of had no choice, maybe.
It's
Yeah.
also funny to me because I'm pretty sure lions do climb
Oh yeah.
trees,
Oh yeah,
so
they're cats. They can
I'm not
climb.
totally sure why they would say, no,
But-
they can't get me up here. Definitely not.
Well, yeah, but if there's more than one of you, if you're the first up the tree, then
Yeah.
probably you'll
True.
take it.
That's true.
And there's the fact that when you're smaller and lighter, you can go up farther than the lion can before it gets kind
That's
of.
my advantage
It
in
is.
this world.
It
I
is.
can escape lions faster, or at least higher than anyone else.
Well, true.
As long as you can jump up and get the branch.
Yeah,
you're
that's
kind
the
of
trick.
short. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, Patterson has killed both of the lions. He is triumphant. He finishes his bridge.
Hooray.
And he goes on, like I said, he writes a book, and he does all this stuff to kind of make a living, in a sense, on his deeds. He says that these lions killed at least, if not more, than 135 men in the 9 months that they were stalking everybody at the camp.
That seems like a lot.
There's an awful lot.
It really does. That would be, if you do the math, that is one person every other day during the. I personally feel that more likely what's happening is that people are they're scared out of their minds and they're bailing, they're leaving, and you go, oh, well, where is he? I don't know. Well, the lion must have got him. That.
It also would be if there was some kind of shady, if the workers were kind of like indentured workers or something like that, it would be a good way to escape without people going after your family.
Maybe,
but little blood.
But it was Imperial Britain, so it's not like they would turn around and say, your son ran away from the work. They didn't seem to be practicing slavery. I mean, they were trying to get rid of slavery in the area.
No, I don't mean slavery, but I just mean, if there was some sort of deal that was set up, like I'm working off my debt or something
Oh,
like that.
I see what you're
It'd be a
saying.
really easy way to be like, you know what? A lion probably took me.
Maybe.
I don't know if that's what the arrangement was, though.
I don't either.
I don't know. I do want to point out, though, with this 135 number that it's probably wrong, as we've already been talking about.
Yeah.
There is some tests that were done with science that I totally don't understand, but they did tests on the skin and the hair of the lions. And they were looking for Delta 13C and nitrogen 15, and somehow used that to determine how many people each of the lions had eaten.
Versus other meats, like,
Right.
Pigs, goats, whatever.
Yeah, and they figured out that one of them must have eaten 10 people, and the other one must have eaten 25. So one of them was more likely to kill and eat a person than the other one. I'm guessing the other one was more interested in the goats and the horses and the cattle and donkeys and everything else that was there.
A goat's a lot easier to carry away. And
True, but
it makes a pretty good little snack.
Yeah, but you got to eat 3 goats in a night.
Yeah.
They're not that big.
I don't know. For you think one goat would not be enough?
I don't think a goat would be enough.
Really?
But that's just me.
I think a goat is the same as half a person.
Or a third, at least.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
When was the last time you were around
more.
a goat?
I think
They
it's
are
probably
nothing
more.
but sinew and guts and bone.
Sorry, I don't eat goat a whole lot.
Well,
Yeah, me neither.
I have. There's not a whole lot to them.
All right.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
you just buy a 6-pack.
And that's what the lion was doing.
Yeah.
Why is the 6-pack tied to this heavy thing?
Yeah.
That lion must have been so peeved.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Well, that is the end of the story. So at this point now, we need to get into the theories, because our original question is, what was it that was driving these two lions to be attacking humans
Exactly.
so much?
Yeah.
There's a number of theories. The first theory that we're going to talk about is the slave trade. Because as we said in the beginning, slave trade was pretty active in the area. And one of the very well-known behaviors of slave traders is that if a slave dies, you just drop them where they fall. You leave them there and you keep on going. You don't bother to give them a burial or anything like that.
Of course not, yeah.
And
You might dump them like off the trail a little bit so the other
Maybe,
slaves
yeah.
aren't demoralized.
But lions are scavengers. They have no problem with scavenging.
They can be scavengers.
Yeah. So they're, if they are wandering along and, oh, hey,
Somebody left a snack here for me.
there's a thing there, and the hyenas have already started ripping into it, and I bet you I could get some food out of it.
Yeah, just like, if I'm walking down the street and I see a Twinkie on the sidewalk, I go for it.
That's so gross, dude. So gross. A, that you're eating Twinkies, and B, off the sidewalk.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, let's keep going. The other thing about the Savo River is apparently, according to the reading, the river itself was a bit of a dumping ground for bodies because I'm guessing, I've got to presume that it's because the route that they took followed the river. So if somebody dies, you just chuck the body in. So bodies were floating down the river all the time. That's my presumption on that. So the theory here goes that these lions, at this point, they're used to having human remains around to scavenge on, so they come to consider humans as a normal food source. And if you think about it, if there's, let's say there's a bunch of slaves tied up at night in a camp and you just come running in and they don't fight back and they can't run away, well, that's the best cafeteria ever.
Yeah.
Pretty
True.
sweet thing, yeah.
Yeah, so they would at that point consider, people as food source, and now the camps are setting up, so you've got this abundance of humans. That's great. And then add to this, and look, they've also brought along all these other animals, like we talked about before, the goats, the donkeys, the horses, the cows, all of that stuff. That it's too tempting.
Well,
all these things that I know how to eat are here.
Yeah, you totally can't blame them. I mean, I would take advantage of a great opportunity like that.
Yeah, and well, then that's the theory, though. I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on this in terms of the scavenging, but this theory says that basically they got used to eating people, so people are on the menu.
I guess for me, it just seems like it's a leap to go from this is a super easy thing that doesn't fight back at all. It's just easy meat that's laying there, to go to this is a thing that fights back and I have to break into a camp and be really smart just because it's meat that's similar to what they're used to, instead of targeting their normal, I guess, natural prey. Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, it's not as though there was a shortage of normal prey for them around the area, right?
Well, there might have been.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
There is something.
Because if that's the case, then yes, I agree,
But if you also think about it, if they're used to walking up and seeing a body and then snacking on that body, and now they walk up and that body is still laying on the ground, it just happens to be in this weird contraption that humans call a tent, well, then you walk in and then you grab the body as you normally do, and it's struggling, well, I better run away with it.
I better shake it by the neck real hard and break its neck.
Because that's the thing is that, I guess I never really thought about it, though I knew it, is the way that lions kill. Their natural method of killing is to grab the throat and clamp down and suffocate while at the same time thrashing about to break the neck. And so it's either breaking the neck or suffocating their prey. And that makes sense when you think about it, but I had never thought it. So that would explain why, they come and they're do the quick clamp and run. The thing is going to die.
Yeah.
Let's go to a sort of similar theory. So our second theory is similar. It's described as partial cremations. And I will be honest that I only saw that in one or two places. I saw the term partial cremations in one place. I saw some other stuff that we'll talk about this in Patterson's book, but I have to admit that I tried to get a better sense of what partial cremations meant. I was doing research on it. All I can figure is that somebody tried to cremate the body to light a fire, but they didn't do a good job of it, so the body didn't burn.
Well,
I would guess it's the lack of like a pyre.
It takes a lot of wood to actually totally consume it.
And there's not a whole lot of wood in that area.
Yeah. So I would assume that somebody set up a kind of abbreviated, if you will, little pile and set them on fire and watch for a little while, and then you walk away assuming it'll continue to burn, and it goes out and it's just a half-burned corpse.
Yeah,
in the desert.
And related to that, the other place that I saw some descriptions of not exactly the same thing, but in Patterson's reading or in his book, I came across some stuff about the fact that there were poorly dug graves. So people would try to bury somebody, but they would only, dig down a little bit and then cover the body up. And then other scavengers would come along and dig it up. Now,
absolutely.
Patterson, he says these things, he's blaming the people who were burying the body in kind of a derogatory way. But really, I think it's just that they buried a body not expecting critters to come dig it back up, and critters dig it back up. And so this, again, is following the same lines as the last one of, well, now they're used to eating people because they've been scavenging on them.
It's possible they were slaves too. I mean, it's possible that slaves weren't actually just unceremoniously dumped, but kind of haphazardly given some kind of something.
Right. Yeah. That's absolutely possible.
Or workers. I mean, it's not unlikely that a lot of workers were dying while they were working on this.
If they send you out to dig a grave for somebody and bury the body, people tend to cut corners a lot. You might be tempted to bury it 2 or 3 feet down and just take the rest of the day off and just say you spent all day digging the grave.
Yeah.
Totally, yeah.
Well, and building railroads was not a safe occupation.
Oh, no.
People died all the freaking time.
Yeah.
I actually kind of wonder if that's part of the number that he had in terms of where that 135 number came, is that
maybe
somebody died
Yeah.
and they didn't want to say, oh, well, we accidentally had this pile of stuff fall on him. They just said, oh, well, the lion took him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's entirely plausible as well. The next theory that we have, which we alluded to a little bit, this is the one that we were kind of talking about, which is the food source. The theory is cattle plagues. The Tsavo lions are one of the only animals that are able to take down Cape buffalo. And if you don't know what a Cape buffalo is, it's kind of like a water buffalo. They're not actually related, but it looks like a water buffalo, only bigger. They're huge creatures, and there's tons of meat on them. The problem is, as a food source for lions, they kind of suck because they're just as likely to injure or kill the lion as not. So they're very tough to take down.
I would definitely be looking for easier sources of food.
Well, and lucky for the lions, we as humans love cows, and we brought a whole bunch of cows to the area. So the lions would have said, well, the cow is much easier to eat.
Doesn't have horns.
Well, yeah, it does. But the thing is that cows are not very good at fighting back. So chances are good that they're easier to take down, except that there was, in the 1890s, a rash of cattle plagues. It is Rinderpest disease, which is basically a fatal disease for cattle. They get lesions and they have problems in their sinuses, and it's really kind of gross. So only if you've got a strong stomach do you look at some of this, because it's not pretty. And it takes him down pretty quickly. And it was taking out entire herds at this time in the mid to late 1890s. So if these lions have now learned to hunt cows, and hey, the cows are no longer available and I'm starving.
Yeah. And then all these people show up.
And I have all these people show up that are making all this noise, and they smell, and there's blood, and they're cooking. Well, then that would explain why they would go there.
Sure. But I think is it Rinderpest or Rinderpest?
I said Rinderpest, but it could be Rinderpest.
Yeah.
I'm not positive.
Doesn't matter. Somebody out there look it up and send us an email.
Yeah.
But I think it killed other game. It didn't just kill off the cows, right? Didn't it kill other game besides the
Even-toed ungulates.
Yeah.
So that means critters
antelope.
that have cloven hooves. So two toes. So it killed giraffes. It killed the antelope. It actually killed some of the Cape buffalo. And what was the other one?
The devil.
No, not the devil. It did not kill the robot devil. But it killed off all of these other animals that, it was deer was the other one because there are deer in the area. So it's killing off all these prey animals. So it's not just the cows that are gone at this point. There's a lot of animals that are disappearing because it's spreading through the entire area.
That sucks.
Here's my problem with this idea. So this is the first one that I'm going to say I kind of call bunk on, is that if that were the case, because this was all over the region, why is it only these two lions that we know about who were just going on these giant human killing sprees?
I guess my question would be, how close to human populations were other lions? Because it seems like the sort of thing where lions at this point, if they have, few prey options, are going to go for whatever's easiest and closest. They're not going to make 50, 60, 70-mile treks to find a population of humans to get a human in a hut that's like you have to break in and there's like all this other stuff.
You got to pick the lock.
Versus like these two, it just so happened that a huge group of humans were just walking through their territory, camping in easy access tents. So, for me, it doesn't bother me that much, I guess, because I presume most people in that area were, had huts and things like that, more permanent structures that would be harder for a lion to get into versus these workers.
That's a good point. It's a permanent structure.
Right. They're living in a tent. And they're like easy access because they've just wandered right into the middle of these two lions' territory, that sort of thing, I guess.
And were there a lot of people living in that area?
So it wasn't heavily populated.
It was nowhere to nowhere, remember?
Yeah, I mean, the area was very rural. There were cattle everywhere. But if you think about it, a huge herd can be overseen by a very small group of people. So, I mean, and villages aren't typically all that huge.
And as you said, these lions even, in their most aggressive state, were just as likely to go after livestock as they were humans.
True.
So if there's humans living in huts and livestock out, it wouldn't be that weird that we wouldn't have reports from this time that if there were livestock that were healthy in villages, that lions were taking those. That wouldn't be...
Plus, the indigenous people who were living in that area probably weren't writing the accounts of the lion stealing their goat and sending it to the British newspapers.
No, they were like, oh, yeah, duh, a lion stole another goat. Weird.
Part of the cost of doing business.
Yeah,
right.
No, that makes a ton of sense. Okay.
But they aren't.
I retract my distaste for this theory.
So I like this theory, actually.
Well, let's go to a theory that I'm going to see if you really like. Our next theory is bad teeth. So these lions had to go see a dentist.
I've heard this.
There are some researchers, and I apologize. I failed to write down the name of these two gentlemen, but there are two researchers who have done a lot of studies on lions in general, and part of their studies were on the Savo lions. And they say that they examined the skulls of these two, and one of them had missing canines. It was the upper left, I want to say. The canines were missing. And that those were there, and then they did some x-rays on the skull and found what were signs of lesions in the jawbone. So that led them to believe that it was probably a very painful injury, and that it had probably happened at least 2 years before the animal's death. And so that would impede its ability to hunt prey as normal, because we talked about this before. A lion has to be able to clamp down with its jaw on the throat and hang on. Well, if there's a set of canines and one side missing, you aren't going to have as good of a bite.
It says people are slower and weaker than, say, gazelles.
Yeah. Yes, we don't fight nearly as hard as a gazelle.
And our hide is much softer.
Yes, our skin is much thinner. Puts the lotion on.
I was going to make that joke.
Sorry, I beat you to that. So then we go to, so it wasn't actually, I think I was wrong with the upper left in terms of the missing canines, but it doesn't matter because I'm now looking here because they did examine the skull of the second lion, and that lion had fractures in its jaw, which were around the teeth in the upper left. So that's where I was getting the upper left from.
Well, I mean, I guess.
So the idea here, though, is that, again, it hurts and it's not able to hunt effectively.
It would explain, if they were brothers, if they were related, right, it wouldn't be so crazy that they both had this thing. But it would also explain why, as they matured, they continued to rely on each other because they weren't effective hunters. So they had to work as a team to be effective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah, it's not, actually, it's.
I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
It's not unusual. Typically, when an animal does start attacking human populations, like say a mountain lion here in the States, it's usually because he's old and sick and he just can't go after the normal stuff anymore, like deer.
But that's the thing, is that these lions, they weren't old. So that's one thing, is they weren't old. But the injury, the idea that there's an injury makes sense. I gotta say though, is that if a lion's jaws are so injured that from 2 years prior or a year prior to being killed, that's a long time before these camps of people showed up. Now, maybe it's scavenging on other stuff and that's how they're getting along, but I'm curious about how they got to the time frame that they assigned for the age. The researcher talked about the fact that they saw there was erosion on the teeth around it, and the bone in the socket had begun to grow back where the tooth was at. That's how they determined it.
That makes sense.
But, I mean, does that mean that it was painful and incapable of using its jaw? That's what I'm questioning.
Well, I mean, maybe it's a combination of things. I'm just advocating for all of these tonight. Maybe it's a combination of, the railroad construction, it made the slave trade take a step back. So maybe what was happening is, the slave trade was getting slaves picked off by these lions before when they were going through their territory. Or their dead bodies, or maybe a combination of both. And if you're partaking in an illegal slave trade, you're not necessarily going to be like, yeah, it's weird, the lions keep stealing these people that I totally own. Mm-hmm. You're just going to say, oh, it's the cost of business. Oh, no.
Yeah, apparently it was the traders were Arab, the slave traders that were coming through that area. And that's the route that they were taking.
I mean, so I guess that would help us get to this timeline of they had been living on humans or
but the slave trade didn't start getting knocked back as much until the rail line was finished.
Okay. Well, I mean, that still doesn't necessarily present a problem. But it also, I guess, on top of that, you can say, but on the other hand, yeah, if one of them drug a goat that was attached to a railroad tie, you wouldn't think that if their mouth was in intense pain, they'd be able to drag that kind of weight.
Uh-huh.
I think that probably they did, maybe it got a little better over time, or maybe they were just used to it.
Or
they're just really badass and tough.
Or Patterson was a liar.
He
added a word out there.
Because that's the other thing, is that I have to imagine that he wrote these accounts, at least the original versions that went into the papers. He probably sat down and wrote those from his journal or memory, and then, of course, had to spice them up to get them bought.
Yeah, well, it's not as interesting a story if you say these two lions were taking out humans because they were too sickly to take on any other prey, and I totally killed them. It's way more, badass to say, yeah, and it was capable of dragging a goat attached to a railroad tie. It was so strong and virile that and I took it down with 9 shots. Mm-hmm. That's a way better story.
It is a better story, but I was going to say, if I was going to put a goat out there for bait, I would totally tie it to a railroad tie. It makes sense because it's going to slow the lion way down when he goes to drag it away.
Apparently not slow enough for Patterson to shoot it.
By the way, I do want to point out with the whole it took 9 shots to take it down. He says that with the last 2 shots he shot it in the head with the last 2 shots, but it was so aggressive and it wanted him so badly that it was leaning against a branch or a log and was gnawing at the branch or log, this hunk of wood, as it was trying to get at it. Have you ever seen like a cat that lays there that's trying to get something and it's biting at it?
Yeah.
Except this is the big version of it. That's what he's saying. But So these are things that I point
Yeah.
out. I bring up these descriptions in his story because it makes me stop and go, huh.
Yeah, he may have punched it up a little bit, but
Yeah, that's really colorful writing to me.
Yeah.
Really colorful writing is actually what gives us our final theory, because we actually have one more, which is that they were bloodthirsty animals who had developed a taste for humans or maybe were just insane. Because that's what Patterson said.
I'd say they acted pretty sane, if you ask me.
Yeah, I don't think that they
that was
were. If totally insane, they would have just been coming into the camp constantly, running through everything. And instead, they were very stealthy, and they were really, really smart in how they went about stealing or getting their food. I shouldn't say stealing, getting their food.
Yeah.
So I don't think that the Tsavo lions were insane. I mean, like I said, he made a career out of hunting other lions. After that, there's all these supposed man-eaters that had killed a couple of people. I think that part of the problem, though, is that all these supposed man-hunters we're expanding. And we're expanding into their natural territory. And what happens when humans and other animals collide? Mm-hmm. Well, usually the people lose it first because we're dumb and ignorant. But eventually, just through sheer numbers, we
and
win.
Superior firepower.
Yeah. Yes, and so I think that's why all of these lions that are called man killers and man eaters and insane, they're actually not. They're pushed to a breaking point, and they have to survive because that's what their natural instinct is.
Yeah.
So
I would agree with that.
My personal opinion is that I think that these I kind of fall in line with the slave trade. I think an idea of humans, at least for these two, particularly in that area, as this is a normal food source. Okay. The other ones I'm not so sure about.
I like the cattle plague.
Yeah.
Cattle plague is good. Yeah.
I mean, not like I don't like it.
I'm Facebook friends with the cattle plague,
We're besties.
and they put up the best posts ever.
We go out to drink sometimes. It's great.
Oh, cattle plague tales, the best jokes.
Really, it's true.
Yeah.
How about you, Joe?
Maybe some combination of all of them. Even I hate to sound wishy-washy here. The cattle plague, I think, is a good one because they had plenty to snack on. They didn't need to actually go eat people. And then boom, all that goes, and you got to go find food somewhere, and these guys come waltzing in. So
conveniently driving right through the middle of their territory.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what do you expect?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Righty.
Mystery solved.
There we go. So let's go ahead and give the important bits that I know people really like to hear us repeat every week.
Oh, yeah.
We have a website.
Emailed.
Yeah, we have a website. The website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where, of course, you can look at links that we will put up for some of our research as well as listening to any of the past episodes. We are on iTunes as well as a bunch of the other streaming services like Google Play and any other service that you might be able to use. If you're on iTunes, do take the time to leave a comment and a rating. That's how other people find us. If the streaming,
good one.
Yeah.
Good rating.
Preferably a good one. If you've got something that you don't agree with, write us an email so that we can have a discussion about it because we can't talk through comments. They're a one-way conversation.
And what is that email?
Well, that email is something that I'll tell you in a minute.
Oh, fine.
I was going to say, if you're using any of the other streaming services and they allow you to comment and rating, do the same as we asked to do in iTunes. That way, everybody who's using that service can find out about us. If you want to write us an email, you can do that. The email address that Joe was prompting me to give you is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. We take story suggestions, we take feedback, we take general accolades. We will always respond to every email, though it may take us days to get to you, and that's not a reflection of you. That's our workload, but we respond to everybody.
And by the way, if you're listening, say 5 years from now, we've got 20 million listeners. That might not be the case anymore. Just FYI.
Yeah. Well, currently, as of this recording, that's
as
what
of
we're
2016.
doing. Yes. Now, we are on social media, so we have a Facebook page and a Facebook group. So like the page, join the group. There's always fun stuff going on there. We're on Twitter, Thinkin' Sideways. Devin's always sending out weird Snapchat photos of herself.
Truth.
Because it's a thing now.
Yeah.
We have a subreddit, so there are conversations. If you're a Redditor, that's a place for you to go as well. And last but most importantly, not least, for support of the show, we have a couple of different ways that you can do that. You can buy merchandise, so shirts, stickers, anything like that.
Coffee mugs.
Coffee mugs. Those are available through Zazzle, which there's a link to that on the website in the right-hand panel. If you want to contribute directly to the show, we have PayPal. So you can make a one-time donation through PayPal of whatever you are able or comfortable with. If you want to go ahead and do a recurring donation, that's going to happen through Patreon. It's patreon.com/thinkingsideways. Patreon is a system or a service where you pledge how much you want to contribute, and every time we put on a new episode, that's what you're going to contribute. So I say that so that if you say, I'm going to give you $10, and you put that into Patreon, that's going to be $10 an episode, and we put out 4 episodes a month on a normal month. So that's going to be, you got to do the math there. So whatever works for you and you are comfortable with, and by no means is any of this required. It is totally voluntary, and we appreciate everybody who has and is currently donating to the show. It's amazing how much easier that makes that for all of us.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, it does cost a little bit.
It does.
Yeah.
So that having been said, we're going to get out of here and look at Joe's crystal cat collection that he has bought with donations from Patreon. No, I'm just kidding. We are, though, going to get out of here, and so we will talk to you guys all next week.
Yeah, meow.
Let's go see your menagerie. Your glass menagerie.
Ooh, that's right.
Let's go to the catacombs, because it's perfect.
Oh, man. I don't have anything.
Roar!
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to the podcast. Thinking Sideways, the podcast, is the one that we are.
Yeah.
Not that other one you were looking at and decided not to download.
You made the right choice.
Because they are losers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I am Steve, as always, joined by my co-hosts.
Joe.
And Devin.
So this week, we're going to talk about a story that a lot of people probably know, but they may not realize how much debate there is around it. And it's a story that is, who are the first people to settle the New World and to colonize it?
Yeah, hot off the heels of our, October Slay Fest. We're just, taking a little bit of a... I think, my next episode is going to be a little weird, too, a little different. We're
But
just,
not full of stabbings and killings and stuff
There
like
is
that.
very little stabbing in this.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Very little of it. So why don't we just go ahead and hop right into it? So as everybody knows, in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
No.
No, actually, that's not where we're going. We're going much farther back in time. We're going to travel at least 11 to 20-some-odd thousand years before today. Somewhere in that range.
And of course, we're going to get into all this, but who knows? Humans might have arrived on this continent 50, 60,000 years ago.
It's hard to say, and that's a good point to bring up, Joe. Normally, as anybody who's listened to the show before knows, we always kind of try to tell a story, and then we talk about the theories, and then we kind of hash them out.
But in this case, it's not really a story.
There's no story.
Only
This
theories.
is all theories. So this is entirely the theory section.
And be prepared for a lot of science, you guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of science. I did a lot of Googling to figure out what words meant, specific words. I've never even heard that word. Thank you, Google.
We're not going to get too heavily into the boring details of DNA analysis and stuff like that.
No, we're going to keep this at a high level, because if we tried to go into this would be a 8-hour discussion. If we really broke down into serious archaeological nerddom, which we just can't go there.
And all that good stuff.
Yeah.
But let's just say when Columbus arrived here, there were indigenous people. And maybe not all of you knew this, but there were indigenous people here. Yeah. When I was a kid, actually, there was like, it's like Columbus arrived here and made friends with the Indians and took some of them back to Spain with them for a tour of Spain. It's like, of course, I guess he really took them back as slaves. But
yeah. Well, and Columbus himself is a whole nother story. And it's kind of a funny thing is there's a little bit of debate about what Columbus was doing and where he was going. Mm-hmm. And that's how I came across this as I was doing some research on Columbus. Yeah. And then I started discovering a bunch of this prehistory. And that's where this whole story has germinated from.
Yeah. Oh, as just a quick aside, if you guys want to read a good book, and that's not just you two, but our listeners too. I can't remember the author, but the name of the book is The Last Voyage of Columbus, because he came to the New World 4 times.
Was it 4? I thought it was 3.
No, it was 4 times.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Joe would know he was there.
I know. Anyways, so they went through some amazing, harrowing adventures, including having their ship almost sink from underneath them. They had to beach it on a desert island in the Caribbean, and they were marooned for a year. Ugh. And they went through a lot more harrowing things than that. You just got to read the book, but it was amazing, all the tribulations they went through.
Oh, no, I know Columbus is an interesting guy, and there may be at some point, if I can get enough information on what I was going after, we may do something on Columbus. But let's get back to the topic at hand of who settled the New World first. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start with our first theory, which I think is the basis for what most people know.
Okay.
And it is the Beringia, I believe is how you say it, Beringia theory, because it's from the Bering Strait. Yeah, so they put an IA on the end, so I assume it's Beringia.
Yeah, Beringia was like, I guess, the area that included the land bridge plus parts of Alaska and Northeast Asia.
Siberia, something like that. You're a little ahead, but that's fine. Yeah.
Sorry.
What Joe's getting at is that sometime during the last ice age, which this is an approximate number, about 17,000 years ago, the ice sheets across the planet had swollen and advanced and sucked up all the seawater. So, of course, the sea levels dropped, and the first people were able to go from the European continent on where it is now modern-day Russia, or the old USSR, travel a spit of land to the continental U.S. via Alaska. And that is called Eurasia. That chunk of ground is called Eurasia, which is now underneath the Bering Strait.
Sure.
Yeah, no, actually, I think Eurasia is Europe and Asia, right?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah. They went from Eurasia across. That would be why it's Beringia, which I'm not going to keep saying because I know I'm screwing it up.
I've got to say, though, but as an aside, that they must have been hardy souls. I was about to say hardy mother, but they must have been very hardy souls.
Well, and we're going to get into some of the stuff about that. So we're going to talk about that some. So here's what the theory goes, and this is probably the one that we've all learned in school.
Oh yeah,
is that it was nomadic hunters who were chasing game herds that were in Siberia, and they chased it across that land bridge and got into Alaska, and then eventually they spread south through Canada and then into what is now the United States, and then eventually would make their way into South America.
But
they made their way through a gap in the glaciers that ran through, I want to say it's through Alberta, but I might be wrong. I might have that wrong, but there was basically a giant split between the two icebergs, and there was dry land.
That was probably what we call the Rocky Mountains.
It might have been. I'm not positive, but that allows plant life to grow, which then attracts the animals, which then, of course, the humans would follow, and then that would dump them out into the plains of the central United States. So this is where they're supposed to go. So this is also land bridge theory, which I think is what I'm going to use. The idea first came into existence in 1590, and it's from a Jesuit scholar, and his name is Jose de Acosta. And he postulated that this is how people would have made it to what they had deemed the New World. And now scientific research has gone on, and they figure that these big game hunters would have crossed the Bering Strait sometime between 12 to 11,000 years ago.
Sure.
Somewhere in that range is when they would have done it.
Yeah, or they could have done it at some time in the more distant past too. Apparently crossing it, there were a couple of different windows in which to cross.
I mean it swells and sets, and that's
and it
some
could
of
have
the
been
theories.
20,000 years ago.
Some of the theories farther on, but let's keep running with the most common one first.
This is the one, and actually the large scale migration of humans into North America coincides with what? The mass extinction of like the woolly mammoth and the saber-toothed tiger. Which is why I think the big massive immigration probably did take place at about that time.
Well, and there is evidence to that, but there's also some climate things that were going on. Suddenly the iceberg is starting to melt, the global temperature is coming up. Mastodons, who are big, hairy creatures, are in warmer environments. They're not going to live as long. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole that we could go down.
Oh, yeah, we're not.
Yeah, no.
This is a high-level discussion.
The point is that they would have crossed on foot, and they would have been walking across that land bridge to make it to that gap in the icebergs, and then get dumped out onto the Western Plains.
Mm-hmm.
So that is in a nutshell, in a very simplified version, how that theory works and how everybody thinks that people first came to this continent and then would have eventually migrated their way down to South America.
Well, that's what they taught me in elementary school, so obviously it's right. Because everything they teach you in elementary school is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that is absolutely...
Are you about to tell me that that's not true?
Possibly. Possibly true.
Thing is, nobody knows. I mean, ancient man was a wily persistent creature.
It was a wily, persistent creature.
I suspect that North and South America were being bombarded by humans like for 50,000 years in the past. Who knows?
Could be.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on from the land bridge. And this next one, which is the Clovis culture, dovetails into that.
Yeah, it doesn't exclude the land bridge.
No. But this is so here's what the Clovis culture is. Let's just kind of start there. The Clovis culture is basically, we said they followed big game, so mastodons or the old camels, because camels were on this American continent as well. They were following all those. They were big game hunters. Well, this people has been identified only through stone remains that have been left behind.
Why are they called the Clovis culture? Sorry,
That's a good question.
And that's a very good question. It is because of the fact that this was in 1932. In Clovis, New Mexico, they were doing an excavation and they started discovering old bones, like mastodon bones, that kind of old big bones, and finding all these stone points in there, stuck in bone or buried with them. And
I was going to say, it's good for the Clovis people. They weren't found somewhere like these things weren't found like in Deadwood, South Dakota, or something like that.
Yeah, the Deadwood people.
I know.
Terrible name.
Yeah,
terrible name.
Vegas. How about Las Vegas?
Well, the Clovis culture is believed to have ranged over the majority of North and South America. And like I said, because they were found in Clovis, New Mexico, that's the name that's applied to them, and that follows in suit. Remember, I said that there were spear points.
Yeah.
Well, they're called Clovis points based on the people that use them.
Are there going to be photographs of these things on our website?
We might have some, but I know the links that we're going to share are going to have many, many, many different images because there is tons and tons of photos of these things.
Oh yeah.
But let me try and describe a Clovis point, because this is going to be kind of important for everybody to track with.
Actually, it might be helpful for our listeners at this point to pause the podcast and go out to Wikipedia and
we'll go to the
picture.
website and grab one of the links, and you'll see some of this, or just Google Clovis point, and it will come up. But here's what a Clovis point is. It's a flaked flint spear point. It's got a notched flute, which is inserted into a wooden or bone shaft, and it's got then a flat bottom on it. And I know that probably makes no sense to you right now, which is why I think I need to stop.
Yeah, actually,
and explain a little bit of this stoneworking technology, because there's some terms here that are going to get thrown around. And to help them make sense, I'm going to try and, make some analogies to them and describe them as best I can. I said the word napping. Well, stone napping is the process of breaking stone into a shape that you want to use. So if you've ever just been hitting a rock with a hammer or something,
or another rock,
you break it into a shape that you want to use for whatever purpose. That's called napping, stone napping. You'll hear the term used, notched. The easiest way to think about this is if you ever watch the old movies where there's Indians and they're firing arrows, and I mean old movies as in like the 1970s back, American Indians had stone arrowheads, and it was kind of a triangle. It tapered in with kind of a C shape so they could tie it onto an arrowhead.
Back out, yeah.
So, or if you've ever been to the American Southwest, they sell the fake kind like by the millions.
Yeah,
so.
And frankly, I always thought that those were actually a better design than the Clovis points, personally.
Well, it depends on the application, but that section at the bottom, those kind of scalloped out C shapes, that's what's referred to as the notch.
Yeah.
You've got the term fluted. And this is a stone tool of some kind, can be for any use, that's got a groove running from its base to its tip down its center. So if you think about an arrowhead, but you were to stretch it out and elongate it and then bevel out on both sides, kind of a little shallow valley. Because again, this is if you've ever watched a caveman movie where caveman has stick and he throws stick at beast and the stone is wedged in the tip.
I would say it's similar to like the very basic outlay of like a broadsword.
Yeah.
They have that like groove down the middle that doesn't go all the way to the tip. That's kind of the reference I would make. Obviously, it's not a sword; it's just like the tip of it.
Yeah, I don't know if that served. I don't know if that served the same purpose.
But
it did.
But it's a good example of what that flute looks like.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Just for visuals.
Yeah, for the swords, actually, those are called bloodlines.
This was for sticks, right? You would split a stick down the middle and stick that,
or maybe a bone,
in there or
something to make a handle. It was a way to hold that piece of stone in
using
that
tension
groove.
mostly, right?
And there's theories that they were tied in, or maybe they're loose. I'm guessing they were tied in somehow.
Sure.
But again, this is just the real basic overview of what these terms mean. Flaking is another term that you're going to hear, and that is to describe the actual breaking of the stone very specifically and usually with a pressure. So if you took a piece, you've seen obsidian, how that breaks?
Yeah.
If you were to take that obsidian and put it against something else that's hard and intentionally put pressure just to pull a thin sheet off of it, so you're slowly working it down into it. That's what the flakes are,
right?
Or flaking. The pieces that are left over are called flakes. That's flaking. And then the last one that you'll see in some of this and you may hear is called biface. And this one took me a while to figure out. We've all seen pocket knives that flip open.
Yeah.
That's got a single sharp face to it.
An edge.
A biface has two sharp edges. So more like what you'd see as, say, a butterfly knife.
Yeah.
Or
a dagger.
Or a dagger. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
That's going to be
a sword.
That's what biface means. It's got a sharp cutting edge on both sides. So that's some of the terminology. Now, the Clovis people, as we said, they are believed to have ranged all over, and they're believed to be the first culture in this country. And dating their remnants has only been possible when those points are found with bone of some kind. And
right, because you can't date rock.
Right, because it's rock.
Right.
As I vehemently argued before.
Yeah.
So when they do the carbon dating, that's how they're getting the idea of when those things are from. And some of these points were originally evidently quote unquote dated, but they've been reevaluated based on carbon dating of the bones that were found. And that carbon dating is saying that They are somewhere between 11,050 years to 10,800 years before the present. So BP, before present, or BPE is now the new term, before present era.
Or CE.
BC, BC.
That's
BCE.
BCE, thank you.
No, so this is BC or BP?
This is BP, before present.
Yeah, so that would actually put them, if they're that age, that would put them here after because my understanding is that the mass migration over the Bering Bridge took place at about 11,500 BC.
Well, see, this is what makes this so a little bit convoluted, is that there are multiple dating systems being used. And I have done my best to try and clean some of these up and reconcile them, but some people use the BC, the BCE, the radiocarbon date BP. So it gets a little difficult, and some just say years old.
Yeah.
So I've kind of tried to suss some of that out, and in what we're reading here today, the three of us, it's not always clear because I couldn't ever get a clear answer on it.
Let's
but
also
it's tough.
keep in mind that these are artifacts that were found in like New Mexico,
Which
right? So
it would
it's
take
not
a while
like it was like the first contact.
Yeah,
You know?
I would imagine it took hundreds of years to meander down.
But
that
yeah, I
far.
mean, so it's a little iffy. That's one of the things, right, about this whole story is like there's just so many different little bits.
It's just it's unknown until a little later on in the episode when we solve the mystery. There's a lot of theories out there.
Yeah, well, and let's move forward. So we talked some about the Clovis people. Now let's talk about some of the evidence that supports that maybe they were the first. In 2014, and bear with me because there's a bunch of science terms in this one sentence alone that I will see, autosomal DNA of a 12,500 plus year old infant from Montana was sequenced. So
that's the oldest infant in the world.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Okay, so
after 6 months, you're not an infant, right?
So here's a kind of an explanation of some of that. So autosomal DNA is any of the chromosomes other than sex-determining chromosomes, which are the X and the Y, or the genes of those chromosomes. So these are not sex genes; these are just kind of genes in there that they're discovering to be able to date it with. That particular infant is referred to as Anzac 1.
Okay.
And it was found near several Clovis artifacts.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're postulating from that the two must be tied together, which kind of makes sense. They then did DNA testing and comparisons from Siberian sites, and these would be sites that had, these pre-human, or not pre-human, but prehistoric
human samples.
Yeah,
they had all the human samples, and they ruled out that there were any European, and by that I mean Western European affinities in the DNA. So it showed that then. And then they did more testing, and they showed that currently existing native populations of this country, which would be the Native Americans, their DNA was related to it. And I'm looking for the one. They said that it was derived from an ancient population that lived in Siberia in the upper Paleolithic Malta population. Does Malta sound right? It's when they put apostrophes in the middle of a word like
you get
that.
a little confused.
It always messes
I don't
me
know.
up.
That's supposed to be a glottal stop. In other words, not Malta, but Malta. I don't know. But,
You might be right.
Yeah.
But they then took that in sequencing, and they showed that South American and Central American Native American populations were directly related to that DNA. So in other words, they were running that chain of events
all the way down.
And this, they say, and this will make sense a little bit later, but they say that proves that the Clovis culture was here and it couldn't have interbred with a culture that had come from Europe to what is now the Americas.
Yeah.
And
so anyway,
I have to say that when I say that, what I mean is if they did encounter other peoples, because this will be important in a little bit, if they encountered other people, basically means they didn't breed with them. They killed them.
Probably.
Or they did something, but no interbreeding happened on any big scale. So that's an important thing to remember for later on.
So this would suggest then that if this Clovis, this baby who was more closely related to Central and South American Indians than to North American Indians, the population that we have today, it sort of suggests that the Clovis people maybe didn't so much die out as just move south and maybe a new more aggressive population pushed in from the north.
They are related to the Indian cultures, the American Indian cultures that were in the eastern seaboard and the northeastern seaboard. But what it seems to indicate, I've seen some graphs of or some maps of this. It seems to indicate, to simplify it, that they headed south. They hit what I would guess was somewhere around Texas to Mexico, and one group kept heading south, and the other group headed east. And then they went east, hit the sea, and then began to head north again. So there's a divergence in the gene pool because of that. Now, again, this is very theoretical. I don't understand the gene sequencing and how all of that works.
You don't?
That's what I understand it to me. I mean, it's pretty freaking cool. But
I agree.
That they can figure out that they must have diverged somewhere like that. But farther than that, the science is a bit beyond me.
Yeah, I think it's a bit beyond everybody, because the problem with it is that you're working, even if you're a super expert on this stuff, you're still working with very fragmentary evidence.
Yeah. Well, and here, this will actually bring us into the next thing that we've got for the Clovis theory, which is problems with it. Because if we think that whatever people it was came across the land bridge around 12,000 years ago, that means that in 1,000 years they had managed to head all the way south, populate that whole area, and then spread east into the eastern seaboard of the continental U.S. and then go up, which is a really fast migration.
It is,
in my mind.
Well, yeah, because although there are answers, there are theories that explain that too, right?
Well, there are some theories that explain that.
There's one theory at least.
Yeah, there is. But here's another issue with the Clovis first theory, or the Clovis people theory, is in 1997, there was a bunch of authorities. I'm assuming these are archaeological authorities. I'm not exactly sure who those authorities were, but they inspected Monte Verde, which is in Chile. It's a site in Chile. And that site had signs of human settlement, and it was dated at 14,800 years ago, which is an issue, because if these people came across the land bridge somewhere between 13 to 11,000 years ago, then how the heck did they get all the way south 2,000 years earlier? So there's a big issue with that.
I guess part of the problem here is this whole, like, we can only rely on radiocarbon dating so much. We've talked about this on other episodes, and I mean, you know, it's not that it's really flawed, but our ability to date things has to get better sometime.
And the problem with it is it's got a plus minus, and that plus minus can be
huge. Yeah, and it's you know, so it's hard to tell with these sort of things where, you know, you say, well, this one was 14,800 years ago, and they wouldn't, that predates these other people by 1,000, like
a couple of thousand years.
But like, what's the plus or minus on it? You know, is there a sizable overlap there? Is it a little shocking to think that like people could have, you know, settled that much area in that amount of time? Sure, but like,
They
They were prolific. Like, our ancestors were prolific.
And they would have been mobile constantly.
They would have
so it's
been
not
mobile.
like us having to pack all our crap and
There
move
was a
across
lot
the
of
street.
stuff, right? I
Yeah,
mean, like,
and they're
there was
nomadic.
a lot of stuff for them to eat. There was a lot of new stuff for them to hunt and explore. And
a lot of game that wasn't used to human beings and that they could kill quite easily.
Yeah,
and so
I
after
mean-
they hunted an area out, they'd move on, and so and
Is it-
who knows? Maybe they arrived 20,000 years ago.
That's
and,
another
and they had
theory.
another like 5,000, a whole 5,000 years
Yeah.
to migrate all the way to the southern tip
Yeah.
of
Pretty
South
sure that's
America.
another theory.
Well,
but
and-
I just want to like mention,
Yeah.
as a reminder, this whole like radiocarbon dating thing is like we rely on it a lot with stories like this, but it's not necessary. It's not the end all be all.
Well, and
Yeah.
here's another another wrench to throw in the works when it comes to using radiocarbon dating, is there's a place that's called the Topper. It's an archaeological site that's it's on the Savannah River near
yeah.
Allendale, South Carolina. And there's an archaeologist. His name is Dr. Albert Goodyear.
Yeah, it is.
I don't
name.
believe he's related to the tire company, but he found charcoal material that is supposedly in relation to human artifacts, and that charcoal material was dated at 50,000 years before the present.
I just that to
but-
me is like rocks, right?
Charcoal is like, it's created by burning wood, so God knows it could have, maybe people burned a campfire there, or maybe there was just a forest fire. It's hard to say.
And that's what a lot of people say, and that's why this his claim isn't really considered valid.
Yeah.
And he does live in South Carolina. No offense to all of our South Carolina
Yeah.
listeners.
kidding,
Well, let's
just
let's
kidding.
bring it back to a little bit of a little bit in our area.
Okay.
This was 2002 and 2003. Human coprolites, I believe I'm saying that correct, which is
Yeah.
fossilized feces.
Yeah.
It was found, along with hunting tools, it was found in Paisley Caves, which is in southern central Oregon, which is kind of
Yeah.
a desert region. Found in those caves, and it was dated to be as much as 1,200 years before the Clovis should have even been in or on this continent. So again,
Problems.
there's problems with this, and I bring the Clovis first because they follow directly in line with the land bridge theory.
Sure.
Go ahead.
No, let's just go ahead and go through some of this other stuff.
Okay,
I think we're
okay.
going to talk about the fast migration now, aren't we?
Well, we're going to talk about other migrations.
Yeah.
Here's our next one, which is it's called Pacific Coastal Models.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a lot of words on this page, but let me just go ahead and see if I can sum this up in simple language, because this is a lot of science talk. Basically, what this theory says is that during the recession of the glaciers, people actually knew how to make boats of some kind, and they used those boats to travel down the coastlines of the continent. So they didn't go necessarily across the land bridge, but maybe they skirted it in boats, hunting and getting any vegetation that they could eat, and then they would be able to make their way down. That would make it much faster because you're always heading south.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is that it gets you around obstructions and things like that. It's not all solid beach.
You don't
the
have to
entire
climb a
coast.
mountain.
Yeah.
You can just
you
float
cruise on
around
down.
it.
Yeah. And
You've got access to, let's say sea turtles, and then there's reeds on the banks, and then you hunt a couple of deer or mastodon or whatever
And there's no saber-toothed tigers to take you out in the process.
Exactly. Well,
There
yeah.
might be.
Yeah, you're floating on the water.
Yeah.
Everybody, saber-toothed tiger, boat, go, go.
But of course, and they could have had dugouts. They could have had like boats made out of skins or whatever. And the nice thing about skirting the coast is it's just like nice and direct. And then if heavy weather sets in, you can just
go on land,
hightail it to the shore, and pull your boats up on
exactly.
dry. And so that's
and that explains
possibility.
This whole thing helps explain made it so far south so fast.
Yeah.
Which is really kind of one of the issues with the Clovis theory. And again, they're able to use the ecosystems that are both marine and land-based. And it also, explains how they got so far south from the Bering Strait to what would be places like we talked about a little bit, which is Monteverde, which is in southern Chile.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another location, which is in western Venezuela, which I believe is Taima. I might be incorrectly pronouncing that. But both of those places have stuff that's there that's been dated, as we said before, at about 14,000 years before the present. And this is stuff that's like the remains of seaweed that was collected from out in the water, and then there's human habitation remains. There's evidently another layer there that has been dated at 33,000 years ago. Now, that 33,000 years bit, that hasn't been widely accepted, but somebody has put that out.
Yeah.
But again, I got to bring it up because it makes you wonder if they could have come earlier, because as Joe said at the beginning, the glaciers didn't just expand and sit, they expanded and they contracted back and forth, so it could have been exposing bits of land to let people get down and make their landings upon. And there's a guy, he's from, is it the University of Oregon or Oregon State?
Better get it right.
Well, the problem is I don't remember which one. His name is John Erlandson. Thank you, Joe. And he described it as the Kelp Highway hypothesis. And the short version of that is that there's kelp on the coast, and then as the Bering Strait becomes available, kelp is able to grow there. And these people are using kelp because that's a habitat that, if you look at kelp today, fish, things like otters and seals live in it, so we've got the prehistory version of those in them.
Plus,
so there's game.
Kelp is edible in itself.
Yeah, so there's all this food material for people to get through. And once they had made it into the, I believe the phrase is deglaciated areas of British Columbia and the Americas, they could then just hightail it south. And he actually says that may have happened somewhere around 16,000 years ago. Now, there's some stuff about why people don't like this theory, and this actually falls into a couple of other theories that we're going to go into, but I just want to briefly touch on it. People don't buy into these theories because what is the one thing that we have not found? Boats.
Yeah.
We haven't found a single boat.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's two reasons for that in my mind. Is either one, they're boats that are made out of hide.
In which case, they've long since disintegrated.
They've long since disintegrated.
Yeah.
Or if they are wooden boats and they fell apart after use at sea or on the banks, we need to remember that when the ice receded, the sea levels rose a couple of 100 meters, anywhere from 1 to 200 meters. So now we're looking at sites that were coastal sites that are several hundred feet underwater.
I know. It'd be so cool, I think, to actually map the sea bottom. You could actually probably trace, roughly where the coastline was way back then. And then, and then just send down powerful machines to just rip everything out of the seafloor and see what you get.
That sounds responsible. That's a great idea, Joe.
Yeah, no, actually, we'll talk about this later, of course. There is one powerful machine that does just that. And it brought up some archaeological evidence.
Oh, yeah. No, we're going to talk about that.
That's called a tease.
You are nothing but a tease this episode.
I know.
I've noticed. He just keeps dropping things like that.
I was going to just say that, if you as a culture, you've been a boat culture for a while, right? And you, make land and you're like, all right, we're moving inland. Like, this looks like a great place. We're going to stay here. What do? You take your boat and you reuse it.
Yeah.
It doesn't, just because we haven't found a boat, like one single canoe or whatever it was, that doesn't mean that they didn't exist because, if you've got a really well-tanned hide that's, survived for a really long time, super waterproof, you're not going to just, leave it. You're going to take it with you.
Well, the other thing about it is, too, is, if you decide to go inland and you decide to just abandon your boat, what happens at the ocean, at the seacoast, is that things deteriorate more rapidly than they do in the inland.
Well, let's also take a look at boats, wooden boats, and I mean by full-on wooden-hulled boats that have sunk, that we have found hundreds of years later.
Yeah, they're not great.
They're barely there sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, even in the best of cases, it's not perfectly there. Now we're talking about thousands of years. So no wonder that we can't find that record.
Yeah, so I'm not bothered by the fact that we haven't found boats.
No.
Absolutely. So we've got kind of a related theory here.
Okay.
And it's I believe the way it's titled from all the research that I did is it's the Paleo Indians of the coast from the Asias.
Okay, so Asias. Okay, yeah.
And this is another boat theory. Okay, this says that people from the coastline of the Kuril Islands, I believe I'm pronouncing that right. Again, this is full of words I don't know, but these islands are on Southeast Asia and Japan, and then they extend north across the Asian continent, and eventually, if that Bering Strait happened to be exposed, they would then run all the way into Alaska and down to the coast. So they were basically, again, skirting that area. That
kind of actually is sort of an extension of the previous theory.
It really is. The thing about this is, and Joe, I don't know if you can pronounce this better than I, is it the Haida or Haida Nation?
I have no idea. I'm gonna go with Haida.
Haida Nation.
That's a coin flip, though.
Yeah, it is a coin flip for us, unfortunately. These are the peoples of the Queen Charlotte Islands, which are in British Columbia, and they believe that they may have originated from Asian mariner cultures, and they have said that it's believed they may have been there from anywhere from 25 to 12,000 years ago, which, if you look at some of their navigation, and if it's that long ago, that would explain why we see human habitation in places in South America. We've got a place called Picamachai Cave. Picamachai, I'm going to go with, which is in Peru. And then again, Monteverde. And Picamachai, I don't know why I said that a third time, but evidently that's supposedly 20,000 years ago. So, I mean, it's quite possible that they just, as we said before, were just skirting the coast and heading south. And again, I think we talked about this a little bit, but I just can't see people walking that far in groups over the course of 1,000 years. It just seems really far to people's living their life on the go to have made it through all that territory.
And 1,000 years? I don't know. 1,000 years is a long time. Most people are not going to keep walking. They're going to find a really good spot, and they're going to settle there. Okay.
Right, and so they may be migratory peoples that move around, but they have a range. So that's why I have a problem with it. It's not as if they just said, we're always going this direction. So that's my difficulty with it.
Well, it could have been too that if there were, it depends on how many people were crossing the land bridge and migrating over, because as you know, this is kind of, I think, typical of Stone Age people. They form tribes, and of course, every tribe hates the other tribe and does everything it can to murder the other tribe if that other tribe crosses into its hunting territory.
Yes, so there's a lot of disputes. And fights.
And so if you have a bigger, more aggressive tribe pushing in behind you, you might have some pressure to migrate south. On the other hand, if you're just new to the fresh out the boat, and and there's this big hostile tribe, you might want to skirt them, go around them, and migrate further south. So
that slows everybody down. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Think about trying. People walk across this country, and they walk on highways, and it's still not an easy process. And all they're carrying is a backpack.
Yeah.
Now think about a tribe of 50, 60 people packing their gear, and there's no roads. That's not an easy trek. And you're looking for food the whole time.
Not at all. I got to tell you, and one reason I like the boat theory is I've seen not just the coastline. I've been all up and down the coast of the western United States, and also a bit of Canada. And the coast in Canada, for example, is basically mountains plunging straight into the ocean. In the absence of roads, I can't imagine what that would be like to try to traverse that on foot. it'd be hideous.
Well, and I think 1,000 years isn't as long as we think it is, right? I mean, in the scope of our human time span on Earth, yeah, it is a long time. But is 1,000 years really long enough for enough tribes to be dissatisfied enough to, like, at least well populate an area?
That is from Canada to the south tip of South America?
It seems like a push.
It seems to me like there weren't that many people pouring into the country, that there wasn't lots and lots of room for them, say, just
and again,
Washington
remember,
State.
the land bridge overflowed with water again, so it was a very limited time span for people to continually pour in. But
and I think, boats were kind of like beating this to
we're belaboring a little bit.
But, boats make sense.
Yeah.
Also, just in terms of, like, being able to say, oh, yeah, let's keep going. I don't know, this place is kind of nice, but let's keep going. And then, like, it starts to get bad again, and you're like, oh, I guess we'll just stay here.
Yeah, and there's a million ways that you could look at it. But
absolutely.
Let's move on.
Yes.
We have another one, and this is the Atlantic coastal model, is what it's referred to. And this,
I kind of like this one.
It's the Solutrean peoples, is
what this is. Solutrean or Solutrean?
Trean. I actually had to do a bunch of research to make sure how to say this. This is the one word I figured out how to say. Solutrean.
The only one.
Yeah. So there's two archaeologists. There's a guy by the name of Dennis Stanford, and his cohort is Bruce Bradley.
Wow.
So two archaeologists walk into a bar.
Bradley. And they've really been advocating this Atlantic route theory. And by the way, I am still in the process of reading their book. The book is called Across Atlantic Ice. I really highly recommend it for anybody who's into this kind of prehistory. It lays out some good arguments, and it's really interesting. It's a very academic book, so it'll take me a while to get through, and I think I might have a late fee at the library.
Is there a
I'm afraid not.
Oh, hell.
So here's how it goes. The Solutrean hypothesis, this is based on evidence that comes from the Clovis people, but what they're doing is, instead of tracing the Clovis tool-making style to the Siberian region, they're actually linking it to an area in what was the Ice Age Western Europe that is the Solutrean culture.
Okay,
so they have a very similar way of working stone. So they're napping stone, they're flaking it, they're making biface stones, but the difference is that where the Clovis kind of had the bottom of the point was flattened off, the Solutreans had it more of a tapered point. If you think of almost like a diamond elongated.
Essentially, it's like if you think of a dagger blade, they look kind of like a double-ended dagger blade.
Yeah,
like it's got 2 points to it.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
Which is one of the things I was wondering about, is because when I look at the Solutrean flint points, they don't look that similar to the Clovis points to me.
I agree with that, actually. Yeah. Looking at them right now, in fact, on my phone.
Here's what's so hard about this. When they look at the napping style, the stone napping style that is done, and the flaking, and I'm going to do my best to explain this without pictures, but there's a way that you can take a piece of stone and you can put it against another one and push, and instead of just making a shard come off the side, you can actually crack it and roll it in a circular fashion, so that, remember the biface?
Yeah.
It goes from one face, rolls and makes a rounded shape, and then pops off the other side.
Nice.
And that way of making these tools was very indicative for a long time of the Clovis people. But they've seen that same style in the Solutrean people's stones.
I guess I feel like...
And nobody else was doing that.
Yeah, okay, maybe. I don't know. It's just like to think that only one culture of peoples could ever develop this technology on their own, independent of each other. is kind. It's like a little bit of hubris, right?
Well, and that's one of the things that I had put in my notes is I wonder if synchronicity is the word that I think of, but there's another word where 2 or 3 people all come up with the same idea right around the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's this whole like the argument that ancient UFOologists use, like for the whole alien thing, right? Is all these pyramids started cropping up at the same time. It's like, well, yeah, because like people are evolving at the same time, and like people are people, and yeah, we have different ideas about things sometimes, but like culturally, you kind of just evolve these ideas, and you make pyramids, and they look a little different, and you have like slightly different techniques, but it's a thing that a culture develops because we are all humans and we are all very similar, despite what you were told as a child that you're like a unique snowflake. You're not.
Yeah,
you're just not.
I know.
You're a human being, and like you have the same thoughts that everybody else does, and you go through the same things. And so for me, it's that sort of thing where it's just like, okay, yes, on the one hand, it is a little odd, but on the other hand, it's not that weird.
No, because actually, when you think about it too, there's only so many ways to make an arrowhead or a spearhead.
That's true.
And that is a very good point.
There's only So, and I think we've exhausted them all.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. The one weird thing is that there is such a huge distance gap because that style is seen in the Clovis and it's seen in the Solutrean, but it is not seen in anywhere in Asia or the Siberia regions around the same time. So it's independent on a continental scale, which is what they're pointing at. Now I understand that. I just want to bring that out because there's some things that kind of shoot some holes in this theory.
Well, and I guess I'll just like point out again that if it is in fact even a continental thing, right, is that, well, then maybe that has more to do with the way that the stone in the United States or the like continent of America breaks than the stone in Europe. I mean,
Chert is, I believe, is the general name of the stone.
Yeah.
I might be wrong on that.
I mean, if they're
but
made
that
of
stone
similar
does come
stone.
up in different areas. It's naturally occurring.
Yeah, so I don't know. It just,
it's very hard to say.
knows?
Detractors of this theory, they point out at, there's about a 5,000-year gap between the two cultures.
Sure.
So that's a bit of a problem.
So they're saying that. So they documented the Solutrean people in Europe, and they were exactly when?
They were about 5,000 years different. And I believe it's before the Clovis.
Before the Clovis people.
Yeah. Now I might have that flip flopped. And it might be that the Clovis were first and the Solutreans were second, but I don't believe that would have led this theory to come out. So I've got to say the Solutreans were first and they were in Europe. So this theory, the way this theory is going, is just to kind of, before we get into the detraction side of it, is it's kind of the same as people coming from the Asian continent through Siberia. Is they're instead saying, well, these guys came up and they floated along on the ice sheets and they went through what would be Greenland and Iceland and then got into Canada and worked their way south into the American continent, hunting and finding whatever they could in those areas, because there's going to be critters that are still going to live in those marine ecosystems. People have said, well, you know what, it'd be freezing cold and it's very wet. If you're a marine culture, you've got a maritime culture, you've got to be able to waterproof yourself. And we don't see any evidence of that, which we've talked about with the boats.
Yeah.
The same thing. I think that evidence would have disappeared by this time.
I agree.
Oh, yeah. But the thing about this, the people that put this theory forth basically said that they skirted the edge of the ice sheet during the Ice Age. And the way I see it, before the Ice Age, they could have actually made their migration. I don't know if you've looked at a map of the North Atlantic.
Oh, no, it's quite possible. They're saying they're kind of playing in a gray area.
Yeah, you can hop from, like, say Britain to Iceland or, say, Scandinavia to Iceland. It's not that far apart. And then from there to Greenland is not very far. And from
no, it's
Greenland
not very. No, you're absolutely right. And I'm not saying that they were literally paddling alongside a glacier.
Yeah, but no,
they were looking for areas
other
they could
people
get
have put
onto.
that theory forth, and
yeah,
and I think they probably did it under probably earlier in time. They came here.
And that's one of the things people bash on this theory about. They also go back to that DNA evidence, which shows that, as they've talked about before, there's no European signs in that DNA from it's the mitochondrial DNA. And there's a term that they throw around, which is called, and this is going to be important if everybody wants to go out and do the reading, because this will help you a lot, because it took me a long time to figure it out, is they will use the term haplogroup.
No, haplogroup. I think
haplogroup, thank you.
Haplogroup.
I cannot say words today that are scientific.
Yeah.
Basically what that means is that is people who descend from a common ancestor.
This is what they do the testing for these days when you, like, say, oh, the son of a son is going to, like, do the mouth swab, and then you're like, be able to track your... That's what they're tracking.
Basically, yes. In a very simplified version, yes. Over thousands of years.
This crazy science, the only way I can even, like, mildly comprehend it is by, like, simplifying it to the lowest common.
Believe me, I've done the same thing.
Yeah.
So now, you remember I talked about Stanford and Bradley?
Yeah.
They came right back with a bunch of issues to throw at the land bridge theory that we talked about in the beginning.
Yeah, the Clovis culture.
Yeah, and there's actually some really good points that they bring up. The first of which is
you're in the middle of an ice age. It's going to be friggin' cold.
Yeah, so you're in the northern hemisphere.
Why would you be in the north?
And at the high summers, it's like 60 degrees. Second of all, what do we see in terms of light cycles in the northern hemisphere? We go from days of dark to days of light and then back. I don't know of a culture moving through there that would be able to stand that just freshly coming into that. Do you see where I'm heading?
Well,
it would be a shock.
I mean, I guess, like, if we're gonna, just for argument's sake, like, if they were living in Siberia, they were pretty freaking used to that already.
That's a good point.
You know, like, they were used to the freezing cold. They were used to the weird light cycles. And people currently in this in this day and age live in areas like that.
That's very true.
You know, granted, like, we have better technology, but it's not like they moved there after the technology existed. They've lived there forever. And
that's very true.
You know, so I guess to play a little bit of
no. I appreciate devil's advocate on that. But here's the other thing that they bring up that I really had never thought of, which is when the land bridge emerged from the water, it was going to be mud.
Yeah.
It was going to be mucky ground. It wasn't going to be hard packed that was easy to walk on. It's going to be marshy. It's going to be boggy. And how in the world are you going to walk through that chase and game? Game aren't going to go through that easily. It's going to take a long time for that to dry out.
Well, not just dry out, but actually game aren't going to go there because there's nothing for them to eat.
Yeah.
Until plants start growing there, and that's going to take a while.
Yeah, and then there's the other thing, another thing they brought up, which is in that region, the first thing that comes in those marshy environments is the insects, which are like no-see-ums and mosquitoes and that kind of...
Mosquitoes as big as sparrows.
Yeah, so I mean, it just, again, it doesn't seem like a place that I would say, hey, family, let's go truck through that bog and see what's on the other side. Hopefully we make out and we find some food. Again, I understand I'm simplifying, but these are things that I see that I'm like, I don't know that I want to go through it.
You know, I would think that the thing that would cause that is not the great old spirit of exploration, but pressures either from competitive tribes that want to slaughter you, number one, or two, you've killed off all the game in your area and you need to migrate to go find somewhere else to hunt.
Well, but as you said, like, it's not super likely that that's how things are migrating to the Americas. Anyways, I mean, you know, it's not like a bunch of woolly mammoths are going to be like, oh, yeah, mud.
Yeah.
We're going to lumber through this. There's no food. This is where we're going. That's not going to happen.
I don't know that it would have taken...
the Ice Age movie, hey, Sully, or whatever his name was. Yeah, they're not going to do that.
No, they're not. I mean, if there's not food there, they're not going to go there. And there's not food there. So why...
Well, no, I mean, there would be food there in a relatively quick time, I think, that probably...
but not
after
enough
100
to
years,
sustain a herd.
Yeah.
I guess is what...
Definitely not enough to sustain a herd large enough to warrant following the herd.
Yeah. I don't think it would have taken like 1,000 years.
No, but even a couple hundred, like...
It would take a while.
That puts a ding in the timeline.
That they make, though.
Yeah.
Here is one of the pieces of evidence that really sparked the whole Solutrean people hypothesis.
Sure.
This happened in 1974. There's guys fishing, and I believe they were drag netting, and they were outside of Chesapeake Bay.
They were a ways offshore.
They were
Quite a
ways offshore. They're a couple hundred feet. They're dragging a couple hundred feet down.
Yeah.
And they hit something really big and heavy, and they hauled it up, and it turned out to be a mastodon skull.
Oh.
Yeah. What
Said
a cool souvenir
mastodon.
that would be.
Very cool, but it was too big and heavy for them to actually lug all the way back to shore.
Of
So
course.
what they did is they cut off parts of the tusk and parts of the teeth and gave them to everybody on the boat as souvenirs, and then they chucked it back overboard.
Oh, for God's sake.
Wasn't there like a stone tool in it or something?
That was stuck in part of the, I believe it was the tusk what it was stuck in.
And they took it.
And they took
Okay,
it.
that's good at least.
So the people, well, it was stuck in it. They didn't
Now-
know what they had.
Well, but they could have just chucked it back in.
That's very true.
Can I just say one thing?
Eventually, the people who had it donated it, and that's how people figured out what
Oh,
it was.
good.
Oh, okay. Can I just say one thing? These guys were boneheads. Because
No pun intended.
even if you don't have room on your boat and you can't handle the weight of the skull, what you do is you're in a couple hundred feet of water. You tie a rope a couple hundred feet long with a buoy on the other end of it to the skull, so you can come back and get it. Hello?
If they realize what they
Or
had,
you
that
stick
would
it
make
back in
sense.
the net and drag it behind you.
Yeah,
Like
something.
not super deep, and you're fine.
You pull up a mastodon skull, you going to throw it back in?
No.
No.
I'm
hell
not
no.
an idiot, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Throw that out there.
Yeah. Oh well. Anyway, but yeah, and this is an interesting thing because a couple hundred feet down, that's about where the ancient
Where it had
coastline
been,
used to
right?
be.
Yeah.
And now,
Yeah, that's
And,
exactly the point. Is
and
that
as I
that's
said a
where
little
the
earlier,
coastline would have been? Yeah.
if we could start exploring that ancient coastline down there, and even it's not just one coastline. I mean, sea level has been rising for thousands of years. So
Yeah.
anywhere between a couple hundred feet down and shoreline, you're going to find artifacts.
Yeah.
And all
But those
kinds
are
of
hard to
interesting
find
stuff.
now because they're under sediment and mud and
Oh,
muck
yeah.
and
and
all
they're a
that
couple hundred
stuff.
feet down, and yeah, obviously, we can't go down and just ripping up the seafloor.
No,
I mean,
no.
it'd
Well,
be
we
fun, but
could.
it probably wouldn't be good for the sea life.
Yeah, and we're gonna move on from the Solutreans. I mean, there's been other evidence that have shown that maybe people were doing these marine lifestyles, the mariners, so to speak.
Yeah, Waterworld.
Yeah, I mean, there's things that are outside of the Channel Islands in California that are showing evidence of artifacts that are from like 10,000 BCE. There's all these things, and people keep saying that there could have been possible failed colonization.
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I want to get into because that kind of comes into my final thoughts about this whole thing.
Well, actually, but to hold off for a second, the Solutreans,
Solutrean.
the Solutreans,
The one word I can say tonight.
yeah, essentially, a few people believe that they migrated here, and a lot of other scientists believe that no, they never ever did. Right? Correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
People couldn't see me shaking my head. I had to say something. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make that. But again, this mastodon skull was pulled up with essentially kind of a Solutrean spear point.
And it was dated at 22,000 years.
Yeah, exactly.
So that
So
lends a little credence to the theory.
it really does. And here's
But
the,
I guess it's also like fair to say that none of these theories necessitate mutual exclusivity.
And
Yeah.
that's
You
problem.
know.
Okay, so I think
Or
we
two.
Sorry, am I jumping ahead? a
No.
little bit?
I was just gonna say is that I think we've said is that the problem is all these dates we're working with are soft.
Yeah, they're
They're-
really soft, and
they're
it's hard
not
to
exact.
say. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, yeah, it's totally possible that like the Solutreans came over and tried to colonize, and we have like all this
Yeah.
information. They like survived for a couple thousand years, and then just died out. When
Or-
Clovis culture was more robust, they were going down the, sailing down the whole shore, and they colonized, and they were way more, and they are actually kind of what the true natives are now. I think there's just so many different it could be a mix of this and this and this.
well,
or-
given that what things were back in those days, I think if the Solutreans came over and then say the Clovis people showed up and wanted their land, they would have exterminated the Solutreans too. There's always a possibility. I mean,
War.
Right.
That's one of my things I
Also,
was
yeah.
going to get at is war. They could have literally wiped them out
Absolutely.
or enslaved them.
Yeah.
And by enslavement, I mean
Killed the
truly
men.
did not breed. Again, I talked about this before. There was no interbreeding, or almost no interbreeding, enough that gene pool can't be detected.
Yeah.
There's also the possibility that, and this is out there, and I know I'm completely making this up, but I'm just, it's my brain was spinning on this story. It's possible that these cultures met, and as we said, we've got the master-slave relationship, or we could have the god and worshiper relationship, where one culture shows up, and they are so dominant, and they somehow key into a culture that other culture is subservient, and therefore they just never stay in the gene pool. It's also possible that, nobody's ever talked about this. What if one of these cultures practiced some form of cremation?
Yeah.
We've never seen that.
That's what I was thinking, is like they haven't found remains. There's a couple of things. The Solutreans, we've never found any DNA evidence that they were actually here.
Right, because there's no European DNA.
But what you're talking about is absolutely correct. A lot of cultures, like say in India, for example, they burn corpses. But there's another thing. And I have two words. There's two words here. Kennewick Man. You've heard of Kennewick Man, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So Kennewick Man, found just very recently along the shores of the Columbia River, not that far away in Kennewick, near Kennewick, Washington, is apparently, from the shape of the skull and the facial features and everything, anthropologists have decided that he was not at all related to any American Indians. He was probably most likely from a Polynesian island. And so that would evidence to me indications of a migration not just from eastern Siberia, but also from Polynesia, or from perhaps the people who went on to populate Polynesia. Because, of course, Polynesia was populated by people from the Eurasian landmass. So Kennewick Man, let me finish. Kennewick Man was obviously completely different from the great majority of the Native Americans that we have found here. It is virtually impossible that he migrated all the way by himself.
Yeah.
In other words, it's very likely there was a mass migration of his people, not just his tiny tribe, but a whole bunch of people from that area to North America, and they eventually died out. And of all that population, how many skeletons have we found?
One.
Exactly one.
Yep.
Exactly one.
That
supports to me the Solutrean theory a little bit.
I also think there's a lot to percentages, right? If 90% of the DNA pool is Clovis and 1% or 10% is Solutrean. Yeah, I'm having a hard time because there's a Doctor Who race called Soltarans.
Oh, yeah.
So, I'm having a very hard time. I'm trying really hard to keep it together. I'm sorry. But, if you've got your, smaller group relatively of people who have colonized the East Coast, the Clovis culture finally makes it over there. They realize, maybe they slaughter most of the people or not all of them. But even if you start breeding, if there's only 10% of the population over however many number of generations, which would be a high number of generations, if you're mostly breeding with Clovis culture people, that DNA is essentially going to disappear. It doesn't sustain itself. There's no way. Our DNA testing is not so advanced that we could be and there's this 1% that's unidentified. We don't know. It doesn't matter.
And that also would help. What you're talking about is saying that the Solutreans were there, and then there was some interbreeding.
Yeah.
That would help explain why the peoples of the eastern seaboard of the Americas, of the United States.
Have you noticed how they talk kind of funny compared to the way we talk here?
Nice try, Joe. They are, on a genetic level, slightly different than the peoples from the Western Coast.
Yeah.
But the people from the Western Coast are very, very similar to the people of the South Americas.
Yeah.
So that tells you that there's a divergence somewhere, and there's got to have been some introduction of something different.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's so I totally agree with that. I totally agree with Joe that it just cracks me up that all the academics are fighting over it is this one people. when I think Joe hit the nail on the head that it is very possible
that was all
that there
kinds
was
of different
multiple cultures coming in at multiple times. And I think the reason that this so intrigued me is that it shot so many holes into what we all learned as kids, which was caveman walked across the land bridge chasing mastodons.
I think that's probably the only theory that we can pretty securely discount.
Oh yeah,
point. I mean, right? Like at this point,
as the sole source of
there's no way.
People.
There's no way.
It's possible that at the end the land bridge may have been solid enough for people to just make that solid trek. But I personally think that I don't care which side, whether it be the Atlantic or the Pacific, I think that peoples had to have come here by boat in some form. It's the only way they could have traveled fast enough from what we have available.
Most likely. You know, and I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it would be really fascinating to actually go down. I mean, that stuff, the land bridge is still there. It's underwater.
Oh, yeah.
It's underwater. It would be really cool to go down there and just troll around. I mean, for one thing, I'm interested to find out how long it was above, and if it was above the waterline long enough for actual forests to develop on it, in which case there should be archaeological remains of forests down there. There should be human remains.
From what I understand, it was 1,000 or 2,000 years, but I don't know how long. I don't know how high above sea level it was.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how high above sea level you've got to be before the ground actually starts drying out significantly.
Yeah, exactly. But it would be fascinating to go down there and do a little underwater archaeology. And I realize that kind of thing is difficult and expensive to do.
Oh,
but But that would be the real test. Would be to go down there and map. Like it would be a likely spot for humans to settle, at least temporarily, on a journey, and then start digging and see what you come up with.
And there's the possibility that some of that might have hardened and filled in. So there might be. I mean, there's so many prehistoric tracks of dinosaurs that have become stone, so we might see that kind of stuff. But it's so hard to say because it's been back underwater, and now we've got liquid forces eroding it. So I
who
don't
knows?
know.
Yeah, it would be hard, but there's got to be, if that was a land bridge, there's got to be some evidence down there.
There's got to be something.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's unfortunately where we have to leave this.
Oh no, we got to solve it. Okay.
Oh,
Joe's gonna do it.
Okay, now I'm about to announce who the murderer is, but then the lights are going to go out. There'll be a scream and the sound of a body hitting the floor.
Wait.
I got the wrong one.
You're in the wrong month, man.
Okay, all right.
Well, that is where we're leaving it because that's where the evidence leaves us, and I think we've all kind of beat this enough as to which direction we're thinking it's going.
Well,
but if you want to read any of the research on this, that's going to be available on our website. The website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. We will also have this episode and any past episode is there, so you can listen to them directly on the site. If you want to download the show on a regular basis, you want to subscribe, you can do it through the site, or of course you could just go to iTunes, where I think most people are still going. On iTunes, if you're there, take the time to leave us a comment and a rating. We do appreciate that, and that gets us out to the wider world of people to help find us.
Especially a good rating. We prefer those.
Well, a rating is a rating.
Yeah, be honest. But,
all PR is PR, or something like that. Oh, it isn't?
No.
Oh. Ignore that last statement. Now, if you want to listen to an episode and you haven't had a chance to download it, but you use Stitcher, you can go ahead and just stream us through any mobile-ready device right there. We are, of course, on Facebook, so we have the group and we have the Facebook page. Been some good stuff going through both of those.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, and people have joined lately. We're getting a couple of conversations going, so I'm having fun.
Hey, new followers and joiners. What's up?
And, of course, we have our email, so if you have thoughts, comments, something you want to share, suggestions, the email is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. I know, of course, this week alone, I left town and left Devin.
Oh, it was awful.
I told Devin, don't worry, we won't get much, and then Devin Devin just got inundated with emails.
So many emails.
Was it
he
like
was
3 or
nah,
something?
There's don't worry, we won't get that many emails. And then I was like, oh man, I need to check those because it's been a couple days. And I checked and there were 20 emails.
Oh, did I not? I forgot to tell you, I check them on my phone all the time, so I kind of
Oh.
just deal with them on a running basis.
No, it was a lot. It was incredible.
Yeah.
So I got to talk to a couple people and kind of, I don't know how you field those. I am awful at it. So
No,
it's
you did great.
It's
Did good. And everybody seemed to appreciate it. We got some thoughts, we got some ideas for topics, we got good stuff
suggestions.
on there.
A reminder that actually 8-bit color is 64 color.
You mean it was 4-bit color? This was actually, I was going to bring this email up because I screwed up, and I will admit this right now. This is
What
a
did you do?
correction. When we talked about Gary McKinnon, we said that he looked at one of his images in 4-bit color, and I don't know
said it was
which.
4 colors.
One of us said, "Oh, well, that's 4 colors when it's actually 16 colors." That's been embarrassing. Sorry about that little incorrect factoid.
But thank you for correcting us.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely appreciate the correction. So those are the kind of emails where I'm a little embarrassed, but I'm glad to get them.
Yeah, for sure.
Then I
Yeah, we all
don't sound
miss-
like an idiot when somebody listens to the catalog later on.
We
sure.
all misspeak,
Yeah, obviously tonight I did a lot of that.
Yeah, you did.
Or mispronunciations. I think I did a bunch of those too.
Lots of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lots of good
You
stuff.
screwed up all over the place.
This was basically a failure.
Yeah.
On a
I'm-
massive scale.
This one will never get released. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that having been said, we're going to go ahead and close this one out. And I guess, well, yeah, we'll be talking to you next week.
Probably. Hey, by the way, I'm voting for the Solutreans.
I didn't realize we were voting for things.
Yeah, and goodbye.
Hello. We are looking for highly intelligent individuals. To find them, we have devised a test. There is a message hidden in this image. Find it, and it will lead you on the road to finding us. We look forward to meeting the few that will make it all the way through. Good luck. 3301.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey, everyone. It's Thinking Sideways, the podcast. Like usual, I'm Devin, joined by...
Steve.
And Joe.
So, yeah, let's just go for it. Yeah?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Solving a mystery.
Yeah, obviously.
Sweet.
Definitely not solving this mystery. This is actually, Steve, this is one of the mysteries you're going to hate. There's this quote about this mystery. It says that not all mysteries are solvable, but prize comes in the pursuit. And I know you hate those ones where, there's not an actual answer or anything.
Yeah, I'm not nuts about that.
So tonight we're going to talk about cicada or cicada, depending on you say the name of that insect.
Let's just call it cicada.
Cicada is how I say it, so I'm sorry if that
I think that's
bothers
normal.
you guys.
Yeah.
Cicada 3301, which is... let's just talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to do a preamble.
Mm,
Ready?
yeah.
Cool. On January 5th, 2012, an image was posted to 4chan, which is the best way to get your stuff out there. It was on the /X thread, I guess. I don't know. I don't really use 4chan.
Me
so I
neither.
don't actually know what they call that. Anyways.
Proving our ignorance. Yet again.
The message that we put at the beginning, before we even introduced ourselves, that was attached to an image that was essentially led to a series of clues, basically one more impossible than the next to solve, which led to who knows what, because everybody who solved this mystery or the puzzles, the set of puzzles, is essentially internet silent at this point. There's one person who said that they solved it, but when you read every interview with them, they say they solved it up until it went into real life situations, and then suddenly they were not part of the solving it anymore. And there are some people, there's a lot of groups on the internet that are chats and forums and all that stuff that work together to solve it, but we're going to talk about the puzzle, so it'll become apparent, but there's only a select few people who've actually probably solved it. There's no confirmation that those people actually exist, that the solvers were actually chosen or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And wasn't it one of the ground rules from 3301 that you had to solve it on your own? You couldn't band together with a bunch of people.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
It's interesting because they do kind of say that, but also many of the clues are literally unsolvable unless people from around the world come together.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about the set of puzzles that came about from the first round of these in 2012, primarily. And we're going to walk through that. You guys are going to hear me talking a lot. But it's super interesting, so listen to my words.
By the way, did you solve the puzzle?
I definitely did not solve the puzzle.
No. I didn't even bother to try.
No, I think that's the funny thing about the question of one person doing it, is it requires such a broad set of skills.
Yeah.
And in terms of understanding code and cryptography and all these things, like there's just such a mass breadth of areas that it covers.
Not to mention literature and music.
Yeah, it would seem nigh impossible for one person to have all that jammed in their head.
Yeah, definitely made for crowdsourcing.
Yeah, it turns out actually it's not so impossible because we're going to talk about two groups in this, and I was going to wait until later to kind of delve into it, but we'll just say now there's two groups really. They refer to one group as the solvers, which are the people who are the front line, who are actively solving these things, who have the know-how, who are figuring this stuff out, and then the followers, who once this stuff started to hit the forums, let's see, there's forums, web communities, websites, chat rooms, Skype groups, IRC groups, all sorts of different groups around solving these puzzles. And what happens is that there's one or two actual solvers, quote unquote, in that group, and the rest are followers who are getting their information secondhand and going to the websites or submitting the clues or whatever. And they're not actually solving anything, or they're saying they're inputting one little tiny little bit of something. So there's a group of active solvers, and then there's the followers, and the followers are what Joe was talking about a little bit with 3301 was very displeased with the followers, which we'll talk about again in the context of the time.
But the interesting thing is I pondered this particular little mystery is that of all the people on all those chat boards and forums and stuff like that, how do you know that members of 3301 aren't actually posting comments in there?
Yeah, you don't.
You don't.
No, you don't. You have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the puzzles are, as I said, kind of impossible to solve on their own, and they're impossible for most groups to solve as well. You have to be really, really smart. As Steve was saying, there's a lot of information you have to have in your head to know how to do this. To even you don't even have to have the first-hand knowledge, but you don't have to know how to decode this one specific kind of coding language, but you have to know well enough that that's what that's in, enough to Google how to, for whatever. Anyways.
Yeah, you have to be able to go out and get that one specific thing, which I can't remember the name of it.
Download that one program.
That one program that helps you to find messages embedded in photographs.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that
and stuff.
a lot.
Yeah.
So now that we've trampled all over your train of thought.
Yeah, jeez.
Do you want to start back at the beginning?
Oh,
yeah.
Sure. All right. Are you guys ready? Let's talk about...
It's a picture and a message, right?
It starts out that way.
Yeah.
Let's talk about 2012. Since it's the longest ago, and it was kind of the first one, there's good documentation of it. 2013, there's better documentation of the actual puzzle pieces, but not as good documentation of what may have happened after. There's a very where the followers stop being able to follow the puzzles, which we'll talk about again. I'm sorry to keep doing this. I know everybody hates it when I say, "Oh no, we'll
such
talk
a
about
tease."
that then.
Yeah.
Cliffhanger.
That comes after the break.
Yeah, but the stuff after the break from 2012, there's actually some stuff from that. From 2013 and 2014, there isn't really, and actually 2014, it's hard. You can't. I don't even know if it's actually been.
Yeah, I was.
I mean, I think it probably has, but I think that the solvers have kind of wised up enough to know not to be solving everything, and the span of these puzzles is a month, and there are people, there's one wiki which I know we're going to put on the website that is literally a community dedicated to solving these. And their 2014 one, they're still stuck on like one of the very early puzzles in 2014. And they're, a large group of people. So, okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and I want to start out on 2012 with the fact that in the 2000s, there was this thing that was really, really popular called alternate reality games. Do you guys remember those?
No.
Okay, so actually Bungie, the creators of the Halo series, used one of these to promote Halo 2 before its release in, I think, 2005, I think is when it came out. They released this game called I Love Bees that was a game that was a game inside the Halo universe. So it was a game that you played in an alternate reality.
Okay.
So these were really popular, and the way that these were often promoted or released was the same kind of way that 3301 made their presence known first. You would release an image or basically a taunt, I guess is the word I'm looking for. I don't think that's the right word I'm looking for. A tease, maybe.
A hint?
Yeah, a clue of some kind, and then then they would drop the game, and everybody would be like, "Oh, that's so cool! We're gonna play this game," and it's like an alternate reality. Yeah. So a lot of people initially thought that this was just like a really complex ARG. The image that was posted, people started to try and decode the picture, which is the really easy way to decode a picture, right? Is you export it as a TXT file, a text file, and there's probably some text attached to it. Oftentimes it's just a string of numbers and letters, and that's fine. Sometimes if there's an embedded message in it, it'll come up with something else. And actually, when you downloaded this first picture as a TXT file, they got what's called a Caesar cipher, which Joe, I know, knows what it is. And
we've talked about Caesar
we've talked about
before,
it a little bit, and I'll remind people of it in just a second. But it says Tiberius Claudius Caesar says, and then a string of kind of ASCII type numbers, letters, symbols.
Wow, talk about making it easy.
Well, okay. So this type of cipher, the Caesar cipher, it's just like it's the one where you just bump letters over a certain number, kind of, and you use the pad of Tiberius Caesar cipher, whatever. Anyways, so people decoded this message. They were like, "Ah, this is super easy. This is awesome. This is a fun little game for everybody to play," and it led them to a URL that contained all that was on this URL was an image of a duck decoy that read, "Whoops, just decoys this way. Looks like you can't guess how to get the message out." Which is hilarious to me.
It's trolling.
It's so much, right? So a lot of people also were like, well, this is obviously just a troll. Like, but other people, that's just so much work to go to. I mean, it's not that much work, but it's a good enough amount of work to go to just to like know that people are going to think, oh, we'll just do this thing and we're so clever. Look at us solving a mystery, and have it, not only to have that be embedded in the TXT file of the image, but to have it actually lead to a URL that actually has an image that points out how dumb people are. It's awesome to me.
If I had been setting this puzzle up, though, I would have not done that. I would not have had a decoy. I would have had more clues and more false leads, and just lead people several steps down before you finally show them the duck decoy. And say,
I gotta be honest with you. I think that's. There's so much other stuff that goes into this whole set of puzzles that, like, that was probably all they had time for. Like, really, that's all they had time for. It turns out that you have to have a program called Outguess, which is a steganography program. Is that how you say that word?
I'm not sure how that's pronounced. It's steganography or something. But
do you know what that is?
That's when you embed messages in JPEGs or other photographs.
And you have to have this specific program to pull the messages out, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and all those things, have a lot of information embedded in them. I mean, they all have like the make of the camera, the date.
It's kind of metadata.
Yeah, it's got all kinds of information about the photo, like the lens and focal length and all kinds of stuff. But there's no reason you can't put other stuff in there. And a lot of people do, like terrorists, for example.
Well, yeah. So, okay, and just to be clear, you had to run that initial image. Yes, we're still talking about that first image. This is how deep this is. Through Outguess, and you got the following message. Here's a book code. To find the book and more information, go to our favorite website, Reddit. There's a subreddit. And then there's a list of numbers. And then it says, good luck, 3301. All of their messages are signed, good luck, period, 3301. This subreddit it's just full of ridiculous ciphers. Let me show you guys, and we'll link it on the website, of course. This is the subreddit. You're welcome.
What is this subreddit?
It's just ciphers.
So these are just ciphers that people have made up?
No, these are all from 3301.
Oh.
Really? And then
there's this one poster. You can see if you go through here, it's all just one poster. But it's all, you guys should go check it out. I highly encourage it. I know many of you are Redditors anyways, so just go on. Don't upvote these things. Don't do it. Anyways, it's just ciphers. And the metadata that you found by running through this one, the very first image through Outguess, sent you there. I mean, this is like crazy already, right? This is crazy already. To me, at least. I'm not great with puzzle solving and ciphers, but already it's like, this is too much work for me, which means I'm lazy and should be weeded out, probably.
I was going to say, you get frustrated with, like, jigsaw puzzles.
It's true.
Yeah,
I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about the string of numbers, and it could mean anything. It could mean, like, say, in a given book, say if it's a book cipher.
Oh,
well,
that's definitely a book cipher.
They outright say this is a book code. To find the book and more information, go to
and then you got to solve a puzzle to find out the book. And of course, they found out the name of the book, but what book it was. But what's interesting to me is that it's a series of paired numbers. There's a number, colon, another number.
So like 1:20.
1:20 could be page 1, line 20, first character. But what's interesting, and I don't understand why they do it this way, is that you notice the first digit of every one of those paired sequences? You notice that they all grow.
Yeah, they're sequential.
They're sequential. There's no reason for that.
Oh, well, except for that's a very 3301 thing. They do this.
No, I noticed that in a lot of their ciphers that they were all doing that, and I thought, really, that's not necessary in a book code. In fact, it's probably not even a good thing if you want to have an unbreakable code.
Well,
but they don't.
They don't. They want them to be breakable. They just want them to be difficult. And also, it cultivates this aura around them. It's a style. It's a stylistic choice almost, which is interesting because at this point we're so far into code writers, right, and cipher makers that we're talking about the stylistic merits of each individual code. So that's interesting. But anyways. On the subreddit, not only were all these like jumbled letters and all of that stuff, there are also 2 pictures. Images, I guess. Pictures is not the right word. One was called Welcome, and the other one was called Problems. And from here on out, when we're talking about images, I'll just add, all of them are decoded with Outguess because at this point people have figured out that's how you do it. And they all contain a thing called a PGP signature, which stands for Pretty Good Passkey Signature. You're welcome. Which basically authenticates that the images and the embedded code are coming directly from 3301. I'm not going to get into how PGP codes work. Google it if you're very curious.
It's kind of complex.
It's a little complex. It exists, and then you have to have an authentication code and
a key.
Yeah, so it's a little. Go Google it if you have questions, or you can just accept that that's a thing, whichever you prefer.
And now the thing about the PGP codes is you can't forge somebody else's PGP signature, correct?
Right. Well, and that's where the whole key thing comes in, is that they only work with a certain key, and that it's impossible apparently to forge the signature plus the key to get any kind of encrypted data. As I said, go Google it if you guys have questions. I am not a computer science person.
Plus, we only have so much time.
Also, we only have so much time.
Yeah, the episodes are exactly 42 minutes, and that allows time for commercial breaks. So talk fast.
I will talk really fast.
Okay.
Welcome, the image, the code revealed in this, essentially just said, hey, from now on, all of the images that come from us are going to have this passkey. Here's the key. This is how you authenticate that this stuff is from us. Problems message read, the key has always been right in front of your eyes. This isn't the quest for the Holy Grail. Stop making it more difficult than it is. Good luck, 3301. This is so kind of them, isn't it?
Always to say good luck.
Yeah, it's so kind of them. Good luck to
They're
be
so
like,
supportive.
listen,
Yeah.
you guys are making this way harder than it is. This is actually very simple. Would you guys just figure it out?
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that the subreddit header is some symbols which were undecoded, and they gave some numbers.
The numeric sequence.
Essentially, which was a key that allowed users to decode all of the strings in the subreddit, which produced some things useful. The most useful of which was a phone number.
Ooh.
So this is where things get a little weird. You call the phone number, and you get a message. You guys want to hear what the message sounded like?
Yeah.
Very good. You have done well. There are 3 prime numbers associated with the original final .jpeg image. 3301 is one of them. You will have to find the other 2. Multiply all 3 of these numbers together and add a .com on the end to find the next step. Good luck. Goodbye.
Oh, not at all.
Uh-huh.
So actually, the next little puzzle clue, this is actually very simple for them. It said that you would find there are 3 prime numbers associated with the original final JPEG image, right? It turns out it was the 3301 was one of them, which they said. The other 2 were actually the height and width of the image, which, okay, yes. It's interesting that they made the height and width prime numbers, sure, whatever. But that's pretty simple, right? Compared to like some of the other stuff that we've seen so far.
That's a simple way to hide the information.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a simple thing to figure out because you know that everybody is combing back through the code of the image and not looking at, when you view a image on your computer, you find it and it says file name and it says X by X size and it gives you the dimensions. I bet so many people just blew right by that obvious thing that you see all the time.
Sure,
Well,
that's
now
fair.
that, and they always put that up there. If you look at the image properties, they'll have 1205 pixels by 1200 pixels or something like that. But in retrospect, it seems pretty obvious. But
probably,
yeah. If you're looking at it probably would not occur to a lot of people.
No.
So the 2 numbers, the height and the width, multiplied by 3301, resulted in the number 8451545127. Of note, this number is actually contained in brackets in their PGP code. So that's cool. That right? That's weird.
That had to be a lot of work to to figure out. Okay, what can we do? How do we do this? That would be difficult.
So I guess if you were like a fairly savvy internet user, you could have, I guess, kind of guessed that, but probably not. And it's interesting. This is something that you see kind of happen a lot in these puzzles. There are these very weird, really eerie coincidences that keep happening over and over again. This, I think, is one of them.
I think it's obvious they're well engineered.
They're very well engineered,
and they tie back into themselves. A lot of times puzzles just keep going clue after clue, and they just spawn in kind of a linear fashion. And this is more like a folded piece of paper, just suddenly wraps back on itself and goes in the opposite direction, and then comes back to itself.
It's like a piece of origami almost.
Yeah, it's very elegant.
Yeah. So the website obviously was thisnumber.com. If you went to it and it was too early, you saw this countdown. It was an image of a cicada with a countdown. And the image run through Outguess told people when to return to the site. They said to return to the site on January 9th. Just for 2 seconds, let's talk about the fact that first image appeared on January 5th. And 4 days later, this is where we are. This is 4 days, you guys.
And this thing went on for like a month.
The very last day of 2012's puzzle was February 3rd.
The internet nerds must have been going insane.
And that's so freaking fast to have to figure out any of that.
Was there an expiration on that website?
Yes.
So
there was a start and an end on that website.
How long was it? Do you remember?
I'm going to say a couple hours at the most.
Really?
Yeah, and so it's going to get even more interesting.
No way to weed them out, though.
So yeah, for real. when users returned at the specified time, there wasn't in fact like a universal time, is a UTM or something like that.
Right.
Time code stamped on it. The image had changed, and when you ran it through Outguess, it returned a series of real-world coordinates.
GPS.
This
GPS or coordinates? Or?
They were longitude and latitude coordinates. Okay. So this is when people, the users or solvers, realized that this was more than just an internet troll or a really savvy, it could have been created by somebody who was like super smart. It could have been their masterpiece from their basement. But these longitude and latitude coordinates pointed all over the world, literally, like South Korea, Dallas.
So there were multiple
Spain.
Locations on it?
I think that I don't remember the number on this one. The other one, there's an actual list. On 2013's, there's an actual list.
Okay.
But there were, I think, 4 or 5 in 2012, and they were far-reaching.
Well, yeah, and I was going to say, is I remember that they popped up in a number of locations, at Australia and Alabama and the UK. I mean, and I'm making those locations up, but...
Yeah, you are, because none of those are actually.
I know, but what I'm saying is that they were all over, and so when that happened, it gave how many locations? 5?
I don't remember.
Let's just say it was 5, because I know there's been varying numbers and getting them all mixed up together.
There's better documentation for 2013's.
Right, but if there's 5 locations, all 5 locations coordinates were provided. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and each one most of them led to like telephone poles that had just printed paper with a picture of a cicada with a QR code beneath it.
Which is probably what most people are most familiar with when it comes to this story.
That image. Pictures of that, on a telephone pole. There are some that were on bus stops, posted in the back. The one in Korea from 2013 was like on the back of like a bus shelter. Public places anybody could get to.
Yeah, so this kind of indicates to me that either 3301 is a big organization like MI6 or the KGB or whatever, or more likely it's a bunch of guys who are like are scattered around the world and connected via internet.
Right, and that was actually the thing. That's where I was kind of going with it, was that it made people realize that this wasn't just like one lone dude sitting in his basement, that this was a far-reaching network that actually had to have some resources. They had this phone number, but you can hear, I think we've probably edited out the like redial redirect in the video, but you can hear when you called that phone number, you dial the phone number and then it redirects to another phone number and then you get the message. They hosted numerous websites. It's anonymously. It's not just hosting it, because it's easy to buy. We know firsthand. It's easy to just buy a domain and host something on it. But to do that anonymously is less easy. And sure, you can hack a thing and find whatever, but to get your specific URL, the specific everything, that's it requires resources.
A lot of savvy.
Yeah. And so this also was when people realized that they had to work together, because there was no way that people were going to be able to get to all these places short of having their own private jet and also a lot of permissions around the world to just fly in wherever, whenever. Because there was this feeling of, that the whole first part of this had taken 4 days. Who knows how long the timestamp on these QR codes was.
Yeah, but also, who knows how long that piece of paper is going to last.
Exactly. Yeah. And I guess it's interesting because we're about to read the 2 messages. There were 2 messages that were turned from the QR codes. There were 2 separate ones from many of the different QR codes, in which 3301 kind of admonishes people for being followers, not solvers, on this specific puzzle, because I think it's interesting because this clue necessitates people working together so much. The 2 different codes that you could find were: in 29 volumes, knowledge was once contained. How many lines of code remained when the Maganedon? How do you say that?
Mabinogion, yeah.
Mabinogion paused.
Mabinogion.
Go for that far in the beginning and find my first name. And then there was a string of numbers similar to the ones that we found in the previous with the, 2 sets of numbers looking like a cipher. You've shared too much at this point. We want the best, not the followers. Thus, the first few there will receive the prize. Good luck, 3301. Admonishment for the followers, right? In fact, Cicada 3301, the group 3301, are the people who coined the term followers.
I did not originally catch that.
Yeah, that's the first time you see that actually crop up in anything.
They're really directing a lot of things that I don't know if that's intentional or not, but that's definitely a lot of power and suggestibility to... Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that it would be hard to say that they were not aware of what they're doing. It is,
Very true.
this is part puzzle, part social experiment. And that's, I think, the thing that creeps people out the most about it. But let's read what happened, what the next one was too. The other QR code, since that's what we were talking about before we went on a tiny little side track there, read, a poem of fading death, named for a king, meant to be read only once then vanish. Alas, it could not remain unseen. Numbers again. You've shared too much at this point. We want the best, not the followers. Thus, the first few there will receive the prize. Good luck, 3301. Book codes, obviously. Steve is making a face. Like, I don't know. I don't understand how it's obvious. Listen, the numbers are the code, right? But the little refrains, the poems in front of it, are descriptions of the book. Both of them put together are descriptions of the book.
I get that.
Okay, and Agrippa, also a Greek philosopher or some famous Greek guy, it also refers to this book. It's called Agrippa, A Book of the Dead, which was banned. It's by William Gibson. I think it was in 1992 it came out. And in fact, interesting fun fact about this book, it was only ever released on a 3.5 floppy disk.
Yeah.
Programmed to encrypt itself after a single use.
It was a one-time read.
It was
and then it locked
read.
itself.
Yeah.
This is like the Inspector Gadget thing. This message will self-destruct in.
Yeah.
So they're using this as a cipher.
So that's
right.
But when you think about it, it's like, it's how many people are going to know the existence of this book and the fact that it goes away after the first reading and can't be reviewed again?
Not many. I suspect that at this point, it's on like Google Books or like somebody's uploaded a PDF of it or something, right? By 2012, it's not like really you had to go find your 3.5 floppy drive
go dig your old PC out of the basement
and go find an old copy of it or whatever. That's the timeline of the solving of this does not lead to that. I'm sure it exists somewhere on the internet. I have not done my research to prove that it exists on the internet, but I'm just gonna assume
everything else does exist on the internet.
So it may as well, right?
Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah. Anyways, it led to a Tor URL. You guys know what a Tor is, right? The onion.
Yeah, that's the one that's the one that the
R
drug dealers and the terrorists like to use.
Is it
the dark internet?
The dark web?
Tor project.
Yeah,
it's an onion network.
It's basically anonymous.
It is 100% anonymous, actually. It's an onion network refers to, you guys are watching my hand right now, refers to layers upon layers upon layers. Essentially what an onion network will do is once you log into it, it masks your ISP address in so many different layers. It just pings you all around. It is a thing on which you can access things that you cannot access any other way. The Silk Road is a great example of it. We just talked about Anonymous makes great use of it. Most hackers make great use of it. It's also free open source. If you feel like just playing around on the dark web, you can go download it and use it immediately. I'm not condoning that, but
that scares me.
Do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, it's like that's one of those things. You probably don't want to do that because who knows? That probably gives some ne'er-do-well backdoor access into your computer when you run that. So I just think, to our listeners,
doesn't. But
don't do it.
Anyways,
you'll see things that cannot be unseen.
Yeah,
let's leave it at that.
Let's leave it at that. The Tor site was a message that read, "Congratulations. Please create a new email address with a public, free, web-based service. It says once you've never used before. That's why I keep stumbling on it. It means one you've never used before, obviously. We recommend you do this while still using Tor for anonymity. We will email you a number within the next few days in order of which you arrived at this page. Once you've received it, come back to this page and append the / then the number you received this URL. For example, if you received this number, then you would go to http:// the URL of the Tor added .onion / the number that you receive. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You guys? I know you guys are looking at it. I know that our listeners are not looking at it.
Easy way to think about it is there's a web address, www.google.com/
number.
And then you would insert your number after, / Google / enter your number, and that would take you somewhere else.
Yeah. This is where the break comes, actually.
The break.
The break. We were talking about the break earlier. This is where
Oh.
followers stop being able to follow. Because
It's the inner sanctum.
3301 starts emailing only specific people, specific instructions. Now, what happened in 2012 is interesting. Everybody who received this email, everybody that people generally accept were the solvers in 2012, probably got everything right, sent the right email, all of that stuff disappears off the internet at this point. At least with the handles that they were using at that
Their
time.
activity.
Their activity drops off, which is to be expected, I think. If you are granted access to the inner sanctum of a group like 3301, you're probably going to go dark. Even if it's just that handle that you were using, you're probably going to go dark. Except for this one dude who's a ruiner, and he's definitely that kid who cheated when you played like Heads Up 7-Up as a kid. Like he saw your shoes and he was like, "Oh, I know it was you." You know that guy?
Oh, yeah.
You guys know that guy.
I know that guy, but I don't know what Heads Up 7-Up is.
You don't know what Heads Up 7-Up is?
No.
Oh man. Okay. Doesn't matter.
Something for another episode.
It doesn't matter. Anyways, so none of this is verifiable. And he was the lucky few. They trusted him, and he's a jerk and an awful human being. And I cannot stress enough how annoyed I am, but also how happy I am that he mirrored and screen capped and copy pasted onto many different websites the email he received from 3301.
Then what was the email?
Well, we're going to talk about that right now.
Okay.
The email was a final clue. Well, it was instructions on a final clue, essentially. And it was an RSA puzzle. You guys have so much Googling to do. I'm so sorry. I'm not even going to explain what an RSA puzzle is, except for to say that it's kind of a fancy online cryptograph, basically.
All right. Oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
Cryptograph?
It's so complicated. In fact, it's so complicated that every single website or article that you read about 3301 at this point either just glosses over the fact that an RSA puzzle exists or literally says, and I quote, "If you don't understand how it was solved, go ask in a chat room." I am not lying. That is how complicated an RSA code is.
You can't just Google it?
You can, but then you have to read a Wikipedia page that's really, really long. Guys, I promise it's going to be way easier if you feel like you really need to know what it is. I don't know that it's imperative to understand what an RSA code is to understand.
If it's
the
that
story.
complex.
Just go Google it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Or ask in a chat room.
Yeah.
Yeah. When this code was solved, the solver got a second email containing an MIDI puzzle.
A MIDI,
A MIDI puzzle, if you will.
which is audio.
Yeah, it is. And that key to that puzzle was a song. I am not lying. This is not the only time they did this. I wish I could find this one. But 3301 composed a song, and each tone in that song corresponds to a letter, which corresponds to a word that you then have to decode, which is so cool and easy. I can't even deal with it.
So cool and easy.
So easy.
So now,
full of it.
so now each note then on the scale was corresponded to a letter.
Okay, so
and the song again. The song was the encrypted message, or the song was the key.
the song was the encrypted message.
Okay.
Along with that, there was another song that you had to figure out what it was by a weird, also kind of the way that people had to figure out what Agrippa was.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of a vague description of the song. They found out it was this other song that was actually the key to the code that they had found in the tones of the song.
Mm-hmm. Was it Lovin' You by Minnie Riperton?
It was not.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. At this point, I feel the dumbest I've ever felt in my entire life because there's literally no way that I could figure any of this out. Ever.
Mm-hmm.
The message that you found once you decoded the song that was super easy to figure out that it was tones that corresponded to letters. The message was, very good. You have proven to be the most dedicated to come this far. To attain enlightenment, create it says GPG, but it probably means PGP.
I would guess.
Key for your email address and upload it to the MIT key servers, then encrypt it with the following word list using the Cicada 3301 public key. Sign it with your key. Send the ASCII armored ciphertext to the Gmail account from which you received your numbers and your words are, and then there was a unique list of words for each different solver. Like this one says, garden ball, house cat, shore, head, gallon.
And again, we know this because the spoiler...
Because there's a ruiner in this world.
Because the spoiler put this out on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So messages were sent, and no one knows what the next part was. Nobody knows how long it took Cicada 3301 to reply. All anybody knows is that about a month later, February 3rd, 3301 posted on the aforementioned subreddit. It's still the top message on that subreddit, saying that they had found the individuals they were looking for and thanks or whatever. They didn't actually say thanks or whatever. It's a very diplomatic message, but that's what they said. That was it for 366 days.
Yeah, we don't know how many people actually solved it.
No,
So-
they found who they were looking for apparently, and that's that's another bit of the puzzle, right? Is that like, for all we know, they found nobody.
Exactly. In the end, I mean, because in the end, if I recall right, you went to a website, and that was like, the Holy Grail. And then, but if you weren't among the first people, then they just basically shut the website down. Am I right?
That's the later year.
Yeah.
That's
that
actually
later?
the 366 days later.
Okay.
When it started all over again in 2013, it saw similar puzzles, lots more complex.
Wait, now the first one happened January 4th?
January 5th.
5th. The first one hit on the 5th of 2012. So the next one's the 6th of January because it was the 366 days.
Yes.
Okay. Because it was weird that they bumped it a day.
Yeah, I don't know if it was intentional or time zones.
Oh, well, that's okay. That makes sense.
Always a possibility.
Hard to tell.
But the thing about it is, I'd like to point out the people who are working on these puzzles, they really need to get a life.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
Yeah.
This one they also had a song in 2013. I'm obviously not going to go into the kind of detail we just went into.
Please.
You guys don't have to hear my voice for another 40 hours. But I do want to talk about this song because it's very interesting. We're going to play a little bit of it, at least. Maybe Steve will be generous to me and edit the rest of it in. Who knows? We'll see. But here's a little bit of it. The music was accompanied by a message.
Catchy tune, by the way.
Yeah, I like it. I could listen to that all day. There's a hum underneath it that they found that they don't totally know what's up with yet, but that's fine.
They
Doesn't
might have been
matter.
using a crappy mixer like the one that we were using
Yeah,
for a while.
if you listen to our old episodes, we also have a hum. We actually embedded that on purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
In anticipation of this episode.
The days of the background tone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now if you listen to the variations of the tone, there is a coded message in there.
There is.
Yeah.
Solve it.
Go for it.
You two were terrible.
I know.
The Instar Emergence, Parable 1,595,277,641.
I didn't know there were that many parables.
Shh. There are. Like the Instar, tunneling to the surface, we must shed our own circumferences, find the divinity within the emergence. So this
Find
song...
the divinity within any merge?
Within any merge, thank you.
Okay.
I'm just messing a bunch
It was
of
the
words up.
numbers.
It was the numbers. I got confused because I got so excited about the numbers I'm about to talk about right now. The song, I think it's 2 minutes and 47 seconds long, which is actually 167 seconds long. No. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I misspoke, but I didn't.
No.
And the file was saved as 761.mp3, both prime numbers, reverse eMERPs, which are prime numbers that are anagrams of... No. Which are...
Yeah.
What's that forward and backwards of each other?
I think that's an anagram, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
An anagram is switching. No. An anagram is being able to switch the letters around for something else.
Oh.
It's, I don't remember. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. That number will come in play in just a second. We're not going to talk a whole lot about it again. The 2013 also saw a Linux-based OS only for Cicada. That was how they launched it. They made use of Twitter, which was almost literally impossible to solve. One guy did it and shared it, but the community as a whole was pretty stumped by all of the Twitter stuff for like an entire day. Which, if you guys have learned anything about 3301, being stuck on one clue for an entire day is like basically death.
Yeah.
In the puzzle solving. The puzzles were getting more and more complicated because, the 2012 puzzles had become popular and people had been talking about the unsolved mystery qualities of it. So once this 2013 puzzle started, there were so many more followers, or almost solvers, sort of. So the puzzles were getting really, really complicated. And eventually, the solvers revealed 2 files within the original Linux OS that I just totally backhanded mentioned 2 seconds ago that were called Wisdom and Folly. Wisdom was exactly the same as Folly, except for that it didn't have a file type, which is kind of weird.
Wait, so Wisdom was Wisdom. I'm just making this up again, as I do with everything.
Sure.
Wisdom.txt.
No, it was just Wisdom.
And then Folly.
And Folly was like folly.txt.
Oh, okay. I had it backwards. Yeah. Okay. All right. I got it. Mm-hmm. I was just making sure. So basically you had to just randomly start assigning file type extensions to it?
Mm-hmm. And both of those were the files that contained the real world locations of the QR codes, one of which was in Portland, Oregon. And actually, this is interesting to me. I'm sorry. It's a weird little tangent. I plugged the longitude and latitude into Google Maps to see where it was, Street Viewed it, and it actually leads to a website hosting storefront on Powell Boulevard in Portland, in Southeast Portland, that is connected to a coffee house that I've been to recently and still, for some reason, has an internet cafe component to it. It has an old desktop computer attached to an Ethernet cable.
True internet cafe, paid by the minute, surf the net.
Which is weird.
Did you check out the telephone pole out in front?
No. But I just think that I didn't check out any of the other ones. It seems to mostly be just random telephone poles and bus stops and stuff. For whatever reason, it's very odd to me that would be the place that they would pick to put the one in Portland, but
well, I'm sure that all of their locations were seemingly random to anybody that wasn't in the know.
Fair. Totally fair. Again, the QR codes led to a Tor.onion site, which led to the creation of emails for the solvers, which there were links sent to them by puzzles. Apparently, that led to, there was a little bit of a leaker in this one as well. It led to a 19-question questionnaire that started out as multiple choice questions with a set of kind of weird answers that were true, false, indeterminate, what will be, no answer, both, sort of stuff. There were also some questions that were fill in your own answer. The quiz doesn't really matter. I mean, it probably does matter. Obviously, it matters for the solvers. The interesting bit for us is that the site that the quiz was hosted on saved 2 cookies to each solver's computer, which were 167 equals an ASCII code and 761 equals an ASCII code. You guys remember those numbers?
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
So again, we have that moment where we're just like,
It's that elegance of tying it back into the beginning.
Exactly.
So, I mean, really, so I get this feeling that what they're doing is that they're trying to get people who, I think I mentioned this before, it's the very linear and the not so linear, and they're trying to weed out the people who are thinking very linear and leaving the I figured this part out behind, and not really exploring everything in that clue before they go on to the next bit. It's like those old, like Legend of Zelda and stuff used to do that. I know this is weird, but you'd be playing the original Legend of Zelda, and you'd be going through an area, and you'd see this thing, and you'd think, wow, that was really weird. I can't get to it. Oh, well. And you'd go along, and then a couple of levels later, you'd get the bombs, and you had to come back with the bomb to get into it. I mean, it's just like this weird looping and stopping people from just rushing forward instead of exploring the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like, I guess for me, it would be kind of like the Portal 2 train where you can go through and like just do all the missions, but you miss this entire like side story if you like don't explore all the areas. And I think it's pretty significant that like there are these little like Easter eggs almost hidden throughout. It also speaks of something that's very well planned. It's not like, they just decide, we'll do it again, maybe, and then we'll like figure it out from there. It's so elegantly planned.
So
everything has a purpose and a meaning.
Yeah.
Kind of.
So to get back to these strings of so-called ASCII code, were those in plain text? Were they unencrypted or were they encrypted?
I don't know. They were cookies. I don't know.
They were just.
I don't think you can encrypt a cookie.
Well, what I mean is, so if it's a string of ASCII code, then that represents letters and numbers, correct? And so, did anybody, decipher the ASCII to figure out if there was a message there?
No, because there were instructions. I mean, it just kind of continued to go on. I don't think that anybody tried to decode it, or if they did, they didn't find anything. Is my understanding of it, and I could be wrong. The solvers were, after that, asked to create a server of their very own with a lot of very specific protocols that include a stipulation that if a user returned a false something, that it had to elegantly sign off greeting or something like that. I mean, it's just... It was very complex. It was definitely targeted to weed out the lazy people and the followers and only get the solvers.
Got it.
That was it. I think it was like 2 weeks after that. They said that it had to be created by February 3rd. And then 2 weeks after February 3rd, the servers started to get pinged. And that was the last thing anybody heard. Or
that
that's the last
public.
That's the last that anybody who's around to still talk about it or is still talking about it heard.
How many servers are we talking about here?
A lot. I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows the exact number. Because they're all user created, and it's totally possible that somebody was figuring out these puzzles on their own and never said anything to anybody. Anyways, and then again in 2014, this time they launched their puzzles with Twitter. And as I said before, I'm not totally sure that it's been solved, and there's some argument as to whether or not it's a legitimate 3301 recruitment or not.
Somebody thinks 2014 is an imposter.
Yeah, launched on Twitter, slightly different. A lot of people are thinking impossible.
But the Twitter handle that was used to launch 2014 was also the same Twitter handle that was used very briefly in 2013. And that handle, if I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but after it did whatever it did in the beginning of 2013, just went silent and just no activity, and suddenly it came to life again.
That's true. I will say Twitter, not the most secure thing.
Yeah.
Also, there is some kind of speculation about 2013 maybe not being real. I think 2013 was probably real. I think that there's a lot of stuff that went into that 3301. It would have been too much work for any person to recreate. But 2014, it's hard to tell. But really, I mean, the big question here, right, now that we've talked about all these puzzles, you're welcome, everybody, is who the heck is Cicada 3301?
Well,
I guess there's a couple things that are like interesting. The only one of which that I really want to talk about is the fact that cicada, the word cicada, is in itself a prime word.
What do you mean by that?
Well, so we were just talking about anagrams, right? A word that you can make using the letters of any other word.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't. Cicada is literally the only word that you can make with those letters.
In English.
In English. Yeah.
But they don't call themselves cicada, right? They just put up a picture of a cicada, or what appears to be a cicada.
Yep.
But which is not necessarily a cicada.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it's still interesting. I think it's still
Yeah.
interesting. They associate themselves with that animal, and in English it's cicada, and it's a prime word. As is 3301 is also a prime number, right? So there's a prime quality that is fairly interesting, including the fact that 3301 not only is a prime number, but if you add all of the digits together, it creates a prime number, which is 7. Interesting, I guess, a little bit. I don't know. I don't know enough about math to know if all prime numbers are, if you add them up, they return prime numbers or not. I don't think that they do.
Not necessarily, but cicada. But if you add them up, there's 6 letters in the word, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but you say they add up to 7?
No, 3301.
Oh, adds up to 7.
Adds
Okay,
up to
okay.
7.
I misunderstood.
Sorry. That was a bit confusing.
Yeah, and of course, the thing about primes is they are indivisible. In other words, they're individual. Because an individual is someone who cannot be divided down. So, in the sense, and then of course, these guys, their slogan is, of course, they're all about individualism, privacy, freedom, that kind of thing, and security.
So, you guys want to talk about the big bulk theories of? I was talking to Steve earlier, and we're just gonna say some stuff. People say, hey, it could be this person or it could be that person. There's literally no evidence to suggest any of it.
We're just going to say some stuff.
We are. That's literally how we're going to do theories is I'm just going to say, oh, it could be these people, but who knows? And then I'm going to say, or it could be these people, and who knows?
Yeah, but this is not the whole idea of the intelligence services, and I know that's one of the things been done in the past. That they even back as far as World War II. I mean, the British intelligence was putting crossword puzzles and other things in the papers.
So the thing that's actually interesting about that for me is that we'll just jump into this. The CIA, the NSA, M16,
MI6.
I'm sorry,
M16 is a rifle. MI6 is an intelligence service.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
MI6, the KGB. People say, "Oh, it's recruitment for them." They model their tests for code breaking and ciphers on these codes and ciphers. Sure, government agencies can be shady. Absolutely. Could they be creating all of these puzzles and ciphers and tests and then saying, oh my gosh, those are so good that we should publicly create some stuff that is a test like that? But they don't, their tests aren't as good as these. They're just not. So yeah, okay, it could be.
Yeah,
it could be the government, but I don't think it is, and I also don't think it's really far-reaching and kind of it just doesn't seem right to me. I don't know. Steve's got a eyebrow-raised face on.
Okay, this is way off the beaten path, but that tends to be where I am with these kind of stories.
Sure.
I just hang out in the weeds. I'm looking at the list of possible whoever is making these. And the thing that I tie together, and bear with me because I'm going to kind of trample through this a little bit on you.
Okay.
All right. So we've talked about government agencies.
Yeah.
The other ones that I see here are Anonymous, Illuminati, Scientologists, which is hilarious.
Yeah, that seems unlikely.
Google,
Yeah.
terrorist organizations, and
Aliens.
And aliens.
But how would aliens know how to use Twitter?
I don't know. It's a great question.
Yeah.
Is that? I mean, that's just kind of a snapshot of the organization.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the list.
And I'm wondering if maybe we're not making a huge error is when we're trying to figure this out of presuming that this is made by a group. And what I mean by that is the puzzle is made by a group of very intelligent people working together, very clever people working together. As I look at some of these things, I mean, we talked about, like, the prime numbers are always tied in, and there's a lot of serious math and a lot of serious code stuff that's tied in.
Are you saying that it's Optimus Prime?
No, but I wish it was. No, what I'm looking at is I'm wondering if it isn't that a savant of some kind. In other words, let's just say that there is one person. We'll just call him the Sherlock Holmes of puzzles, that hyper-intelligent person who figures this out, and just for a year, because this is how folks that think that way, they just get so focused and they just work on these things. And then somebody else is helping them to publicize and to put it out and put it in all its locations. But it could be a single individual. Do I think it is? Not likely.
I think,
but
a single individual
possible.
with some helpers, I think, to put things up.
That's the whole thing.
Underlings. Let's just say that. So we've got the super smart guy, and then he's got his minions, and his minions are going about and putting up the signs in South Korea or Portland or wherever they are.
I guess
that one person is doing.
The question for that is, like, to what end? The reason that people do the whole group thing, that think it's a group, is that it's a recruitment, right? That's how people make sense of this, is that because it actually kind of publicly says, right, hey, we're recruiting a lot of really intelligent people, and you have to prove your intelligence to even, like, be granted primary access to us. And for one person who's a savant, like, what's the end game there? Is it just because they want to, like, interact with other smart people? Well, there are societies for that. There are groups for that. There's no need to, like, do this and, like, have the underlings who somehow are, like, being totally silent, because as we've learned, there are ruiners everywhere.
Yeah. Conspiracies of more than one, pretty much always get busted open.
But yeah. I wonder if there's a certain level with things where people make extremely hard puzzles, is they want to prove that they are so good at doing it that they make it so well that nobody can figure it out.
Yeah, but let's be honest,
and that's a bit of pride on their side.
Those people are generally so prideful that, like, after that first year, they would have been like, "Hey guys, guess what? I did this.
Yeah,
what? Nobody figured it out. I did it." Or at least maybe, the fact that it has continued on.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
You guys might. I think there's another way of looking at it too, which is the reverse, in that it's not a recruitment program, and it's actually a resume. So let's suppose you want to catch the eye of the NSA and you want them to hire you. So, and there was one or two persons out there. Like, there was one guy who actually was interviewed for a fairly lengthy article about his participation in this whole thing and how he solved all this stuff and everything. So
yeah,
if
he was the one who, like, went up to the break and was like, "Yeah, I totally solved it," but actually he, like, didn't. He actually created the whole thing and solved it, and didn't really solve it because he already knew the solutions to it. And this is a way of making himself appear to be incredibly uber smart to potential employers, and not just the NSA. That's really interesting. Is that, like, when I read that article, I was just kind of like.
Yeah, you don't know that the guy actually did anything. I mean,
I didn't.
You don't really know.
I wasn't super impressed with his abilities, I guess.
No, I mean, as far as those leaked emails, you don't even know if those things were real.
Yeah.
There's no chance. You just don't know.
It could have been. Yeah, that's a great point. It could have been a red herring.
Well, and that's why we say
because you're all
us experts in 3301. And that's why there's that break. Right, is that you can say up until this point, we can publicly verify via, screenshots, via many anecdotal evidences. That was the wrong phrasing. It doesn't matter.
No, we don't care.
That these things happen. There's hard proof of all those things. And at that point, once they switch over to the email stuff, you're just taking on faith that, like, existed.
Well, yeah,
you
pretty
don't
much.
actually know.
But yeah, but anyway, yeah,
The emails may never have actually happened.
Well, exactly.
Well, that's the other
they were
point,
typed
right?
up and then screen capped, but yeah, they never really.
Or not
realized
even.
them.
I mean,
Yeah.
or it was just somebody who was like, oh, crap, like, I wasn't smart enough to get the email. Like, I better fake it and make people think that I leaked it. And that's why I got, like, shut out or whatever. You know, there is no way to know. There's no way to know that once you created your server, once you created your email.
Didn't the guy who, as you refer to him, the Ruiner... Didn't the Ruiner suddenly start saying... Didn't he take down the stuff that he had put up and kind of backtrack a lot on what he did? Am I incorrect in remembering it that way?
I don't remember that.
I thought that there was something about he put some stuff up and then publicity came his way and suddenly he like sort of changed his tune.
He put stuff up and then there was a second set of emails that was sent out to a lot of people apparently that essentially it was, well, there was a change to that initial like website that said we're going to send out emails that said we're going to send out a second round of emails because y'all are ruiners. Everything that we sent out no longer works. You have to do it again, essentially. But I don't remember him like backtracking.
I may have just inferred it in the way that I read it, but I thought that he kind of backtracked and changed his tune, almost like whoever was in contact with him got in contact with him saying, dude, you screwed up. And if you don't fix this, I'm going to break your leg.
Possible.
Kind of, leaned on him a little bit.
Do you guys want to talk about some more of the people that you've already listed?
Oh,
yeah, I'm sorry I trampled all over that, but...
The next group is Anonymous, and I think there is no need for Anonymous to do something like this.
No,
they recruit every day from just like super mundane hackers, like.
Well, and this is not the skill. This is not the skill set they're looking for.
Well, and it may be, but it doesn't matter because like they don't need to be recruiting like this. They have so many like fanboys just like crying to be a part of them that are talented enough, probably
so
not
many
to do
FBI
like
agents
this.
too. I'm sure.
I'm sure of it. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that like that's the whole thing is like Anonymous has enough popularity. They don't have to recruit like this. They can weed people out in other ways.
It doesn't fit their MO.
Yeah, that's
at all. It doesn't. I don't see them going this way.
Yeah, it doesn't fit their MO except to say that they kind of like that, like the elegance sort of thing, and they do kind of oftentimes some of the quotes, the emails. Some members of Anonymous talk that way. But also to say that Anonymous is like a single-minded hive mind is the most inaccurate thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It's not. This is so like pointed and driven that I just know.
Okay,
just no. Okay,
no
Next,
Anonymous.
The Illuminati,
who we don't even know really exists,
but they do, and they would have the resources for this.
But why?
Next, Scientology.
Yeah.
That's how much credit I'm going to give the Illuminati. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, actually,
I know you really want us to talk about the Illuminati at some point. It's not
maybe
happen
we will.
Tonight.
Maybe so. Scientology, I don't quite understand. Again, I think like Anonymous, they're not really looking for this particular skill set.
Well, in Scientology, I don't know a lot.
Yeah.
I've done very minimal investigation into Scientology, but they seem to do some kind of strange things. So, in a way, I could see them being the perpetrators here, but I don't get why.
They're not looking for people who can solve puzzles and do cryptology. I mean, Scientology has done some very off-the-rails kind of things. Are you aware that they massively infiltrated the U.S. government?
Yes.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, big time, like especially the IRS. Yeah. But that's not the kind of thing where cryptological skills and puzzle solving is really a necessary thing. I don't think they're looking for people with this skill set.
I mean, I think that the thing that's interesting about Scientology, right, and the reason that this kind of crops up in this sort of theories is these sort of theories, is that honestly, like, we don't know what they actually want. We don't know what their end game is.
We do know one thing about what they're doing, which is that they're not doing very well.
Well,
their membership has collapsed.
But,
they're
I
not
think
doing
the
that
interesting
great.
thing on that is that, like, yes, from what we can
From
tell,
what we know, yeah.
But who knows? Like, maybe this is them. Like, maybe, I don't know. They are like an actual real world secret organization.
Yeah, maybe you're a Scientologist. I don't know.
I might be. You don't know.
I don't know.
Google is the next one, and I actually kind of like this theory a little bit.
Google?
That like it's a Google or Facebook.
Well, the great thing about it
recruitment.
is that the people that are trying to solve the puzzle are going to be going out to Google a lot and doing a lot of Googling, so it's good for their business.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think that Google was, at least for a time, looking for the most advanced kind of. They used to do that thing. I think they still do actually, where they essentially offer somebody like $1 million or whatever if they can find a hole in their security. Like, so I guess I wouldn't put it past them to do something like this, but it would also mean that they would have to already have people on staff who are capable of creating things like this, which they probably do.
They've got some smart people. I bet they could.
Well, this is a tangent, but it makes me think about. I just recently read a book called Circle. It's by a guy named Dave Eggers, and it's really interesting, and it's about social media, and it's set in the future at some point, and there's this organization called The Circle that has replaced things like Facebook and Google Plus and all those. They've all just been kind of subsumed or consumed by this one thing. But they're always trying to be on the cutting edge and create all these new things. And so they go through these weird steps to attract and find people. Mm-hmm. And so I could see a company like Google, theoretically, well, yeah, they might say, hey, Joe has this crazy plan to find some really smart people to work on this problem that none of our guys have been able to figure out. So let's pool everybody and then put them together and make this giant puzzle, and then the people who solve it might be able to solve these other problems that we haven't been able to crack.
Yeah.
Is that the case? I don't know, but that's what it makes me think of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, when you're somebody like Google, you want to look for people who think outside the box, and definitely to solve the puzzles that we saw here, that you've seen in this case, you have to be able to think outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even live in the box.
No, not even close.
Yeah.
Terrorists?
No.
I don't, again, just like with Scientology, I don't get why a terrorist organization would do this.
Well, I think it goes on the hacktivist kind of side of it, right? Less than
not the suicide bomber terrorists.
Yeah, not the boots on the ground terrorists, but the breaking into stuff and stealing stuff and WikiLeaks and stuff like that.
But again, this is not the skill set that these guys would be looking for. They're not looking for people who can. They want people who can come up with good cryptograms and code stuff and keep stuff off the radar. But somebody who can actually solve a puzzle, they don't really care about that.
Well, I guess I think that the thing about this is that I think it's less about the specific skill set and more about the perseverance and intelligence and know-how. Mm-hmm. I don't know that necessarily people are looking for people who can crack this sort of stuff. It's people that have the tenacity to even try. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Yeah.
Next, aliens. It's
aliens. I'm liking this one. I don't see a chupacabra on there anywhere.
Sorry.
I want to believe.
Yeah.
It could be the alien. I mean, it could be aliens. Mm-hmm. Trying to get in contact.
We're trying to find the smartest among us I'm finding that one a bit of a stretch. I put it above Scientology, but so it's not at the bottom of it.
I'm really trying to come up with a plausible reason that aliens would do this. I'm not joking.
Test our intelligence, obviously, to see if we have come of age in the age of space. Time.
Oh, so this is like a Starfleet test.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem with that is that the obviously intelligence and talent varies widely in the in the human community, and I'm sure in an alien race, I'm sure there's people who get to man the starships and go out to the stars and probe our minds with stuff like this. And then there's people who work as janitors back home on the home planet.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so is there some particular reason they want to find the very, very smartest human beings?
Well, the other thing is, let's be honest, if aliens exist, I'm not saying they don't, but if they exist, okay, well, the thing is, you're presuming that aliens are going to be able to understand our way of writing code and interacting with the internet, and their language and technology base, I would imagine, would be so foreign. It would be like me trying to write a computer code that my cat could understand.
Well,
Stop ruining.
I know. yeah, you ruiner. Here's what I think.
I'm a ruiner. I'm sorry, but
I think that if there are aliens who have infiltrated us, what they've probably done is they've created AIs who inhabit various places in the internet, and the AIs. I mean, obviously, we're working on that right now. We haven't gotten there yet. The aliens presumably would be better at that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So you can create an AI that lives on the internet and within the human community.
So you're saying it's the Matrix?
Not the Matrix necessarily, but it is. I am saying an artificial intelligence created by the aliens that lives here on planet Earth and basically investigates, snoops upon, and provides information to the alien master race back on the home planet or circling in their starship behind the moon or whatever they're doing. And there could be a bunch of AIs for that matter.
I got to tell you right now, I'm pretty sure that there's not an AI on the internet because I'm pretty sure that inadvertently we have come up with the best tool to destroy any AI out there.
What's that, porn?
The porn and cat videos. Things that rule the internet. And could you imagine an alien race trying to create an AI and it's just like this porn cat-loving thing?
I know. The AI is just like totally addicted to porn and cat videos. That's so awesome.
It's the most human AI ever.
Yeah. So actually, I see the scenes of a great sci-fi movie script there.
So that's the end of the theories.
Well, anyway, and I still
we're having too much fun with that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I do like that, but I still want to throw in my theory, which I touched upon earlier, which is that it could actually have been one guy who had colleagues in various places to help him out.
Yeah, you both think that, huh?
Who was trying to make himself look really smart and really creative, and so he put the puzzles out there and then solved them, and then gave some interviews to some journalists and stuff like that. And no doubt was contacted by the NSA or somebody like that, and got a high-paying job out of the deal.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I don't think there's any good explanation. Steve, do you have a...
Well, the one thing that I will say is I discount the idea that it was done by a government organization. And there's some very specific things that make me think that. First of which, who is it that's got cryptos in front of
the CIA?
The CIA. Okay, so they hire some dude to make this piece of art, and it is a giant puzzle. And they still haven't cracked it.
Which makes me
it's been there for what? I don't even know.
They've cracked 2/3 of it.
Somebody's cracked parts of it.
Parts of it, but it's been there for years, and they still haven't figured it out. But we're going to say that the government organization of that quote-unquote caliber was able to engineer something that's this complex and elegant at the same time.
But they can't crack cryptos.
But they can't crack something that's at their front door.
It's a lot easier to create a cipher than it is to break a cipher.
Yeah, well, that is true, but I look at the track record of things like that and go, well, if you can't do this one, how does that lead credence to you doing that one? That's what hinders me from getting behind that theory.
Yeah, I guess I'll say one more thing is that I think a kind of like a New World Order society thing is not the worst theory I've ever heard. You know, there's some murmurings of the number 3303 actually relating
3301?
3301. Sorry, geez.
I think 3303 is not a prime number.
Not a prime number. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's divisible by
3.
Who knows?
Or 1101. Yeah.
Yeah. But
it is divisible by 3.
Yeah.
3301 refers to like the 3rd century in which this new world order of like peace and whatever will come to be.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
Maybe it's time travelers.
I mean, maybe it is time travelers. There's so many. It could be literally anything because we know literally nothing about any of this. Anyways.
And that is the best. That's what we're great at, is talking about things that we know nothing about.
Yes, it is. This, I think, story has gone way too long already. So if you want to check out the links, please visit our website. The website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. While you're there, you can go ahead and just leave us a comment if you'd like. You can listen to our show there. If you're there, we have this survey thing that, like, I didn't know that we had, but apparently we do. So if you want to take that, that would be super, super awesome and helpful. We would love you forever to get a little feedback.
It's really easy to find. It's on the right-hand side.
Okay, it's on the right-hand side, apparently. If you're not listening to us there, you're probably listening to us on iTunes. If you're listening to us on iTunes, leave us a comment and a rating because we love those. We read them. Sometimes I read them, like, in bed at night. It's like I'm feeling bad about my work day. I'm like, I need validation. So I read them. It's great. Keep them coming. We have Facebook. We have the page and the group. Like us, follow us, friend us. We have a Twitter account that you can follow us on.
We've got so much
stuff. We are
stuff.
so bad at actually keeping up to date.
Yeah, I try and remember to do that, but
I keep forgetting that we
it's
actually...
on my phone, but I just like don't check it.
I know, it's on mine
Sorry,
too. I
guys.
keep forgetting that I even know about Twitter.
I forgot that Twitter's even a thing.
And by the way, if you would all inundate People Magazine demanding that they name Thinking Sideways podcast the sexiest podcast of the year.
Yeah,
please do
why not?
That. Yeah.
Where did that come from?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It came from Joe's brain.
Yeah.
Other than that, if you want to talk to us, if you are 3301, if you know somebody who
300.
That's fine too. Yeah.
Or 3302.
If that's your make and model number, that's fine. We'll hear from you too.
Beep boop beep.
Yeah.
That email address is, as always, thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And I think with that, unless either of you has anything else to add,
I don't.
Not really.
I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah, no, we will solve this eventually, but it might take another week or two. Tune in.
Yeah, I mean, it's not February yet, so.
Yeah.
No, it's like a month from when this... Oh, no, it's 2 months from when this...
We got about a month and a half.
We
got a little time, yeah.
Well, but by then there will be a new one.
Well, that's the whole idea. It's like, no.
2015 is coming.
That's it, I quit.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Toodaloo.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by the dingo that might have eaten a baby. Instead, it's brought to you by CrimeCon. That's Friday, June 9th through Sunday, June 11th, 2017 in Indianapolis. We're going to be there. Lots of other people are going to be there. Canine search dogs are going to be there. You might be able to pet them. It's possible. For tickets or more information, you can go to crimecon.com. And when you're purchasing your tickets, if you use the promo code Sideways20, you'll get 20% off your tickets. So that's crimecon.com, Sideways20. We'll see you there.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it. I brought the aliens.
You must unlearn what you have learned.
I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there, and welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by
Steve
and
Devin.
Exactly, Devin.
Devin.
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
What's an I?
DEVYIZK.
Is there an apostrophe in there?
Apostrophe
There you go.
LYEN.
Okay.
Sweet.
All right. Yeah.
That's
The
why
N is
that's why
silent.
autocorrect is always messing it up.
Yeah.
I got it now.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. Well, back to the important part of the mystery, which is
How
the
Devin
mystery.
spells her name?
Yeah, no. Well, that's important, but we can talk about that on Facebook, too.
Okay.
Let's talk about this week's mystery.
Okay.
Yeah, which is there's this strange geographical patch of area in the northeastern United States where people just vanish.
Dun, dun, dun.
Exactly. Some people call it the Bennington Triangle. Although that was actually kind of a recent appellation. I think that happened in the 90s. Somebody actually tagged it as the Bennington Triangle, which is long after people stopped disappearing there, actually. But, and by the way, a shout out to Nicole. Hi, Nicole, because she suggested this one.
Thanks, Nicole.
Yeah.
By the way, technically, I think people are still being said to disappear in this triangle.
Well,
I think the most recent one I saw was 2011.
Oh, you're talking about, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
That 17-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was actually from, clear across the state over in, Brattleboro or somewhere like that, right?
Listen, you can't confine the boundaries of this triangle, just this one geographic area.
Yeah, sorry. You kind of and there's another person.
You can't handle the geography.
Okay, I got to be more fluid in my thinking. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, geez.
Yeah, there's actually, there's 5 classic disappearances that always get lumped in with these. And one of these is actually another one is actually kind of far away, too.
Yeah.
But, oh well, we'll talk about that later.
Let's deal with it here.
Yeah, well, I'm going to start this off kind of randomly. We'll start with the most fascinating